Penn State, making dreams come true for Giants fans.
All right.
And for Barkley as well, as you'll see in this.
I am live, and we're ready for the NFL draft. See how things go here.
Question is, what were my favorite draft day members?
Wait for some people to come in and kick this thing off here. Right now, there's nobody in. That's okay. It's a little bit early yet. The draft has not started yet, so.
We're 2 days before the draft for the birth of my daughter.
Welcome in everybody to this live stream for the NFL draft. I know that it's an hour. It's about 30 minutes. Sorry, 30 minutes before that. So
to be able to have that experience, and then
let's get hyped. The NFL draft is coming up, and I'm excited. I hope everyone else is excited too. From every fan base all across the NFL, not just the Packers. I just happen to be a Green Bay Packer fan, so Luke. Yes, this is going to be a live reaction to everything. Oscar Hernandez, that's right, go Pack, go, from South Texas. Wow, awesome. I love Packer fans all around the country. It's great to be able to have that a really wide fan base, not just in Wisconsin, which is where I'm from, but all across the world, as a matter of fact. There are Packer fans from everywhere. It's great. So, welcome in everybody that just joined, the 10 of you. It's great to be able to have a few people come and enjoy this. I know it's early yet. We're just 1 minute into this live stream. I will be going until possibly the very end, depending on how things go. Yeah, Roger Goodell's basement kind of surprised me a little bit. I thought it was going to be a little bit more fancier than that. For given that a guy who was the commissioner of the NFL, it seemed like a very, very plain and ordinary, very plain and ordinary man cave. I'm going to put Adam's comment up there because, yeah, I saw the video of it and it kind of surprised me that it looked like that. It looked kind of a little bit dense. When you first go down in there, there's kind of like a spiral staircase, which kind of surprised me. So that was a little bit interesting. But yeah, it kind of looked like a very ordinary man cave. Maybe it could not even be his. Who knows?
Normally, you would hear a guy call. Remember, we had Zeke and Ford, Arnett and McCaffrey, both of them in the top 10.
I certainly pictured Goodell's man cave or basement to look a little bit different. Welcome, Patrice, Washington Redskins fan. Congratulations. I believe that you guys are going to go get Chase Young, the super fast and dynamic athlete. Chase Young, the defensive end from Ohio State. And the Ohio State does a great job with developing pass rushers. You saw this with the Bosa brothers, and now it could be Chase. He could possibly be better than both of them. But I'm just kind of reaching. But Chase Young is far and away one of the best defensive prospects to come out. So he's going to be an amazing player on an amazing defensive line. Luke, yeah, Cowboys fan, cool. Like I said, all fans are welcome. This is an NFL draft for everybody to enjoy, not just for Packer fans. And Cowboys better draft Ruggs. If he's there, it wouldn't surprise me if they take him. There certainly should be that complementary type of wide receiver to pair with Amari Cooper. Henry Ruggs is a really good player. He's fast, dynamic athlete, really good after the catch. Who is the first wide receiver going to be? My guess is that it's CeeDee Lamb. I'm going to go with CeeDee Lamb all the way. I had him going to the Oakland Raiders in my mock draft. I think the Packer. I think the Packer. I would like to have the Packers get an offensive tackle, but I would absolutely love an inside linebacker. Kenneth Murray or Patrick Queen would be dream scenarios. If it's not an inside linebacker, I would like Austin Jackson, actually. the offensive tackle out of USC. I had the Packers taking Josh Jones in my mock draft, trading up from 30 to 27. That's certainly a possibility. I can definitely see the Packers go that direction, but Josh Jones is not really the athlete that the Packers go for, but I believe he's athletic enough and could be a good developmental offensive tackle to start out. Who are the Packers going to pick? Yeah, I just answered that. I believe that it will probably be Josh Jones because I had him going in my mock draft. It's hard to tell right now at this point, given the circumstances. If the Packers stay at 30, Josh Jones might be gone. So you never know what can happen. I think Josh Jones could possibly be going as high as 18th to the Miami Dolphins. They need offensive tackle help bad, and Austin Jackson, he could be gone too before then. So I fear that the Packers will miss out on a first-round offensive tackle, and I mean, this is going to be weird. It's going to be different than in years past. It's not going to be as electric, but right now, what I'm seeing on NFL Network from the telecast, looks like it's looking really, really nice and good. It's not going to be as electric as in years past, but I think this is going to be a very fun NFL draft. I hope you guys are going to have some fun with it because I sure am. You know, the hype, the build-up, it's all been normal, really, and yeah, I definitely think that an offensive tackle at 30 would be great. I would most certainly hope that it's an inside linebacker, but an offensive tackle would be, I think, is an underrated need for the Packers. You have Ricky Wagner, who was a little bit of an uncertainty at right tackle, and then you have David Bakhtiari, who is going to be a free agent after this year. I'm not sold that the Packers are going to be able to get him back, considering all the other players that are going to need to be re-upped for contracts, such as Kevin King is going to be due up for a contract. Kenny Clark, Aaron Jones, Jamal Williams, a lot of guys that are going to be free agents. So I'm trying to look past just this year as opposed to the immediate need. I think that's what the Packers are going to go for also, is to look past just this year and possibly into next season. So it would surprise me if it's an offensive tackle. It would surprise me if it's a corner. I mean, there could be a corner that Brian Gutekunst has his eye on, and I mean, Kevin King, he's done a really good job at outside corner when healthy. If he has his eye on an outside corner that he likes, a long, tall guy like, I don't know, A.J. Terrell, the Clemson corner, he's pretty long and tall. Jalen Johnson, the Utah corner, those guys come to mind. Christian Fulton, possibly. Would you be disappointed if the Packers trade out of the first round? I would not at all, Adam. I would actually kind of prefer to move down from 30 into the second round, and in the low first round, you kind of get a little bit of a mixed bag of talent. You get some first round guys that can drop to you, yet there are some guys that are not so good, and they are really second round talent, and you got to reach a little bit into the second round grades, and you pick a guy there. That has happened a lot for the Packers, going all the way back to the days of when Ted Thompson was drafting for them. I mean, we've had to make a few reaches from second round talent into the first round. The rest of my being back here for a sec.
You have to be able to make plays outside the structure of the offense now, and that's something that I've worked really hard at. And I've got
anybody else here who is in the chat, you can feel free to ask some questions. I will be able to answer them.
All right, guys, let's play a little game.
Of course, it's not really quite time for the draft anyway, so people are probably not going to quite come in and watch everything quite yet. So,
Make the biggest impact his first year in the NFL.
but yeah, now is probably the best time to ask some questions before the Cincinnati Bengals are put on the clock.
Isaiah Simmons, all right?
Well, the guy's a linebacker, the safety, and then.
By the way, here's a question for you guys. Can you hear the audio from my speakers? Because I can turn up the volume, or I can just turn it down if you guys can't hear me or you can't hear the audio.
What else do you want? This guy is unbelievable. When I turned the film on, I couldn't find him.
I'm going to check a few things going on around, see if there's any things going on, if there's any updated news or anything like that.
And he's just a baller. He's a great kid.
Right now, it appears that the Redskins are going to go for Chase Young. There's been a lot of talk about them moving down and everything.
Coach, I can imagine that when you turned on the film and half the time you couldn't find him, you just waited until the ball was snapped and then went to the football and then you found him, didn't you? That's what Isaiah Simmons does.
Luke, thank you. Yes, let's get this to 10,000 likes. That would be very much appreciated.
Tradition right now.
Very much appreciated. Hit that thumbs up and subscribe if you are new and if you are interested in draft content and other types of NFL-related content besides just Packer content. But this is a Packer channel, so it will primarily be a Packer channel. So if you are not a fan of the Packers, you are welcome to subscribe and check out some of my videos. So Luke Creeper, thank you for telling me this.
I'm counting on Patrick Queen. He may go in the 20s in this
Let's
draft,
see.
but I still think
Keegan,
top players his rookie year in the
I am not against the Packers picking Mims at 30 if he's there. I am a little bit leery of him because there are some teams that have graded him in day 3, so I'm not against it at all. I mean, I think he could be a very good player for us, and there are just some things in terms of route running and all of that. He's a little bit raw in that area. He will need some time to develop in that area before becoming that number 2 wide receiver for Aaron Rodgers. He is by far from a finished product, but boy, do I see a whole ton of potential in Denzel. Just have him watching Aaron throw some passes to him, deep throws and back shoulder fades. It's all great. I made a whole entire video on Denzel, highlighting what he could do in the Packer offense. It's going to be interesting to see what Denzel coming from the green and gold of Baylor to the green and gold of Green Bay, if that's how things are going to play out. I'm going to move down here, and I'm going to answer Adam's question. Could you see a situation where the Bengals get Tua instead of Burrow? The only thing that would happen is if Cincinnati somehow trades down, and it would have to happen very soon. I know that the Miami Dolphins were very highly interested in getting Joe Burrow. Their interest was very well known. There was a lot of talk about them trading up and to the number 1 pick to go get Burrow. Otherwise, I believe all day and all night that the pick for the Cincinnati Bengals is Joe Burrow, and that is how it's going to play out. Luke, let's see. I wouldn't be surprised if the Texans trade their next 10 years of picks to the Bengals for number 1. Oh, good night. I don't think Bill O'Brien is that stupid. But yeah, I don't think the Texans don't even have a first-round pick this year, so that would be a lot to give up to be able to go from 2 to 1. Yeah, it would have to be like a 2 and like 9 consecutive 1s. So, I mean, why Bill O'Brien hasn't been fired is beyond me. I have no idea what the heck he's doing as the general manager of the Texans. Have mercy. Yeah, he's made some blunders so far as the head coach de facto general manager. But I think the trade for the DeAndre Hopkins trade is a little bit underrated, actually. I think it made some sense. It made a little bit of sense to deal him, given that they already had 2 outside receivers in Will Fuller and Kenny Stills. They did sign Randall Cobb from the Dallas Cowboys to play in the slot, but Then they went right back and got and traded for Brandon Cooks, an outside receiver. So it's kind of crazy thinking what is going on in what Bill O'Brien wants to do in his offense. The trade for Laramie Tunsil last year was a very good one. They needed a left tackle, and then they need to continue building on that offensive line. I would have traded for some help on your defense, like an outside pass rusher, or to pair with Whitney Merciless, or address your secondary. Go get a safety. Go get a corner. The Texans need a lot of help on defense. Okay, I'm going to check a few league sources. Adam Schefter reports the Bengals sent Joe Burrow a letter and a number 9 jersey Wednesday confirming he will be the number 1 pick. I mean, I think Joe Burrow has been the selection for Cincinnati this whole time. I mean, what Adam Schefter could be saying is, I would just take this all and just draw your own conclusions from this. Who knows that with under 15 minutes to go, there could be the possibility of maybe somebody is going to make a trade for the number 1 pick. Very unlikely, but I think everyone knew that this was going to be Joe Burrow for Cincinnati. The Cincinnati Bengals have been on the clock for quite a bit of time, and I think that they were probably going to go for either Tua or Joe Burrow, whichever quarterback was going to be coming out as the best quarterback in the draft. Ever since Joe came out and had put on a stellar performance in the championship game, I think that really solidified his position as the number 1 quarterback. Whereas, unfortunately, Tua, a hip injury just probably hampered his chances going from the number 1 pick back when people were talking about, tank for Tua, and that's what the Dolphins were campaigning to go for until they won some games, and then the Cincinnati Bengals wound up with the worst record at 2-14, and they got the best quarterback right now, and the Miami Dolphins they tanked for Tua, really, actually, because of the whole hip injury. I'd like to thank the 11 of you that are 10 of you that are in here and have stuck around here. If a lot of people have just come and go, no big deal. I mean, I'm just one single Packer fan here, giving you guys things through my point of view as a Packer fan, and I know my team better than everybody else, and I'm trying to keep this as entertaining as possible for everybody, so that way. But I mean, this is the NFL draft. I mean, people are probably going to wind up going on their TVs, turn it on, as opposed to just watching me, which I understand that, and that's completely fine. The purpose of me going on here is to give you some reactions to the draft picks, primarily the Green Bay Packers, whenever they're put on the clock, which I believe that will be several hours from now, probably going into about 11:30 and about 11 at night, 10:30, whatever it is. But there's a possibility of the Packers moving up to get a player. Let me turn up the volume down here. So, if anybody that's watching the draft, I'm kind of curious as to know, where do you watch the draft on? Do you prefer NFL Network or ESPN? I'm just kind of curious, that's all. I was actually trying to ask that question in my mock draft, and I got no responses. Let's see. There are draft things in Madden 20, and I have 20, and I have number 21, which is the Eagles. And if they get Ruggs, I get him in Madden, so I don't think Henry Ruggs is going to be available at 21. I mean, there is a shot, but I'm hearing a lot of people like Ruggs, and I've seen Henry going as high as number 13 to the 49ers, and I think they kind of like that type of receiver. So it's a very real possibility that Ruggs will be the second receiver off the board, not Jerry Jeudy. Yeah, Brett Coleman did make a video on Denzel too. I watched it, but I've forgotten what he spoke about him. I think he raved about him as well. I mean, the film study he does is on players is really, really good. Not just players, just about everything. It was a very good video, and there's definitely a lot to be excited about Denzel and what he could possibly bring to the table for the Packers if he is in fact the pick for the first-round pick for us. D. Bear. I take it you must be Anthony Moore. You must be a Bear fan, or go Broncos. Well, welcome to this channel. I'm glad you dropped by. Being a Broncos fan, let's see, for Denver, I certainly think that Ruggs could actually be a Denver Bronco. I had him going in my mock draft to Denver. I think you guys are going to get a receiver, whether if it's Jerry Jeudy, CeeDee Lamb, or Ruggs. Maybe there's a possible small chance it could possibly be Justin Jefferson. Would surprise me if it's Kenneth Murray, the inside linebacker. The Broncos could use some help in that area. All right, Keegan, I'm going to get to your question. Okay, Keegan, I'm going to get to your question. Should the Packers pick a quarterback in the third round? I'm not against it at all. We could use a backup caliber quarterback, and you can get a really good backup in the third round. Maybe if you have Jake Fromm and Jacob Eason drop to you, sure. I'm all for a quarterback in the third round. If some certain needs are not filled, like inside linebacker, wide receiver, offensive tackle are not filled, then I think if you have a good quarterback that is dropping, then I'm not against it at all. Duh Bears, I meant. Duh Bears. Anthony, do you ever watch the Sports Fury? Because there's a Bear fan that's I'm forgetting his name. I'm Josh. He's pretty cool. Bears fan. Sports Fury is actually really, really cool. Go ahead and check them out. They probably are live streaming the draft right now, and which is completely fine. And I really like their channel. They were very successful, funny guys. And are there any other like Bear fans that are video makers? Because I don't know any of. I don't know of any. Talk some trash to them every once in a while. Should the Packers take Jalen Hurts? I'm not against having Jalen maybe in the 4th or the 5th round. He is a project. He has a lot of development, and given that he has Aaron Rodgers to help mentor him, and I believe that Matt LaFleur could possibly get the best out of Jalen, but he's super raw right now in terms of quarterback play. And I mean, right now, coming from a relatively simplified college offense, I mean, it's risky. I wouldn't take him in the 2nd round, where I've seen a mock draft. Somebody gave the Jalen Hurts to the Packers in the 2nd round. I was like, no way in the world should the Packers draft Jalen Hurts in the 2nd round. He is not a 2nd round talent. I'm not even sure if he's even a 3rd round talent. But if he's there in the 4th or the 5th round, I'm not against it at all. Jalen has the athletic ability that the Packers look for, and he's certainly mobile, and we like mobile quarterbacks. Oops. Hopefully Jerry Jones doesn't screw up. Yeah, I mean a lot of Cowboy fans would say the same thing. I think the Cowboys are going to do pretty well in the draft. They've drafted pretty decently in recent memory. I mean, drafting Ezekiel Elliott, grabbing Dak Prescott in the 4th round. What a steal by the Joneses. They got an overhaul. I tend to think here for the Cowboys that they are going to get a cornerback because I think they need to fill a need in there after losing Byron Jones. What about the Bears? Let's face it, the Bears suck. You guys are not going to go anywhere. The Bears still suck. Being a Packer fan, I mean, that's a lifestyle as a Packer fan. Could you see the Vikings move up into the 2nd round to get a wide receiver? Absolutely. I actually had Minnesota move up to go get Jalen Reagor at the top of the 2nd round, and they traded up with Cleveland so they can move down for Ezra Cleveland. Good question, Adam. Do you know who Tom Grossi is? Yes, I do. I love Tom Grossi. I love his channel. I watch him regularly, and he is somebody that I look up to as a Packer YouTuber. He inspired me he was one of the people that inspired me to start this channel. I know it's completely different. For the most part, I go with more of less on-camera things. I just talk and give you and just give you things in that way. It's just formatted differently. I am more or less uncomfortable on camera, so I just prefer not to go for it hit about how a lot of people do it. My videos are a little bit different, so yeah, I love Tom Grossi. He's a great video maker, probably the head of our fan base in terms of on YouTube in the YouTube sports community. I would say he is, and my hat is off to Tom Grossi for a great job representing Packer Nation on YouTube. And I'm going to go to this great comment here. Bears suck. Amen. Amen. Bears suck. They still suck and always will suck. I'm going back and forth between you and Tom's streams. That's fine, Adam. I mean, if you're still on here, that's completely cool. Go ahead and check out his stream. I mean, he's definitely got a lot to offer, and I appreciate you coming on onto my stream, and it means the world. Will you shave your beard at 1,000 or 100K subscribers? Yes, Emmanuel, I will. I will shave my beard at 1,000K. I'm actually going to put that down, and I will, if I ever get to that much, yes, the beard is coming off. And that would be really kind of interesting, because I've normally had a beard for so long, and I think it'd be kind of interesting to see myself beardless. So I'm gonna type that down and hold you to it. I will shave my beard when I get 100,000 subs. Okay, I'm going to address this here really quick here. Demon Knight 124, I thought we were cool unless you're being sarcastic. I mean, you're a subscriber to me. If you're still a subscriber, I don't really know if you are now. I mean, I don't know what your problem is. I think we may disagree on a few things here and there, but I guess oh, who are you addressing? Demon Knight 124. There are no fags in here. Everybody in here is super cool. So right now, so far, everybody has been great. The Cowboy fans, the Bronco fans that have dropped in, they're cool people. They've been very, very good. So, okay, Keegan, watch the Bengals trade out of the #1 pick. That'll be really fun if they do that. I mean, it'll definitely bring some excitement to the table for sure if they do that. Okay, typed that into the wrong stream. I have 3 streams going at once. I'm sorry. Okay, that's fine. It was a little bit of a mix-up, I guess. It's all good. I'm kind of glad we got that out of the way. I am so ready for this as well. It's going to be great. So with about 11 of you in here, like I said, just come in at any time. You can ask some questions, make some comments, as long as it's clean and cool. And the draft is about to start, so I can see why people are kind of starting to file out here because it's time.
That the next pick will make this season the season. Hope that the next name called.
I'm just going to out of this for a sec.
But this year, we're hoping for more than a future star. A stronger line.
Maybe the Packers trade up, but not likely.
We're hoping to fill.
I think it could happen. The Packers have traded up in the first round last year, so
full voices.
It makes a ton of sense.
To feel the power of football together. Because that will mean life is back to normal for us all.
Yes, I am.
So celebrate with these young men as they start their careers today. Looking forward to a stretch of glorious tomorrow. For this draft, we're not the Raider Nation.
I'm just doing a few things here.
We're not
I'm going to be kind of like shuffling around here.
We're one football family.
Okay, Keegan, I'm gonna kind of give you like more of like a region of where I am from in Wisconsin. I'm from the northern part of Wisconsin, actually. So,
of course, is Las Vegas, Nevada, where the draft
in the
was
Eau Claire
supposed to be
region.
held. But things have changed dramatically, and we have changed with it. The draft, in all its glory, is still coming to you tonight, just from a different location and in a different way. And with that, we welcome you in to the 2020 NFL Draft, presented by Lowe's. It is our privilege and delight to once again be with you here tonight.
The Cowboys should have won the Ice Bowl. I mean, the Dallas Cowboys certainly did a very good job. So,
still here to be a part of what is one of the great communal sports experiences.
if Bart Starr didn't sneak that through, then I think the Cowboys may have won that. But yeah, they did a great job in that game, and you know, hats off to the Cowboys. They were really super good in the Tom Landry era.
Todd, we are with you. This draft coverage tonight is for you, and we look forward to getting you back and with us as soon as you possibly can. But we have it all covered like we do every year, people. You're looking at 60 remote setups of potential draftees across the landscape. We will have those reactions as we always do, the raw emotion when they come. We also have all 32 teams. We've got them ready to make the picks. You will hear for all of them, and we've got our team as well.
Okay, with about 4 of you in here, I understand these circumstances. We're going to wind up watching all of this live on TV, of course. That's completely
Welcome
fine.
to the 2020 NFL Draft, and thank you for taking the time to be with us. Like millions of fans, team personnel, and prospects,
Yeah, I
joined from
definitely
my
agree
home.
on that. I mean, the Packers did
Virtual.
deserve to win the Ice Bowl. The call to sneak it right into the end zone, it was just a really great effort by both teams. The Packers just wound up coming out on top and came in the clutch when they needed to win the game. I mean, as a Cowboy fan, I understand that coming from the other side, it must have been tough. It must have been a very tough pill to swallow, but that's just bends the brakes for you. You have one team has to lose, and it just wound up being the Cowboys instead of the Packers. And the super cold really kind of played a bit of a factor in that. And home field advantage has been the Packers' thing for quite a bit of time. So, yeah, if Dallas had gone on to win that game, I think the Vince Lombardi Trophy might be named the Tom Landry Trophy, and for Cowboy Nation, that's got to be great to be able to have a trophy named after you, and besides being called America's team. But we still destroyed the Broncos in Super Bowl 12. Yeah, the Cowboys whooped them. Keegan, thanks for wanting to stay in the stream for the draft. Thanks for being here to watch the draft with me.
Thank you. To perform the national anthem, we welcome from his home, with help from his
Okay, they're
daughter
going to play the
Georgia,
national anthem. Roger
Grammy
Goodell is
and Emmy
talking.
Award winner and New Orleans Saints fan.
And with about 2 people in here, I understand why people are leaving, which is okay. I mean, there's probably a possibility that I may squeak on out if nobody's going to be in here to really ask any questions or anything like that. I'm just trying to get some live reactions to picks. I will take this whole entire live stream, chop it up, and it will be available on my channel to view. Well, I'll probably just do the Packer picks, but I don't know yet. We'll have to see how things go. With this national anthem gone, I'm just gonna step away for a quick sec. Okay.
can do is be a partner that never quits. Verizon is the most reliable network in America, built for interoperability.
Okay, Keegan, I'm going to get to this here. I wonder if the Packers could get Patrick Queen.
24/7.
I certainly think so. I think the Packers very well could move up to go get him. There are some trade candidates possibly in there. There's the New England Patriots that could move out. They don't have a second-round pick, so they could bail and move into the second round. The New Orleans Saints, they don't have a second-round pick, so they could bail. And if they don't see that the player that they want, if they don't want to go for Queen, like I had them going for in the mock, they could move out and possibly go get Jalen Reagor, the wide receiver. So I see that happening to where the Packers could move up from 30 to 24 to go get Patrick Queen, and that would be great. I almost had the Packers do that, to move up from 30 to 24 to go get Queen, and if that happens, I will be so happy. Keegan, I mean, you're going to be able to hear me from northern Wisconsin to wherever you're from. You know what I mean? We need more people in the stream. Yeah, there's 5 of us, and I mean, I get why people are not really in here, and not too many people are subscribed to me, so I get it. But I think having whoever the 5 people are in here, thanks for joining this this live stream, even though it's really not, you know, I'm not popular. I'm not popular on YouTube. I'm just a Packer fan trying to get his channel up and going and having fun with this. I do all this for free, so, and it's fun. Yes, Patrick Queen or Kenneth Murray, both one of them would be great. We just need a starting inside linebacker bad. So let's turn the volume right back up.
They all represent something more. A sanctuary. A refuge. The feeling of home. That's why we're here. At Lowe's, we believe everyone deserves that feeling. To help make your home be everything you want it to be. Because home is what you
Thanks for subbing, Keegan. I wasn't sure if you were, so thanks very much, man. Hope you will enjoy my content. And you also feel free to give me some ideas for anything that I could put up. You know, ask me questions, and I might make a video on it. So, I mean, this channel is really not just me. Okay, I'm going to get to your question, Keegan. When will the first pick happen? Good question. It's coming right now. The draft is really technically started. But
this has really transformed what we can do right now and even made unclear.
Right now I'm on NFL Network and I'm trying to see what's happening right now. We got a whole bunch of commercials going on and I don't know what the deal is.
And I'm pleased to say, and I want to commend those involved in these decisions to show that we can have something as important as that.
Right now, it doesn't look like there's been anything put on there, so Cincinnati hasn't even made their pick yet. Yes, I'm watching the draft. Right now, I just don't have the volume up, so I will when things get kicked off here, Emmanuel. Right now, I'm trying to keep the volume low so you guys can hear me. Whenever I turn the volume up, just let me know. I could possibly turn it down so you can hear my voice. Capiche?
So it's going to be a different draft, but we're going to make sure you experience the same raw emotions that we always see. Again, this is the group of players that have allowed us to share their draft.
Okay, I got the volume up a little bit here. I'm hoping you guys can hear me.
So when their name is called, you will see that reaction. You will see that raw emotion. All 32 teams are also wired in with the head coach, the general manager, and the owner. Any one of those 3 people can actually make the selection for their team. And all teams will email or phone in their picks much in the way they always do throughout every draft. So there may be some technological glitches, and we will ride through it, but we'll do it together as we witness one of the great spectacles in all
So
of
far,
sports,
this is really
the
interesting.
NFL draft. And we've got the fans here as well as they get set. As you can see, Bengal fans are waiting, and some are already donning the Joe Burrow jersey. Will it be that simple? Because if it is, it would be the third straight year
Okay, so
that the Heisman
Trey Wingo of
Trophy winner
ESPN is
was
kind of
taken
giving the
as
runaround
the
of how
first
things are going to play
overall
out,
selection in the
where
draft.
you have teams that are.
There is Zach Taylor looking to rebound
Okay, we got
after
Zach
a
Taylor
rough
for the
year as
Bengals, right? He's kind of like sitting in his own place,
of the
and
Cincinnati
he'll
Bengals
probably
went
be
2-14,
there
started
to
the
help
season
with
0-11,
making
but
the
they're
pick and
hoping to turn
whatnot,
it around
and
late, and will
there'll
turn
be
it
some
around
cams
tonight.
simultaneously
So,
with other
without
teams'
further
fan
ado,
bases. So this is going to be
open the
pretty interesting
2020
here.
draft.
Right now,
Let's go to the commissioner.
this is pretty cool.
Doing the draft this way is a new experience for all of us, but some things remain the same.
Okay, Rogers talking. He's probably going to be addressing
Sharing that
how things
special
are going
moment
to
with
go
a player when
down.
he is selected is a big highlight for me. My body won't miss those great big bear hugs, but I sure will. Instead, we'll find other ways to have fun virtually. Second, I will miss the interaction I have with our fans over these 3 days. It's a draft
You won't,
tradition,
Roger. You won't
and one
miss
that I
getting
genuinely
booed by the
enjoy.
people.
Let's hear from you right now. Oh, come on, guys. You can do better than
Oh,
that.
now
Let's
he's getting
go.
booed.
Oh, Strahan. Come on, let's go. Come on, you guys can do better
Hashtag
than
boo the
that.
commish.
All right, keep
Let's
it
put
coming.
it down in the comments.
Wow, even the
Hashtag
virtual
boo the
booths are good.
commish. I'm gonna do
Yes, I
that.
can hear you from my basement, so keep it coming. Lastly, the best part of the draft is that it restores hope and generates optimism because every team gets better through the draft. So good luck to every team, and let's get it started. It's now my honor to announce that the first ever virtual NFL draft
Never mind,
is
it
officially
rejected my
open.
hashtag, so
The Cincinnati Bengals are
I
on
have
the
no
clock.
idea why I did that.
Commissioner, thanks very much. We told you we
All
had
right,
some
Keegan,
booze
I'm
for
going to
you.
answer this
Zach
question
Taylor
here.
is
Judy
there
Ruggs.
looking to make his first selection. Duke Tobin also furiously.
That's actually kind of tough for me to answer. Both are really good in their own way. Jerry was probably number one over Henry Ruggs with their time with the Alabama Crimson Tide. I think he's the better player, but Henry Ruggs doesn't have the medical problems that Jerry does. So I think that Judy will go first, but he is actually, I think he's the better player of the two, despite being slower.
In the last 30 seasons, which is tied for the most in the NFL over that time frame. And there is the man from Athens, Ohio, the Heisman Trophy winner, Joe Burrow, who is the presumptive, for the next few minutes anyway, the number one overall pick. So
okay, things are really kicking off right here.
Former LSU quarterback and the high hopes.
So this is great.
To the Cincinnati Bengals. He comes from a football family.
The Bengals are on the clock now, so I'm going to put them on.
Joe Burrow, even after he was a 2014 Mr. Football out of Athens High School in Southeast Ohio, and then, of course, went to Ohio State. At what point,
I have to believe that this pick here is Joe Burrow easily.
Then he transferred to LSU. His first season in 2018 was okay. 16 touchdowns, 5 picks. And then
my favorite player in the NFL is Aaron Rodgers all the way.
He rolled in everything you possibly could.
Number 12.
Single season records for total offensive yards,
The
total
GOAT.
touchdowns at 60, or total touchdown passes at 60, total touchdowns at 65, a national championship, and a Heisman Trophy as well. It's arguably the greatest season a college quarterback has ever had. They beat 7 top 10 teams and scored a record 726 points. So let's get to know Joe Burrow as best as we can. Mel, Cincinnati is here because last year wasn't great. They have had some success, but they need Joe Burrow to up the ante here.
Yeah, I'd like to dispel that myth that the Bengals are the worst place to go. Since 2003, when they drafted Carson Palmer, 6 10-win seasons. That's as many as the Cowboys had, more than the Chargers, the Giants, and the 49ers. Quarterback since 2003, basically Palmer and Dalton have thrown 414 touchdown passes. That's 13th in the NFL. Not the worst place to go. And for Joe Burrow, what impressed me the most was the big games.
Who's your favorite team besides the Packers? I don't really have a favorite besides the Packers. There are some certain teams that I like, or that I don't mind, that I respect. I respect the Pittsburgh Steelers. They're a pretty cool team. They're somewhat similar to the Packers, and the amount of success that they've had.
Playmaking. And Joe Burrow's off the charts.
I'd say that's one of them, but I can't think of any of the other ones off the top of my head.
19 because they got 5 guys out into the route, and that's where he was able to spread and shred every single defense he faced with LSU this fall.
So right now we're about 6:45 into the pick, where Cincinnati is on the clock, and this is pretty fun here. I know it's not as electric as normal, but given the circumstances, so far this is going pretty good right now. Kurt Warner just talking, and
what does translate when you talk to players?
Obviously, because the clock Cincinnati hasn't made their pick yet.
You're looking at Joe Burrow.
Right now, Joe Burrow is being watched here right now. There isn't any action of him being on the phone or anything like that. So it's interesting.
That is something that also translates a couple things I really like about Joe Burrow. All right, Kurt, thanks very much. Let's go to our front office insider, Louis Riddick. Louis, it was your job to evaluate talent like Joe Burrow when you were working with Washington and Philadelphia. What did you learn about him through this process?
Look, Trey, he's a guy who can do many good things.
I definitely believe all day and all night that Joe Burrow is going number one.
The kind of things that he can execute both inside
easily.
The pocket and outside the pocket.
I don't see anybody else that is going to be going here.
Who can just move subtly
outside shot.
Keep his eyes down the field.
Cincinnati's going to trade out, and somebody's going to move up, and I don't see that though, because of how much you'll have to give up to go get Burrow.
Very athletic, almost sneaky athletic. But people who watch him
right now, we got a little bit of a camera here where Zach Taylor is at his desk right now. So far, he is doing a few things on his computer.
Above the shoulders. I want to read a quote to you about Joe Burrow.
And we got a Cincinnati Bengals director of player personnel on some work right now at his house in front of a computer with a big Bengals logo right on top of it.
It seems like he's found that sauce.
Just by sharing that.
Right now, things are being melted. The clock is just going to go down, increase the suspense, and this is super fun.
Young man, he's going in a grown man's locker room and trying to win that locker room. They want to know, your quarterback, can you score? You just talked about he had the touchdown record in the FBS. They want to know, can you win?
Surprised that Burrow hasn't been called. Yeah, I'm surprised, too, that he hasn't been called yet.
And they want to know, can you lead? He led his team to a national championship.
It's definitely surprised me, too. I thought he was going to be off the board right now.
Locker room and try to ascend to the leader of that team, franchise, and community.
Michael, you're absolutely right. And Booger, you saw this unfold firsthand. I mean, let's be honest.
So far, with 9 people in here, thanks for tuning in to my live stream. I hope you can hear my voice well enough right now. I got the speakers going on in the background, and I can turn the volume down.
Well, Trey, he's got that it factor. You know, many have tried, but Joe was the only one to succeed.
In fact, I'll try to turn it down just a little bit.
All the talent that LSU had down there. And its ability.
Right now, we got Booger McFarland talking here. Does anybody else Does anybody else not mind Booger McFarland, because I don't think he's too bad, but he gets a little bit annoying at times.
Side by side against Clemson, he simply looked at me.
I mean, I think ESPN should do better for him as a color commentator than him. I mean, John Gruden was a lot better than him, and I kind of hope that they make an upgrade.
Widest margin of victory we've ever seen. But during that
time, Cincinnati, there's an outside shot. It could be Chase Young here for Cincinnati. They need some edge rusher help. So if instead of you just roll with Chase Young instead of going with you go with Andy Dalton instead of Burrow, and you try that out. All right, the pick is in Cincinnati. They made their pick, so this is probably him, Joe Burrow,
from Southeast Ohio. It's
the 2019 Heisman Trophy winner.
It's a very, very impoverished area, and the poverty rate is almost 2 times the national average. And there's so many people there that don't have a lot, and I'm up here for all those kids in Athens and in Athens County that go home to not a lot of food on the table, hungry after school. And you guys can be up here too. I'd like to thank.
All right, Washington is on the clock, so.
And that has led to the Joe Burrow effect away.
I believe all day that this is Burrow. I don't see anything else. There is no trade. Hopefully, I'll be here. I'll be 1 for 1. Not to toot my own horn or anything like that. I'm just thinking that a lot of people will be 1 for 1 as well. I don't see anything else being the pick here except Joe.
And over $500,000 raised to the Athens Food Pantry. Even got a giraffe named after him. He put up a sign in Baton Rouge this week thanking them for everything they've done. And, of course, self-deflecting as well, basically monitoring and saying, I haven't gotten a haircut in a month, so don't make fun of me. I couldn't get to the barber and get cleaned up.
Okay, now we got a picture. We got the picture here where Joe is with his parents and he's not on the phone. I'm thinking it's possible because they already talked to Joe.
Okay, here we go.
Here's the pick.
With the first pick in the 2020 draft, the Cincinnati Bengals select Joe Burrow, quarterback.
It's Joe.
LSU.
There we go. Good pick, Cincinnati. Good job.
Joe with mom and dad, and you have to wonder what's going through his mind right now. Remember, when he entered
Good pick, Cincinnati. Good job.
He said one more time.
I'm pretty sure Jazzy TV is happy. Shout out to Jazzy TV. Go ahead and check out his channel, Cincinnati Bengals fan. Really cool. Very much like myself. Very positive, upbeat about his football team. Love his videos. Go ahead and check it out. Maybe sub to him. That would be great. That would mean a lot.
He looks like he's got it. He's going to incorporate every receiver into the mix. They got everything going. He started moving them up to the third round, second round. I drew comparisons to Tony Romo. Then it became Tom Brady. Then you get late in the season after he won the Heisman Trophy. You say, boy, now the pressure's on. This is championship.
Ooh, nice throw deep downfield. Good throw by Joe right on that one, man.
Early, and then all of a sudden,
very good.
Yeah, Joe Burrow's poise, his confidence, the way he manipulates the pocket, he just has that it factor. He has tremendous awareness. He slips, he dips, stays away.
Chase Young is probably going next. Yes, I definitely agree.
The best season I could ever remember.
I think it will be Chase Young with going to Washington, unless there's a blockbuster deal where it's an offer that some team can't refuse, like giving a couple number ones and then maybe number 2 pick. I think Washington will go with Chase easily. Best player available in the draft. Bolster that pass rush, and Washington's going to have a great defensive line.
Look, I've never seen a guy.
Most people talk about this, Dale, as far as him being a one-year wonder. But if you go back to 2018, you started to see this coming on. He was more and more comfortable. And then in 2019, when Joe Brady comes down there and he opens up the door and he says, "You know what, Joe?
Do you think Minnesota will pick Mims?" No, I don't think they're going to. I don't think that they're going to pick Mims.
And Joe Burrow grew up right before our own very eyes. And I think the Cincinnati Bengals are getting a player that if they will take some of the same concepts that Joe Brady brought down to LSU, if they will have some of those same concepts in Cincinnati, you will see the same thing from Joe Burrow, a quarterback.
And the LSU head coach is pretty happy, pretty much proud of
go where you want to go, which is to the
proud of Joe. Been drafted into the NFL.
A lot of people have asked me, why did he make
Congratulations.
that transition from 18 to 19? It wasn't just the system. He got there late before that 18 season.
With about 7 of you here, thanhanks for tuning into this live stream. I know it's not really all that fun or entertaining or big like other streams are getting right now, but that's okay. I'm just getting my reactions from all of these draft picks here, and I'm having some fun doing it.
He identifies, he attacks, and he drops his ball beautifully in the bucket. How about working in the middle of the field? Anticipation and ball placement doesn't get better than that. And then the toughness. We've all
That's right. Let's go
about
Packers.
That toughness with Joe Burrow. His eyes
Keegan
don't drop
and
under pressure.
Patrice.
Hang in there. You take the big hit and deliver a strike right on the money again.
They'll be picking
in the
soon.
middle of the field.
Very soon.
Pocket awareness. Climb, feel it, keep your eyes downfield.
All right, Washington's pick is in, and I'm pretty sure that this is Young.
If you want to nitpick him, He played with an all-star cast of receivers, so every now and then he got away with a throw like this one that he might not necessarily get away with at the next level. But Lewis, outside of just pure top-shelf arm strength, I love everything about Joe Burrow.
So that means the Lions are on the clock.
Yeah, I mean, he really is technically proficient in many
this will be interesting to see if Detroit will actually move out here, and the team to move up, I believe, would be Miami to get Tua, as I had going in my mock draft.
Looking to move up in the pocket here, keep his eyes down the field, two hands on the football to make sure it's secure.
So they're comparing Joe Burrow to Tom Brady.
Tom Brady again.
Ouch. That's a lot of lofty expectations.
He doesn't have to be a great athlete, but he's so just smooth in the pocket.
I mean, I kind of understand the comparisons. They both don't have great arms, but they are very, very good at playing quarterback for sure.
Down the right sideline there, and just put it on the money. Jared Goff under Sean McVay.
Okay, there's a comparison to Jared Goff.
Look at this throw right here to Brandon Cooks in the back.
That's a little bit better.
His recognition in that
it's kind of unfair to compare a guy to one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time. I understand how similar that they are.
Burn you with my athleticism. Ryan Tannehill.
Lions might move down to 5. I agree, definitely. I think that they're going to move down to, but they're on the clock still and have not really hasn't been any. There hasn't been anything going on saying that they're going to move out.
Anything that we saw from Joe Burrow
unless there's something
so he is
that I haven't seen yet.
The Tiger King. So let us go for more on that. He goes from a Bayou Bengal to a Cincinnati Bengal. Our Susie Culver standing with Joe Burrow.
Well, we all knew this was coming. Doesn't make it any less powerful. Joe, you were in Nashville last year for the draft. If I had said to you then, you're going to be #1 overall in 2020, what would you have said?
I would have told you were crazy. You know, I knew I was going to have a really good season because I knew, we had really good players coming back. I had great coaches. And we were going to work really, really hard to do it. But to jump up to
there hasn't been any news clippings that there's been a trade yet.
Mel Kiper shared earlier that going into last season, he had a 6th-round grade on you.
I mean,
but then you
it could happen any time, probably in the next couple of minutes.
You're #1 overall.
Would surprise me if Detroit stayed put and they took Okudah or Derek Brown, the defensive tackle, out of Auburn. That's what I'm thinking. That's what the pick is going to be for the Lions if they stay here, or if they move down.
As a team this year to do exactly what we did. We weren't. I mean, I just wasn't as good as I was my senior year.
I really like Joe's shirt.
I worked really, really hard to improve.
Really cool.
Tell us what the area code represents on your shirt.
740. This is Athens County area. I wanted to get something to represent my home area, my hometown, and Nike made this for me. It's been great. I just want to show as much appreciation
cool shirt.
For this area.
Representing Ohio
Joe,
and Athens, the place you were born, and you represent, and sense of community that Joe really is, and
Washington is now on the clock,
and great.
You're looking at Chase Young.
So far, we got a picture of Chase Young on the phone. He's getting picked. I'm pretty sure.
The best player, quite frankly, in this draft, based on total talent, if you look at Mel Kiper's big board. So
Joe might get a little bit triggered by getting picked by the Bengals. I don't think so. I think he's happy that he gets to go back home and represent the state of Ohio. Now he's not stepping into a less than ideal situation with a bad football team. I understand where he could be a little bit angry about that, but I don't know. I think he's probably happy to be in Cincinnati.
Mike Vrabel and Chase Young. That's the entire list. That's why a lot of people think that they are zeroing in on the man they call the Predator.
I think this is Chase all the way.
Long dreadlocks he likes to wear. There's Ron Rivera, the new head coach of the Washington
Redskins. Right now, it looks
Redskins,
as if the guys for the Redskins are kind of being pretty nice and calm and cool about it. Ron Rivera and another personnel guy.
Is going to do once more. Let's go to Roger Goodell.
All right,
second pick
here we go.
In the 2020 NFL Draft, the Washington Redskins select Chase Young,
2 for 2.
Ohio State.
It's Chase Young.
Congratulations.
So far, 2 for 2. Now, after this is probably where my mock is going to completely fall apart. I think that the Lions are going to be here and they're going to pick a guy. So in the wrong spot. If it's Derek Brown, then I'll get the right player at the wrong spot. But
I guess
right now the Lions are still on the clock and there's still time to make a trade.
Born in Upper Marlboro, Maryland. Second straight year that Washington has gone the Maryland route for a first-round pick, taking Dwayne Haskins. They're played with NBA #1 overall picks Markelle Fultz at one point. Dwayne Haskins grew up about 27 miles away from where the Redskins train, and Chase Young about 55 miles from the Redskins practice facility in Ashburn, Virginia. So we are clearly seeing a pattern. Booger, Chase Young was a dominant force. We talked about the sacks that he was able to get at Ohio State. What is Washington getting in Chase Young?
Well, quite simply, Trey, they're getting the best player in this entire draft.
I miss the old ESPN music. I love the ESPN music.
Setting the edge, playing the run. But he can also be a dominant pass rusher.
I'm going number 3. If Detroit stays here, I think it's either going to be Okudah or Derek Brown.
From one of the best defensive line coaches in America, Larry Johnson.
I had Miami move up to go get Tua. Looks like that may not happen right now.
You're getting a guy who can be a Hall of Fame.
It looks as if that the Lions are going to take some time here. Maybe they're working on a deal right now as we speak. And
this young man, Chase Young, he definitely is a versatile defensive man.
But I think if Detroit stays here, it's going to be Derek Brown.
The Redskins, Montez Sweat on the right side, now Chase Young on the left side. You have a very, very good pair of bookends.
The question, Bogan, I think you look at that division with Dak Prescott, with Carson Wentz, and an emerging Daniel Jones. Now you get the outside pass rush. Hopefully Sweat comes on. You know Chase Young is going to be a factor. He is a master of the strip sack, those forced fumbles. He knows how to create. Final 3 games of the season, he didn't have a sack. I think that's why it made it easier for the Bengals to say, hey, it's Joe Burrow, not Chase Young. But certainly the Redskins, after a thrilled, as you say, to get the best player on the board pretty much all year has been Chase Young.
And in Washington, D.C., the Chase Young family is celebrating. Congratulations to Chase going back to his home city of Washington and go and play for the Redskins. I think the Dolphins might trade up here. I agree. Totally agree.
I mean, these guys really are the prototype when you're talking about 4-3 defense.
So far, the Lions are still on the clock, 2 minutes in. So far, there's no.
Reset the line of scrimmage.
So far, there's no movement. But the trade could happen at any moment.
At the line of scrimmage, but he's still disruptive and get the TFL to tackle for the loss. And then there's the power component, rushing the passer, where you just come off the ball and really just take the offensive tackle and deposit it back in the lap of the quarterback.
Oh, a nice bull rush by
Chase. And then makes the sack. Here you're going to see Jadeveon Clowney do the same thing to Mike McGlinchey of the San Francisco 49ers.
Really nice bull rush on that.
Right back on Jimmy Garoppolo and get the sack.
And the Lions have made a pick, so there goes my mock.
Just run the horn there.
I should have had an inkling that was going to happen.
He's just going to throw the rip. Continue
Stupid
high
Lions.
Finish with the sack, and that is something that this is a guy who can do those kind of things. DJ, what did you see in Chase Young? What did you like about him?
Well, everything you just said there, Lewis. I thought he created chaos in every single game that I watched.
Couldn't have made a trade for me.
The stat sheet might not show it, but I charted 5 pressures in that game despite getting double, triple teamed, 3-step drops, getting away from him. He still impacted the game. This Washington Redskins team was last on third down defense. That'll change.
So the Giants are on the clock, and they will be making most likely be making a pick.
Playing flag football at the age of 5.
So it's kind of interesting to see who the Lions are going to go for.
Then getting their flags.
I think it's between 2 guys, Derek Brown and Okudah. It's probably going to be Okudah.
That much talent in that kind of
I kind of fell for the bait in that the Lions were so interested in Derek Brown, the defensive tackle. But I know that they needed a corner too. And
he was a big part.
I mean, the better pick would have been Okudah as opposed to an interior defensive tackle where they can get later in the second round.
Number 3, that's the Detroit Lions. There you see Bob Quinn and Matt Patricia.
With the 3rd pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Detroit Lions select Jeff Okudah.
Good pick.
Defensive back, Ohio State.
Yep, good pick.
And there you see the reaction in Grand Prairie, Texas.
I should have
Jeff
went with
Okudah
Okudah for my mock, but it fell apart anyway because I had Miami trade up.
The top 3 picks in this draft.
The Dolphins could get him at 5, and there you go.
At Ohio State University.
Without having to mortgage farm to go get your quarterback, you could get him at 5.
In the ESPN
Unless there's going to be a trade here with the Giants, then the Miami Dolphins will have to make a trade here.
As an early
But the way how things are going, I'm not entirely sure how things are going to play out
he
with
wears a bracelet for his mother,
how
Maria
things
Okudah,
are.
in her memory, and wrote a really heartfelt letter to her after she had passed away, saying all the things that she had meant to him and helped him along the way. And now Jeff Okudah, by the way, also was an
This is kind of a bummer because now Jeff Okudah is going to be going up against our team twice a year, and he's a really good corner.
The number 1 corner off the board. We've gone chalk. What do you like most about what you see?
Who's going next? My guess is that it's
Trey,
Tristan
I see
Wirfs.
the size and the length, and somebody that is
It's Tristan
outstanding
Wirfs,
in
the
press
offensive
coverage.
tackle out of Iowa. They
Physical
need
at the
one.
line of scrimmage. We saw him do it against some of the best wide receivers in this year's draft class. He's got the fluidity to be able to open up. He can drive on the football. He can find and play the football. So I thought he was the most complete cornerback in this year's draft class, and I honestly did not think it was very close. The Detroit Lions have to get better against the pass.
All right.
And this was the best option.
Nice pass breakup right there by Okudah right there. Good job.
Mel, what do you like about it?
Well, you look at him, and you got
Nice open field tackle right there. He cut him right on that one.
Now with the short passes, come up and make the tackle.
Jeff Okudah, this guy can be played all over the field. He can be an outside corner, inside corner.
Penalties. He understands how to break up a pass.
Texans trade Watson for this pick and take Tua from the Dolphins. I don't think that they're going to do that. I just don't see the Texans parting ways with Watson. I think that would be interesting if they did that. I mean, Bill O'Brien will pull off some really strange things. So
there you see a very happy Matt Patricia, the head coach. And by the way, this is the 6th time in 7 years.
Matt Patricia and his son look a lot alike.
In the first round of the draft. And there you see Bob Quinn.
There's Bob Quinn probably talking to
Okudah. And we have
Okudah.
a theme for the first 3 draft picks of 2020. Burrow, Chase Young, and Okudah, all teammates.
So far, the Giants are still on the clock with 5 minutes to go.
3 picks off the board in the draft in 2020. We're just getting started.
I'm going to move something here quick.
2020 NFL Draft is presented by Lowe's, the official home improvement sponsor of the NFL.
Okay.
And in part by Progressive Insurance. Save when you bundle.
Packers traded for CD Lamb. Boy, would that be something right there if we did move up for CD. He'd be a really, really good chess piece to this offense for sure if that were the case. I don't see that happening due to the fact that we are going to have to really give up a lot of picks to be able to go get him, possibly a 2nd round pick, and I wouldn't do that if I was the Packers. I would much rather either sit down or sit at the pick, move down, or make a slot or make a tiny trade up to go get an inside linebacker like Queen or Murray. Those are my 2 guys that I absolutely want for the Packers.
Payments for 90 days. And the ability to shop and buy from the safety of your home. Better days are ahead, and Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram will help you drive forward.
If you need a new appliance now, the Home Depot has the appliance help.
So, who do you guys think that this pick is going to be
online with ratings, reviews, and free delivery?
for the Giants?
Special buy savings like the Samsung Top Load Laundry Pair. The Home Depot. How doers get more done.
I definitely think that this is one of the offensive tackles. It's either going to be Wirfs, Andrew Thomas, and possibly Jedrick Wills.
Don't do it. Don't you dare. I don't think so. It's okay, big fella. We're going to get through this together.
I most certainly think that could be a possibility, is moving up to go get Mims. That's not a move that I would make. I would just let Mims just drop to 30, which I definitely believe he will. making a small move up to go get a wide receiver in the first round is certainly not a horrible idea or anything like that. Making a move up to go get Justin Jefferson would make some sense. I mean, he's a really good receiver. He can play inside. He can play outside. He's got the size that the Packers like. He's got the athleticism that they like. I mean, anything can happen, really. There have been some pretty crazy picks in the NFL draft. I mean, last year was a good example. Bill O'Brien took a third-round offensive tackle in the first. So, and I definitely made some. I made a video on last year's draft picks and made some grades on them, and you guys can go free to go check it out. Definitely got some opinions on all teams and what they can do and what they've done in the NFL draft. I'll probably come out with some more videos on recent draft and giving them grades. For me, I think it's Justin Jefferson over Mims because Justin is a better route runner, and I think he'll probably just fit better in the offense and what Matt LaFleur wants to do, as opposed to Mims, who is a bigger, longer, taller wide receiver that is more of a vertical threat as opposed to an all-around receiver.
Every day we can hear the people cheering. We feel it, and it gives us
Mims
hope.
would be a good player for the Packers in our system.
It's what you're not
but
doing.
I just prefer more of an all-around receiver, and I'm uncertain with
stay
Mims
quiet.
being able to
So
play in
keep
the
it up.
slot like Justin
want to
can.
thank all of you, our families and loved ones. Thank you too.
The Giants are still on the clock. They got about a minute left to go, and I have to believe that this is a pick here. This could be a trade here. Oh, okay, the pick is in. The Giants have made the pick then, so that they'll put the Dolphins on the clock. They can get Tua without moving up.
Communities around the country in the NFL draft. If we unite behind this cause, we can provide.
I got to say, Miami did a pretty decent job of sitting pat, staying put, and not having to give up anything to go get them.
So the Giants are now ready to roll. You know, they won that Super Bowl 46.
So
they won 17 over the
there you go, Miami. You're gonna get yourself a quarterback. If not, it wouldn't surprise me if they went offensive tackle. I've heard that they've been interested in Andrew Thomas. So if Wirfs is gone, I think it's Thomas. Tua to the Dolphins. I definitely agree.
In December, 9-23. Joe Judge hired in January, and Joe Judge, now of course, went the route spent time with the Patriots as not only their special teams coordinator, but also worked out with the linebackers there. And he sort of had a little viral moment here. His dog,
I think the Joe Judge hiring was pretty good for the Giants. I think he's going to be a pretty good coach.
For home, and Abby became an internet sensation.
Comes from the Bill Belichick tree, which is a little bit of a concern, but he's not really had much experience as a coordinator or anything like that. But I think he could be pretty good.
Joe, if you're telling us the dog's going to make the pick, we need to know that the dog is in there making the pick with you. Mel, where should the Giants go here with this?
I can believe the Dolphins have 3 first-round picks. They made some trades, so I thought they were going to have to trade one of these picks to go get Tua, but he's dropping.
Upright, too many hits on the quarterback. I thought he had a great rookie year, Daniel Jones, but an offensive tackle like Tristan Wirfs, Iowa, Jedrick Wills Jr., Alabama, and then there's a defensive stud there. Versatile Isaiah Simmons, outside linebacker Clemson, but Big Back Gettleman, the offensive tackle spot, so critical for Barkley and Daniel Jones.
All right, listen, it certainly seems Dave Gettleman has made it clear he loves what he likes to call the hog mollies, the big guys up front. Isaiah Simmons is still there.
Yeah, I think this
has called him a beautiful football player. What will the Giants do? The pick is in. Let's go to the commish.
I think this is probably Thomas or Wirfs.
In the 2020 NFL Draft,
I had Wirfs going here.
the New York Giants select Andrew Thomas, tackle, Georgia.
Yep, good pick.
Not a surprise that it's an offensive lineman.
Very good pick here. Andrew Thomas is the best offensive tackle in my opinion, and they went with the correct one here.
Thomas, As a junior
I had
last
Andrew
season, he won
going to the
SEC's
Giants a few mocks
Jacob
ago,
Blocking
but
and was a
this whole Tristan
consensus
Wirfs talk, I guess,
All-American.
kind of,
Now, what's really
I don't
interesting
know.
about him
I thought that
is
maybe
not
they would
only
go
did
for
he
a
play
right
high school
tackle as
football,
opposed to a
but
left.
as you can see, he was what we
But
call
I think they could kick
percussionist
Nate Solder
at
over
Pace
to
Academy,
right,
which
and
is
then
a
you can have
fancy way
Andrew
of saying
Thomas play on the
played the
left.
drums. Now, his high school coach was Chris Slade, a defensive end who played a lot of years in the
So
NFL. And he
good
said,
pick for the
"Look,
Giants.
I'm glad
They
that you
did
played
a
the drums,
really good
but
job
if you take this
with this.
football thing a little more
They
seriously,
didn't even
you
have to.
might play
It'd be kind of
in
interesting
the
if they had
NFL."
moved
And
down,
DJ,
but
that turned out to be very
it made
sage
sense to
advice
stay
from
here
Chris Slade.
and take your the guy that
Yeah,
you
Drake
want.
started 41 games in the SEC. He's played left
Now
tackle. He's
Miami's
played
on
right
the now
tackle.
Miami.
You know, everybody had these tackles. in a
I think
different
they might go
order.
offensive tackle here, but they did like Andrew Thomas, so
Was my fourth offensive
I think it's
tackle, but I
possible
do
they
feel like
that
he
they
has
go
a
with
very
Wirfs
high
or
floor.
possibly
You know
Jedrick
exactly
Wills.
what you're getting with him. He's going to be able to uproot people in the run game, and he's going to have a firm anchor in pass protection to hold up there. I did not see elite recoverability, elite quickness, or elite athleticism. I think that they've got themselves a solid, steady player, but I thought there were better options on the board at the position at this point in time if they were going to go tackle.
Lewis, what do you think?
Yeah,
About 5 minutes to go for this
I really thought Jedrick Wills was one of the guys who I thought
Miami still on the clock, probably thinking this over.
When you talk to people around the
Should we
league,
get an
they
offensive
feel that he
tackle?
has
Should we take
absolutely
the quarterback?
pristine football and personal character. It's just some of the concerns for me as far as the power with which he can play with in the run game because he plays with a little bit of a narrow base. But I will tell you this: he has tremendously long arms. He is real good in his pass sets, and you're getting a quality.
Right, I got Dave Gettleman
count for something when you're drafted.
putting his mask on. Come on, man, you're the only one
Thanks very
there.
much. So we have landed
Unless
at
he's
the
got
fifth
unless
spot
he's got
with the
something.
3 picks that the Miami Dolphins have in this
And
first
Joe
round.
Judge
And of course,
on the
as we see
phone,
Joe
probably
Judge
talking to
about what
Thomas
they've done there.
and
Let's talk about
congratulations.
Miami, because they have had their issues since Dan Marino, and you look at all the things that have gone on.
I have to believe
notable
that
players
this is
they've traded
Tua
in the
here.
last
The
14
Dolphins
months. Robert
need
Quinn
to
went
get
to the
themselves
Cowboys,
their
who's since moved
quarterback.
on. Kenny Stills is part of the Laramie Tunsil trade.
Unless they want to roll with Ryan Fitzpatrick.
They have picks in the next 2 drafts. They have 5 first-round picks and 4 second-round picks.
Yeah, I think the
So
Dolphins
they
could be a
have the
good
draft
team.
capital
They just need
do
to
essentially
really
whatever
have a
they
great
want.
draft
But
here,
the Dolphins,
build on an
they had
offensive
Dan
line
Marino,
while
they
you have
didn't
your
really worry
quarterback,
about much.
and then
But they haven't had Dan Marino
you can also
since
continue to
he
build on the
retired before
defense too. And the Dolphins could be a good
That's
team.
21 different
I actually like what they have going. They have a good head coach, Brian Flores, defensive guy.
Overall, and now he's signed to be the Tennessee Titans quarterback after taking them to the AFC Championship game. And they're 149 and 171 record. Only 7.
I think they could
winning
surprise a couple
seasons.
of people.
Ryan Fitzpatrick, we know, is there, the bearded lunatic from Harvard. But could this be the spot where Tua Tagovailoa comes off the board?
And I've got a camera on Tua.
Getting set to
Right now, so
hopefully
far,
hear
not
their
much
name.
activity.
Let's go back to Kurt Warner from the NFL Network and our Hall of Famer. Kurt, Tua Tagovailoa. We know about the health issues. The Dolphins once passed on Drew Brees with health issues. What do you think of Tua here?
I feel like Miami would probably be wise to go for an offensive tackle and then go get your quarterback.
I think when you're at
Maybe
this
you
spot
make a move
in the
up.
draft, you're the number 5 pick. You say
But
to yourself, do we feel there
if
is
you
a
really think that Tua is your
transcendent
guy, you go get him.
at the quarterback position if you do not have one?
You
when
go
I
get
look
him.
across the board, who's
Wouldn't
out
surprise
here
me
in
if
draft class?
this is
Tua to
Justin
me is the
Herbert
only
and
guy
not
I see
Tua.
and say,
There's
this
been a
guy
whole lot
could
of
be
Justin Herbert
transcendent. Now, I
talk, and it wouldn't
understand
surprise me if they
the
go
injury issues.
with
How do
him
you feel
instead.
about those injuries issues? Do you feel there's
Right now,
another
Brian
guy that is that
Flores with
transcendent
his
guy that we could
2 sons
jump
right there.
over to
Right now,
get
there's
someone
not
else?
much
But I love that
activity
Tua
going
picked right
on
here. I think he's
with
got the potential
another
to be a really, really
Dolphins
special quarterback at
executive,
the next
general
level.
manager.
All right, now there's a shot at
Right now,
Chris
he's just
Greer,
kind of
who
like
was with
kicking
the
back
Dolphins
and
in
just not doing
2006,
much right
when
now.
as a unit, Louis Riddick, they decided to pass on Drew Brees because they didn't
I
clear
have
his
to
shoulder.
believe that this
They went
pick
with the
will be a
safer
really
pick
good one here.
and Dante
And the
Culpepper.
pick is in,
And
so
let's
that
just
will
say,
put
we all know how that worked out.
That'll
Drew
put
Brees
the
is still
Chargers
going
on the
strong
clock.
and setting records for the Saints. As an organization, Louis, you've been in these meetings. There's a medical issue. How do you weigh the medical versus the talent? Yeah, it's all about managing risks, right? It's all about future performance projection. And once the future performance projection as far as Tua is concerned is, first, is he going to be on the football field? And I think when you're picking in the top 5 here, obviously you're going to be a little bit cautious as far as saying, hey, look, we don't even know
so
if he's
that
going to
will
make
put
it
the
to a
Chargers
second
on the
contract.
clock,
Okay, we
and
don't know if he's going
I think
to do
they will go
maybe
quarterback.
in that first contract, he
But they
just sets the
also
world
they
on
also
fire.
like the
If he gets
Dolphins
lucky
need
and he
offensive
does
tackle.
learn how to get the ball
I
out
know
of his
that they
hands
signed
faster,
my
take care of
man
himself. We may
Brian
have that
Bulaga, but they
generational
need
guy.
a left
We may
tackle.
have that lefty that we put in the
Wouldn't surprise
same
me if they go
category
with
as the Steve Youngs
Becton.
and Jim Zorns of the world when they
You
play
never
in
know
the
what can
NFL. So
happen.
let's just see if they go ahead and they throw
But I have to
Cardinals in the win
believe
and make
that
the pick,
it's going to be one of the
or
quarterbacks,
do they
whether
back
it's
off?
Herbert or
Well,
Tua.
listen, the great Spanish philosopher Santayana said, "Those who do not remember history
If
are
the Miami
destined
Dolphins
to
don't
repeat
go
it."
for Tua,
So
I
we'll
think
see
Tua
what
will be a
happens
Los
here.
Angeles
If
Charger.
that's the case, again, the pick is not in yet. But as we go through this process of looking about what Tua may bring to the Dolphins, if it is indeed him, let's go back to Mel. Mel, hey, listen, we've been through this, and we know we're in a weird situation here with the medical, and you can't really
I think
get
it's
your hands
Herbert.
on these guys.
That probably
If
wouldn't
this was a
surprise me if
normal
they
run-up
do
to the
go for
draft,
him
would this
because of
be
the
as much
whole
of an issue as
medical
it is right now?
uncertainties with Tua.
Probably not, Trey. And I think you look at it, if you
I
would be
think
there
I think
by
it's
the word
Tua,
of the injury, they would have had to
but
trade up to get
I'm
him.
probably
The offensive
wrong.
tackle's interesting, and then do you circle back to
Heck,
the
I've been
quarterback and
wrong.
to pass on
I've been
Tua?
wrong
This is a
twice
fascinating
today.
pick. We've been talking about it too
I had the
many for
Lions
2 months
going
every
for
day.
Derek Brown.
Yeah, listen,
Went
it's going to be
with
interesting.
Okudah, and then
So
I had
again, the
I had
Dolphins
Wirfs
have
going
the
to the
capital to
Giants.
do whatever they want
I
here.
was
Again, this is
wrong.
the first of their 3 picks in the first round, and there's still about
So far, the
7
teams have made the right
minutes
picks
to
so
go. Oh, wait,
far.
we're hearing it now. The pick is in. Let's go to the commissioner and see what happens.
Moment of truth.
With the 5th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Tua Tagovailoa,
It's Tua. There we go.
quarterback, Alabama.
Congratulations,
Well, there it is,
Tua.
which means for the first time since Kellen
Good job.
Moore,
Good pick,
who is now
Dolphins.
the
Good job.
Cowboys offensive coordinator, threw a pass.
Hey, I
We're
got
gonna have
the
a
right player going to the
left-hander
correct
who's
team.
gonna throw a pass in the NFL.
Wrong
provided,
spot,
of
but the
course,
correct team.
that Tua is healthy and ready to go when the season starts. But it's not just about the fractured hip and the dislocated hip. As you can see, Tua has dealt with a lot of injuries over his time at Alabama. A sprained knee, a left quad, a left ankle, a broken index finger. He's had spiral surgeries on
Good
both
pick,
of his
Dolphins. Good
ankles.
job.
And
Now
then,
you
of
got your
course,
franchise
in November
quarterback, and now you guys can go and
on this
maybe
play
make a move up
against
into the
Mississippi
top of the
State,
first round,
the
and you can go and get your
dislocation and the
offensive
fracture
tackle.
of the hip
There
that
are guys that are
sent
still
Tua's draft
available, and
status into doubt. But I
man,
guess the medicals came back as clean as everybody was saying they were going to be. Kurt
Tua's
Warner,
injury looks
you
so
see him
gruesome,
going
man.
through that,
You could tell he
9-minute,
was in
20-second
pain.
workout that
Ow,
he sent
man.
out to all the teams. Kurt, I guess the Dolphins liked what they saw.
You know, whenever I look at Tua, I kind of like see like a little bit of like a Mark Brunell kind of a deal, being left-handed and everything.
We're going to sit him for a year. I think when people saw that workout, they said to themselves, well, maybe not. He looks really good. He looks explosive. Those are things that he was built on in college. The quickness of his feet, the ability to redirect his feet, to buy time in the pocket. I think we all.
Who are the Chargers picking? I think this is Herbert. I had him going to the Chargers in my mock, and the Chargers' new uniforms are going to be pretty good. I'm not sure which ones they're going to go for. Right now, they sell some really good ones right now. I hope that they go for powder blue, and the powder blue looks really good.
So it's with progression, so anticipatory a thrower, and the thing
About 5 minutes to go for the Chargers pick.
So I said with all
I believe that this is either an offensive tackle or Herbert.
because of injury. Now Nick Saban's quarterback.
I think it's Herbert,
they
though.
don't pass on him. They take him. Now they got to think they have to sit him for a year.
Andrew Thomas is gone. He's the Georgia left tackle, so I think they could possibly go for Becton. He's the next best left tackle. Jedrick Wills could make some sense. And switching from right to left would be not ideal, but it could work. I would be surprised if this is worse because he's a right tackle. Switching from right to left would be not ideal for him. And I believe that this is a left tackle or Herbert all the way, but I'm thinking it's Herbert.
Louis, what do you think? Tua Tagovailoa. I mean, there's just so many things to Yeah, there's just so many things to like, Trey, about him, and I'm
so
glad
far,
they wound up feeling comfortable taking him because he has so many traits that really transfer very well to the NFL. And just take a look at him first and foremost.
Nice throw downfield right there by Tua.
The field safety, and then just throwing an absolute beautiful touch pass down the sideline to Devontae Smith.
A comparison to Steve Young. That's actually pretty good. Pretty interesting comp.
He throws the absolute.
But I think Steve is more mobile than Tua is actually.
He can throw the ball with velocity here on the
I think Mark Brunell is a good comparison. I see a very similar windup and throw from him. Yeah, and he can throw on the move. He's pretty mobile.
And then throwing on the move. I think this right here is beautiful. Step up in the pocket, escape to the left, and throw the sail route to Jerry Jeudy there on the sideline.
I'd forgotten how good.
One of the best athletes to ever play quarterback in the NFL, and Mark Brunell. So these two guys, I mean, look, they hit a home run right here. I'm glad they wound up taking him. All right, Lewis, thanks very much. So again,
okay, I'll turn the volume down.
Talking about Boomer Esiason leads the way with most left-handed touchdowns, but the legend of Tua is a real thing. Lane Kiffin, when he was with
What's it like being a YouTuber? It's fun. I'll tell you that. It's very fun, but at the same time, when you work on certain things, it's you gotta keep going and keep working. If you're somebody that has a low amount of subscribers like I do, just keep posting, and it can be really fun, but at the same time, it can be kind of frustrating at times. But I would just say, try to do whatever it takes to be able to you can grow your channel. Go forward, do some live streams, and I think that kind of helps a little bit too. I've done very few live streams, but because it's just not really very much my thing. But if you keep working hard, think of new creative ways to make your videos entertaining and at the same time informative, then being a YouTuber could be for you. So
absolutely. We heard there might have been a split. Some of the organization like Justin Herbert out of Oregon, but at the end, Tua Tagovailoa, the talent was too much to pass up. So now
they'll be on the craziest pick in the first round tomorrow.
Los Angeles Chargers. They are also in need
I think
of
I will.
Quarterback. So
I think I'll give some opinions on the draft picks, such as what were some of the best picks or some of the worst picks, craziest picks. I'll just have to think of something. Okay, the Chargers pick is in, so now that puts the Panthers on the clock. John, I'm good. I'm glad you can hear me better now. I know that my volume was up a little bit loud, so.
All right, that was a Pizza Hut moment.
Yeah, the radio is kind of lame, so.
Mel, what are we thinking here?
This is why this is kind of why I did this stream, just in case somebody couldn't see this and miss it. It's this is why I created the stream, just in case anybody can't be here to watch the draft. I'm kind of hoping somebody would watch the stream so I could give you the play-by-play.
And if he doesn't go here, then you get into that no man's land we've always talked about.
Yeah, listen.
Not only will I give you a shout out in my video tomorrow, I'm going to give you a shout out now, Keegan. Shout out to Keegan Anderson, great Packer fan, supporter. Two thumbs up for you, my man. And also, if anybody else who is here in the stream, could you give this video a thumbs up too? That would be greatly appreciated.
In the round or in the first round would certainly be something.
So with Carolina with the Carolina Panthers on the clock, I took Isaiah Simmons for them. I'm not entirely sure if this is Simmons. There's a possibility this could be C.J. Henderson.
2020 NFL Draft, the Los Angeles Chargers select Justin Herbert, quarterback, Oregon.
It's Herbert. Good pick. Good job, Chargers.
And there you see the reaction.
I had a feeling.
One thing you won't have to worry about when you're talking about Justin Herbert, his ability to understand the playbook.
Now, Justin certainly has issues. A lot of people are talking about some abilities to read defenses, some character concerns.
Amazing story.
He can develop, sit behind Tyrod Taylor for a year, and then you can eventually develop into becoming the quarterback that you can be. I have to believe that the starter from day one is Tyrod, but then next year it's Justin. So the Chargers made a good pick here. Good job. Good job, LA. Good job. So far, the picks are going great for every team. I got some incorrectly, but for the most part, this has been a great draft.
Also played at Oregon, and then there's Justin. Played basketball, baseball, and football in high school, and of course, Justin Herbert.
Throat's getting a little bit sore, a little bit talking so much. I need a little bit more water here, you guys.
Another one of the Oregon quarterbacks going high in the draft. NFL Network's Kurt Warner. Kurt, what do you think about Justin Herbert?
Well, there's a lot to like about Justin Herbert, Trey, is that we've seen the big arm. We've seen the ability to push the ball down.
Okay, with Carolina on the clock, any thoughts on who this could be? Simmons, CJ Henderson, or could this be a trade down here? The Carolina Panthers have entertained the idea of moving down. And I'd like to thank those who have just joined me in this stream. I see a couple people just left, but that's no big deal. So, thoughts on who this pick is?
Can he do that at the next level is my biggest question, though.
I had Simmons going in the mock, so, but I don't know. I think it's possible with Derek Brown still on the board. It could be him instead of Simmons. I actually forgot that Derek Brown was actually not picked yet. I had him going to the Lions, so I was wrong about that. And
he did have a pro day, which was very impressive. Oregon didn't have a ton of
I was completely wrong on that one.
He took to it.
Panthers will trade down here. Yeah, I certainly think that could be a possibility. This is a very good spot to move down. But I'm kind of wondering who will come up to go and get a player. I think if a team is targeting a defensive tackle like Brown, I'm kind of wondering who could move up besides the Atlanta Falcons, because the Panthers are not going to do a deal with them. They're going to make sure that their division rival doesn't get a good player like that unless you just don't do that kind of a thing. So I don't see Atlanta moving up here. I have to believe that this is Derek Brown here because they made a pick, so the Cardinals are now on the clock.
Dear team members, for 30 years I've been a pizza guy, delivering door to door and family to family. But now the world has changed, and we do more than bring pizza to the door. We help make people feel connected. We bring a sense of normalcy.
All right, so the Arizona Cardinals are on the clock, and
we're proud to serve. You know, you've already got a home team. Willie?
I think if the Cardinals are going to make a pick here, I had them moving down in my mock draft with the Atlanta Falcons, and the Falcons were going to go up to get a corner, Jeff Okudah, which I was completely wrong, but they could still move up for CJ Henderson. For the Panthers, I had to believe that this pick is Derek Brown or Isaiah Simmons.
When we first
it would make a lot of sense to go with Derek Brown. He's probably not the better player of the two, but the Panthers need defensive tackle help bad. They don't really have much of anything there at all. They do have Kaiwan Short there. They did sign Zach Kerr, the big guy. It would make a little bit more sense to add into that rotation, get some interior pass rush and stuff that runs. So I think this pick here for Carolina is Brown.
Bud Light Seltzer, available for delivery.
Welcome to the NFL Draft.
The Heisman winner, the champion, Joe Burrow.
Chase Young.
He's an instant playmaker.
The legend.
I'm going to check a few things around here while we're on commercial break here.
Join the NFL and help make a difference at NFL.com. At Royal Credit Union, you can manage your accounts anywhere and anytime. Our mobile app gives you check deposit, face and fingerprint login, real-time account alerts, and more.
Royal Credit Union has it all.
Discover more.
So far, I'm not really seeing much of anything, like there's any rumors or talks about getting trades. Right now, it looks as if that they're just going with picks and stuff like that. So,
We'll simulate end-game scenarios millions of times.
are the Packers getting better this year? I believe so, yes. I believe the Packers will get better this year.
On October 18th.
This, I think this team can draft pretty well here. If there's a very good draft, this team will be better. I actually see this team got a little bit worse because Brian Bulaga is gone. So right tackle is iffy at this juncture. If we draft an offensive tackle like I think that they will, then I think things are going to be looking up for the Packers in that regard. Also, wide receiver is stacked with talent. Stacked. It's so deep that we could take a good receiver in the third round, and we will have an upgrade.
I recently launched 22andMe to support healthcare workers.
So I get the sense that this 2020 Packers team will be better than last year's team that went 13-3.
Everyone's hard work on the film.
I'm not suggesting that we're going to go 13-3, but we will be a better team. I think Brian Gutekunst and the guys are going to make this team better.
That's Christian McCaffrey
with
there.
upgrades in various areas.
His own new initiative, 22andU, a fund that supports frontline medical workers battling.
So with Carolina on,
glad you're with us for what is
with Carolina making their pick, I think
here we are in the Bud Light
we could be looking at possibly a shocker pick here.
We have our regular gang of Lewis, Booger, and Mel Kiper Jr.
Yeah, Simmons still on the board. This doesn't surprise me that much. He's still on the board. I had him going here, number 7. So
and Hall of Famers in Michael Irvin and
here's the thing about Isaiah, from what I'm getting from sources, is that teams see him as a safety instead of a linebacker. And he's got the size of more of like a safety, but let's just say he's a very versatile player. This guy is going to be a stud wherever he plays. Whether he plays at inside linebacker, outside linebacker, doesn't matter. Safety, you're going to get a good player. I mean, he's a phenom. He can run sideline to sideline. He can tackle. I mean, the guy's a stud. And if Carolina gets him here, then you could see the second coming of Luke Kuechly, for crying out loud. Here's the pick.
NFL Draft. Carolina Panthers select Derek Brown.
It's Derek Brown. Good pick. Very good pick. They addressed a big need at defensive tackle. And Simmons is going to slide a little bit, but that's okay. I think he might come here to Arizona, who could go for some help at linebacker, but I don't think that they go that direction. I can see for Arizona moving down here. The Cardinals are on the clock still, 4 minutes into the pick. So it's Derek Brown going to Carolina, and this is a great pick for them, hands down.
Father James served in the Army and the National Guard and is now working with
That's going to take my second round mock draft completely right out of contention because I had a defensive tackle going to the Panthers in the second round, so I was wrong.
In the salute to service moment presented by USAA, for Derek, mediocrity was just not acceptable. His father, James, instilled a strong work ethic in his life. James served in the U.S. Army from 92 to 96. He was stationed
All right, so who do you think is going to be the pick for the Cardinals?
25th Parachute Infantry Regime. James also served
Anybody in here that can give me their thoughts on who the Cardinals are going to go for?
He says Derek always
comment at any time.
And help make other people's lives better.
Maybe the Packers are going to make a trade.
Everybody he played with. And
let's go get Simmons. Let's go get Simmons, you guys. We need inside linebacker bad.
What are we getting on the field from Baby Barack?
Well, went back for a senior year to get better technically, and I think you look at Isaiah Simmons outside linebacker.
They're definitely going defense. I feel like they have to go defense.
edge over Jalen Kinlaw. South Carolina is the first defensive tackle off the board. How did he
Would
do
surprise me if
against
they
the
go with
big
Javon
game
Kinlaw.
against the top-level
They
opponent?
could
Texas
possibly
A&M
address the
was impressed.
defensive line, but I don't think that they should.
Tackles, 3.5 tackles
I have to
for
believe that
loss
this
against
is
the
probably
top
going to be
LSU,
Isaiah
7
Simmons,
tackles,
possibly
2
an
for loss.
offensive
That's
tackle.
the difference
I
in
had them
Derrick
going
Brown
with an
over
offensive
Javon
tackle
Kinlaw.
and a
And
pass
Jack,
block.
with the consistency week in and week
And,
out.
yeah.
And Mel, to me, when I
Ooh.
watched him, the thing that jumped out to me, I thought he played with tremendous effort.
Nice
in every
little
game
lick
that
right
I've
there by
watched. I
Brown.
saw him pursuing plays all the way across the field. He can really reset.
Whatever
the
it is,
line
I'm
of
glad he's
scrimmage
not
with
he's not
his
coming to
power.
Detroit,
I was
though.
fascinated to see what Matt Rule would do with this decision. His first pick. Would he go Isaiah Simmons to get some speed and athleticism at the second level? He decided to go with the defensive lineman who can generate some of that interior pocket push.
I gotta
inside
change
the
this
division
banner here.
Where you're going to have going up against Tom Brady, Drew Brees, and Matt Ryan. So fascinating choice there. I love Derrick Brown, Bug.
Yeah, DJ, I love him too. You know, K1 Short was hurt last year. Jared McCoy is now gone. You need that guy inside to push the pocket. They drafted Brian Burns from Florida State, who's going to turn the corner. Derrick Brown is a perfect fit of a guy that
Jacksonville
can
is
go
on the
field,
clock
push the
now.
pocket. He plays sideline to sideline just the way I like
So,
Yeah, look, he is a high-effort player for such a big man. Look, him and Javon Kinlaw are both in that mold. Look, when you think about the Carolina Panthers, the fact that they
so far there have been no trades, and this is kind of surprising me a little bit, but at the same time I'm not so surprised because given the factors in that communication, I guess maybe the draft will play out to where there's not going to be very many trades. Kind of surprised me a little bit.
4-3, put your hand on the ground, rush the passer. So, look, Derrick Brown's one of the most powerful, explosive players in this draft. Matt Rule said he likes positionless players. You'll see Derrick Brown all up and down the line of scrimmage. And I'll tell you this, the NFC South better get ready because big number 5 from Auburn, he's the real deal. He certainly is. By the way,
this pick here is I'm uncertain right now. I don't think that they should go for Simmons, but he's a good player. You should not pass up on him.
Arizona Cardinals. Let's check it out.
All right, let's go. With the 8th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Arizona Cardinals select Isaiah Simmons.
Okay, Isaiah Simmons. Okay, I mean, I don't have a problem with the pick. He's definitely going to help the defense out a lot. And I considered putting Simmons here if he were to have dropped. He could probably play safety. He could play back with Buda Baker. I mean, a lot of teams see him as a safety, but I'm not so sure what the Cardinals see him as.
And it wasn't until
I like the pick.
The defensive coordinator went back to his home area of Kansas that he stumbled upon Isaiah Simmons, who was nicknamed Isaiah Slimmons when he was in high school. He did a little bit of everything. Here he is running with his running back on Clemson, Travis Etienne, and that's a dead heat. And the time he put in at the combine was absolutely spectacular. And we take a look at where.
Yeah, I could see wide receiver go here. Jacksonville released Marquise Lee, so they could look at wide receiver here in the first. I have to believe that Jacksonville could possibly go corner here. They need a corner bad. C.J. Henderson makes a lot of sense. He fits what they do. Long, tall corner, can play press, can play zone. I mean, I think he's a really underrated corner and was overshadowed by several other guys like Okudah, and he's a Florida Gator. Not a whole lot of love for Florida anymore.
1 week he might be lined up and covering George Kittle.
But yeah, I can see Jacksonville go for a wide receiver here. CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy here would make some sense. You give Gardner Minshew a weapon, but I do really like the other receivers for Jacksonville. You got DJ Chark there. You got D.D. Westbrook there. Those guys. Chark is your man. Westbrook is kind of like okay for every once in a while to make some plays here and there, but you add like a Jerry Jeudy or a CeeDee Lamb for Gardner. They could have a good offense. I feel like Jacksonville, with their needs on the defensive side, they need to go there. I feel strongly that they need to go for the defensive side of the ball. Maybe you address your defensive line here with Kinlaw, or you go for your corner, Henderson.
Yeah, it's interesting, DJ, that you said Derwin James.
Outside shot could be Xavier McKinney. You need a safety.
He can come down the box. He can go out on the perimeter and cover. These guys can play in the middle of the field. When you have positionless players like that against multiple personnel grouping offenses, that's what gives you an advantage. Or at least gives you a chance to compete against the.
So far, this has been a really good draft.
This was too easy of a pick for them to make with him falling into their lap like this. Well, he's ridiculous. His 40 time at the combine was 4.39 at 238 pounds, and he is moving in the desert now.
So far, so good. I'm going to step away for a sec, you guys, while there's a commercial break here, so hang tight. Good draft going.
It's only human to find inspiration in nature and also find answers. Our search to transform farm waste into renewable natural gas led Chevron to partner with California Bioenergy, working to provide an alternative source of power for a cleaner way forward. Miracles. What we deliver by deliverance.
At CDW, we get you're always looking to modernize.
Yeah, I'm just not sure office drones were the way to do it.
LOL. Our market share looks good, but where are the bagels?
Well, CDW can help modernize your company the right way with a scalable infrastructure from HPE, making you more efficient and secure.
Great. Oh. Maybe let's find a different room.
For transformation that works, you need Hewlett Packard Enterprise and IT orchestration by CDW. People who get it.
This is NFL Network, the place where football and culture collide. It's the collision of the GOATs and the MCs. Everybody, the offensive side of the ball. With the fashion and the food.
That's fantastic.
Slammed in with the fans, the stands, and the 12th man. Matched up with the music.
This is a real big culture moment.
And the movies. I started watching the show years ago. Mixed in with the X's and O's and the oohs and ahs.
What a run by George Kittle!
It's the fantasy.
He's going to be your number one quarterback. He's going to be your number one scorer.
And the reality. It's the access. People are going to count us out every week. And the attitude.
Say it to management. Or shut your mouth and put your money on the line.
It's the trash talk. And the crazy talk. Let's go. It's all here. All day, every day. Because there's no such thing as too much football.
Oh, okay, pick is in, and that will put Cleveland on the clock. That should be very interesting.
Say thank you all the doctors and nurses. We know that y'all on the front lines, so we think
Yeah, I wish more people would come into the stream too, but given my subscriber count, yeah. I've also figured out that I'm kind of boring. Apparently, that's what some people have said, that I am. I'm boring, and well, I'm not going to please everybody. It's kind of like whatever.
Well, look, we are all in this together. Please help us make a difference now. huddle up for COVID-19 relief efforts and join players, teams.
Pretty soon the Jets are going to run the clock. That'll be pretty interesting. I think there will be a run on offensive tackles here with Cleveland and the Jets. I'm believing it's offensive tackle all the way through.
NFL.com. Shop.com tonight for official 2020 draft gear, caps, jerseys, and more. All ship free. Also, the NFL is currently providing free complimentary access
for Jacksonville.
Sign up now.
I think it'll be C.J. Henderson in the corner.
Super Bowl classics, old episodes, and a show like A Football Life and Hard Knocks and the All 22 Coaches film. Go to NFL.com/Game Pass for more information. As we are moving at warp speed through the first round of this draft, and this is, we thought, something that might happen because of the virtual reality, and we are already in.
Kind of surprising that there hasn't been one trade.
Keep it up.
But I guess given the virtual format, I guess I understand why there hasn't been any trades.
2020 NFL Draft. The Jacksonville Jaguars select C.J. Henderson.
Ah, got it. Henderson. Nailed it. Good pick, Jacksonville. Good job.
C.J. Henderson getting the phone call.
I got another one correct.
Away from where he played his college ball.
Like I said, long, tall corner. He, Florida guy. I mean, heck,
he played running back in high school. In fact, his high school coach
makes a whole lot of sense. He's long, tall, fast.
He received scholarship offers from a bunch of places.
Yeah.
First team All SEC. Mel, tell us a little bit about C.J. Henderson.
I felt strongly all the way that this was Henderson. So, I mean, they traded away Jalen Ramsey last year, traded A.J. Boyd. They needed to go get a corner, and they need to get one badly. And plus, I'm a huge proponent of getting your corner in the first round because I don't see corners being very good past the first round to start out. Cornerback is a really tough position to it's tough to learn. So it makes sense to go get your corner very early, top 10.
His coverage ability, that's what you're looking for in the NFL.
All right, Cleveland's pick is in. Wow, that went fast.
No question about it. Look,
this is probably Mekhi Becton, or there's also a shot. It's Tristan Wirfs. I don't see it being a right tackle here because you need a left. So I think this is Becton.
Just about every snap that he could when they played LSU. And he's a guy who's proficient playing both in press and in off. He has the feet to line up in press and saddle you at the line of scrimmage and then run with you downfield. He has the feet and the hips and the eyes to play from off and play all the different coverage packages that you want to play when you back off. He just needs to be more consistent at the catch point, but he is a guy who is supremely talented and fits the mold of the kind of quarterback that is.
Yes, it's been fast. I mean, it surprised me that Cleveland made this pick. I mean, I get it though because you need offensive tackles badly, and unless they trade for Trent Williams, then they might go with something different. But I have to believe all day that this is a left tackle.
Years of coaching both in the college and the NFL.
You have Mekhi Becton drop.
Cornerback I've ever seen. All right, now we're at the 10th pick. Introducing the Browns pick is St. Jude patient Fletcher Rollison. Fletcher was diagnosed with a rare brain tumor, and his family turned to St. Jude.
Keegan, I'm sorry I missed your question here, man. I'm going to show your pick here. Okay.
Hello, NFL fans, and a special shout out to Browns Nation. I am so excited to have introduced the first round draft pick for my hometown, Cleveland Browns. The wait is
shout out to you, Fletcher.
Over. Thank you to the NFL for your support of St. Jude. While my journey with cancer has been hard, I cannot say enough about St. Jude. The doctors and staff are amazing.
Okay, I think I'll answer your question.
And now
let's see. Right now, so far, I got
Go Browns!
Joe Burrow, Chase Young, C.J. Henderson.
Thank you, Fletcher. We are so happy.
The pick is coming in. Right now, I have 3, so
we're very proud to support you.
I think I have 4.
And childhood cancer, and we're all in your corner, Fletcher. Go get them. So I have the Browns pick with the 10th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft. The Cleveland Browns select Jedrick Wills.
It's Wills. Wow.
Alabama. I hope you like it, Fletcher.
That's a good pick, though.
Well, not a surprise that they go
I mean, I think he's better than Becton, to be honest.
Tua
But
Tagovailoa called him the alpha male in
I'm
the
kind of questioning him as a
for
left
Alabama.
tackle.
And remember, Jonah Williams was the 11th
Unless
pick
you
last
want to
year
move
for the
Conklin
Cincinnati
over to
Bengals at
left,
tackle.
and then
A
you
lot of
put
people studying his
Wills
tape
to right,
kept
that
looking
might
at
make
the
some
right
sense.
tackle, saying, who is this guy at the right tackle? It's Jedrick Wills. And Daniel Jeremiah
Yeah,
from the
Jedrick
NFL
Wills
Network. Remember,
Jr.
they got Jack Conklin in
Good
free
pick.
agency.
This is a
So
very
now
good pick for
Baker
them.
Mayfield has potential
I
bookend
got a few
tackles
questions
to protect Baker
just
Mayfield.
where they're
What
going
do
to
we
play
think
him,
about
though.
Jedrick Wills?
That's all.
Well, I think he's
Oh,
gonna
is
be
it's
the
a
one
slam
making the
dunk.
move over
Great
to
pick
the
for
left side with
Cleveland.
the Cleveland Browns. You'll keep Jack Conklin at right tackle because Jedrick Wills.
That's a
has
very
the
good question, Adam. What is happening with Wirfs?
elite rushers.
It beats me. I guess I think maybe his true value is coming out. There was just so much talk about Wirfs going to the Giants, but he had a lower floor, possibly going to Tampa Bay. Given that he is strictly a right tackle and not a left, that could be part of it. But it beats me.
Going into the future.
I thought he would be the first offensive tackle off the board.
Day one as an NFL starter, Jedrick Wills was better equipped than any other tackle in this draft.
Yeah, I thought they were going to go that route early on. I think about where the Giants went with Andrew Thomas. Jedrick Wills, a right tackle, but he will be a left tackle, and he'll get the job done. He was outstanding and pass protection. Only allowed 1 sack and 3.5 hurries all year at that right tackle. So they keep that running game as well for Alabama. But Arizona, they tried to Simmons. Kyler Murray was hit a lot, so that was a little bit of a surprise. But Simmons is there. They passed on the offensive tackle, allowing Will to get down this far to the Cleveland Browns.
Mel, thank you. He got his good feet from his mom who played college hoops.
I'm going to go with a solid A- here for Cleveland for Jed Wills here. So
he's the 7th offensive lineman from Bama drafted under Nick Saban, including, as I said.
So for the Jets, who do you guys think that this is going to be? I'm thinking offensive tackle all the way. I think this is either left tackle Mekhi Becton or could possibly be Wirfs, or a wide receiver would make some sense. I hope that the Jets don't pick a wide receiver here, get one in the second.
If you're over mac and cheese at PB&J's, have we got good news for you? Right now, get Pizza Hut's best.
I have to think that I'd have to think that with the wide receiver depth there, I think the Jets should be all in on protecting Sam Darnold. You pick a left tackle, and then the second round you come back, and then you pick a wide receiver. But I think they could go with CeeDee Lamb or Jerry Jeudy here. That wouldn't surprise me at all if they were to go that direction. To grade Ruggs as a player, I'm grading the pick. Okay, I was actually initially going to give my things of pick per pick, but I just forgot about that. So for Henry Ruggs as a player, I think he's a good player. I don't know. I'm not sure how to grade him. But whichever team Ruggs goes to, I will give you the grade when he gets picked.
Serving part-time in the Army National Guard.
We got a little bit of a commercial here, so Jerry Jeudy. Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me at all if it's Jeudy here. Given their need at wide receiver, they need a number one guy, but they really need a left tackle bad. But it's the Jets. They make some really unilateral picks, so I can see them go with a wide receiver, which is not going to be a bad pick, by the way. It's not going to be a bad pick at all.
Together, we can do this.
Yeah, I mean, this pick here for the Jets. They're probably going to try to take their time, thinking it out a little bit more. Should we go for a wide receiver? Should we go for a corner? Clock might run out. That would be so fun if that did happen. I actually made a bold prediction in a video that the clock was going to run on a team or a couple teams because of virtual communication. So I can absolutely see that happen, where the clock was going to run out, and I predicted that it's going to. I didn't necessarily predict it was going to happen in the first round, but at any point. But that'd be kind of fun if the clock ran out on the Jets like it did the Vikings. From 2002 and 2003, that was funny. It's so Vikings. Got a minute to go, and I think they're going to make a pick here. So, thanks for seeing it, Keegan. I just kind of went with some bold predictions, and those were just some of that.
But blood is needed to save the lives of people.
Okay, the Jets are not really on the clock anymore. They made their pick, so I'm going to have to change that to the Las Vegas Raiders being now on the clock. So I have to believe that the Jets here are going to go for an offensive tackle. But could be a receiver here. They could have the pickings of the best receivers available. This could be Judy, CeeDee Lamb. Outside shot, it's Ruggs. But I have to believe that this is an offensive tackle. I had them going for Andrew Thomas here, but he got taken earlier than I projected. And I mean, Andrew Thomas, left tackle, makes a lot of sense. So, but the best left tackle available right now is Becton. If this is worse, I would be surprised, or not surprised, but I would be a little iffy on that, given that he's a right tackle, and having him go from the right to the left would be a little bit of a change. But
this draft, and I talked about it earlier, it's the diversity we have in these wide receivers, and I love Jerry Jeudy. He's such a great guy.
Michael Irvin's talking about Jerry Jeudy.
I love how he, what I call, gives you that stinking leg and takes it right back when he's running with the football.
Watch a clock around the Packers, that would be sad. I don't know. I think it'd be kind of like, what? You'd be like thinking, what are you guys doing? The clock has run out. Get your pick in. As Denny Green said it, turn your pick in. You know, turn your pick in. That was a good draft day moment for sure. Rest in peace, Denny Green. Respect coming from a Packer fan, man.
We didn't have a trade in the top 10 picks as we look at Henry Ruggs, waiting to hear his name called. Last time we hadn't had a trade this late in the first round was 2015. The first.
That would be interesting if the Jets go for Ruggs here.
So we'll see what happens.
I think that would be a good pick, though. Not gonna lie, it would be a good one.
Waiting for his name to be called, as is CeeDee Lamb, and again, also a big play waiting to happen. And then there's Jerry Jeudy. These are the receivers, and once they start to go, it could be they go on a run. Will they go here with the Jets?
I think this could be a run on receivers here. I'm not entirely sure if the run starts
in the
here.
2020 NFL Draft, the New York Jets select Mekhi Becton.
Oh, okay, it's Becton. Good job. Good pick, Jets. You made the right one. Good job.
Human beings that large should not
Very
run as
good pick.
fast as Mekhi Becton did. At the combine, 364 pounds.
Let's see, I'm going to give this a grade.
5.1. According to ESPN stats and information, that's the heaviest player ever to run a sub-5 140. And if you like people just abusing other humans, the Mekhi Becton tape is for you. Why is he so big? Well, his mother is a caterer who specializes in soul food, and as you can see,
I'm going to go with a really solid A here for this pick. The Jets for going for Becton. Got the best left tackle available. Now you got some pass protection for Sam Darnold. Good job, Jets. Good job.
The combine, as you see,
Raiders are going to go wide receiver here. I definitely think that they're going to go receiver here. It's a matter of which one. I hear that Mike Mayock and John Gruden like CeeDee Lamb, so I think this one is CeeDee Lamb. So book it. CeeDee Lamb is going here.
Lewis, this is a guy.
Don't be surprised if it's AJ Terrell, the corner. Now that I had him going 19. Because the Raiders like Clemson guys. If it's T. Higgins, I don't see it being T. Higgins, but don't be surprised if it's T. Higgins. Don't be surprised if it's a Clemson guy in general, you know. But I think that this is CeeDee Lamb, and I hope it is.
On the ground, and if you get up to the second level on linebackers, it's really all over, Booger.
Well, without a doubt, and to me, this is a great pick. Well, we know how big he is. Reminds me a lot of Trent Brown with the way he's able to move at that side. But to me, this is all about Sam Darnold. You need a left tackle. You need to protect.
T. Higgins might go to the Packers. I mean, he could.
New York Jets.
He definitely fits the profile of a Packer receiver. Big, long, tall receiver.
He's protected.
Great on jump balls.
Brooke, I tell you what, I think they got the best tackle in the draft in Mekhi Becton, and somebody that when you watch how hard he's been working through this process, I know there was some concern about his weight. There's Joe Douglas there celebrating with the New York Jets with his family. I know there was some concern about his weight. I actually texted with his trainer yesterday and said, I need a proof of weight.
Yeah, the Raiders right now so far no trades and the pick is in, so the 49ers are now on the clock.
So he's been able to control his weight.
That's kind of surprising that there's no trades, but I wasn't predicting any.
Big truck and start driving it, and that's what he does against everybody you watched him on tape for Louisville this fall. This is a giant of a man. This is Mount Becton, who's been brought in to protect Sam Darnold, and I can promise you Le'Veon Bell is going to be a big fan as well.
DJ, I want to read something to you that you talk about where he's come from by his strength coach at Louisville. He said when we got him, he was about 390 pounds,
I think
and he couldn't make it through warm-up.
for the 49ers, I think they possibly could move out here. I definitely predicted that they were going to trade. They were either move down or completely out of the first round entirely. So don't be surprised if the 49ers don't pick a receiver here, like Judy, Lamb, Ruggs.
And now we're taking a look.
Would have also think that Kinlaw could be an option too. Would be an option
we were
here.
Supposed to be there, celebrating the potential of the Raiders moving to Vegas in 2020, and there you see their bright new shiny Allegiant Stadium. But the pandemic has forced us and so many others to dramatically alter our plans. We're here sharing a message of hope and some of the iconic stars of Las Vegas. There you see John Gruden.
Right now you see John Gruden and Mike Mayock.
And there's Mike Mayock, who spent a lot of years analyzing this draft.
They're having some fun.
Let's go back to Daniel Jeremiah.
AJ Terrell might go here. Yeah, that's what I said.
Well, I thought it would be either corner or receiver here. I think with C.J. Henderson already being selected,
this has to be a receiver or a corner.
They need to find a Z receiver to replace Antonio Brown. They were so excited about that pick. And
I think it's a little early. It's too early for Terrell. So
replacement right here. I'm going to go with CeeDee Lamb. Would be my guess here for the Raiders.
All right, Daniel Jeremiah is in on CeeDee Lamb going to the Raiders. We'll see what happens here. We believe that the pick is close to coming in. In fact, I can confirm that the pick is in to Commissioner Goodell. Let's find out. Does Daniel Jeremiah know what he's talking about? I mean, he does, but
There are many first evers that are part of this draft, including the first ever official draft selection by the Las Vegas Raiders. And I've got it right here. So with the 12th pick of the 2020 NFL Draft, the Las Vegas Raiders select Henry Ruggs, wide receiver,
it's Ruggs.
Alabama.
Ruggs over Judy and Lamb. Wow.
Well, there you see Henry Ruggs. Daniel, you
I mean, this is a good pick, though.
Henry Ruggs
is good, so
player. Just so you know,
he certainly got the speed and everything like that. Now Derek Carr could throw deep to him.
24 of them went for touchdowns. In other words, 25%.
This is a little bit of a surprise. I was going CeeDee Lamb all the way here, but
to the house. And when he celebrated those touchdowns, you always saw him.
But still, this is a receiver, so it's a good pick.
Roderick Scott. They played high school basketball together, and one weekend they were supposed to drive in the same car to a high school tournament. Ruggs was feeling under the weather, had the flu, didn't go. Scott was in a one-man car crash on the highway that trip and was killed in that crash. And Henry Ruggs celebrates his honor, throwing up that three every time you see him score a touchdown. John Gruden, very happy that he's got the burner that ran the 4.27, as is Mike Mayock. Hi, Mike. Make sure the dog is taken care of. But if you want to talk about an athlete, my God, watch what Henry Ruggs does playing basketball. It was absolutely a rim obliteration. He was jumping from everywhere to throw it down at Robert Lee High School. So you
so
know
I'm
he
going to
can
put
play
the
hoops.
pick. I'm going to nail the. I'm going to put the grade in there.
Unofficially was clapped clock at a 4-2-3-40.
So for the 49ers here, Judy, Lamb are all there for the pickings. I'm not sure if it's Judy because of the medical. CeeDee Lamb would here make a lot of sense. I had CeeDee going here to the 49ers from a few drafts ago, but because the Raiders went with Lamb, I chose Judy for them. But it still could be Judy. So
they wanted to match speed for speed. They wanted to match explosion for explosion.
This should not have surprised. This didn't surprise me all that much to go for them to go for Ruggs because he does have that speed.
This kid can run
But CeeDee Lamb, man, wow, he's good.
That ball just like you saw him dunk in the basketball.
Nice catch in the back of the end zone.
Like we talked about that speed, he didn't have the drops, and I think the production wasn't up to the level of Jerry Jeudy. But you talk about 4 first-round.
So with this pick here, anybody chime on in and say who you think this one's going to be? You think the 49ers are going to go here? Do you think that they go receiver? Do you think they move out or go for Kinlaw, the defensive tackle, to replace DeForest Buckner?
Henry Ruggs III will be asked to do with the Las Vegas Raiders. Lewis?
The interesting thing about Henry Ruggs is this. He's just not a deep threat. What he really is, he's a catch-and-run threat. And they did a great job at Alabama of doing that, getting him the ball quick and then letting him absolutely just slice through the defense and have those tremendous running catch type situations. He's a guy who will catch the ball out of the backfield. He's a guy who can play all 3 positions as wide receiver. And he's a guy who, DJ, I think the number one thing that he really can do is he can also give you some reps on special teams if you needed him to, but getting drafted this high, I have a feeling he won't see very much action on that phase of the game.
And look, Lewis, talking to Mike Mayock this week, he talked about Josh Jacobs running for over 1,100 yards into crowded boxes last year. You put Henry Ruggs on this field, you're going to scare safeties out of there. You're going to have a lot more room for Josh Jacobs to run. And also add Darren Waller at tight end. He ran in the mid-4.4s. Now you've got Henry Ruggs who ran in the mid-4.2s.
Yeah, I think this is CeeDee Lamb.
Fast, real quick.
Can we all just take a moment to acknowledge what we're seeing here? Michael Irvin.
I think this is CeeDee Lamb all the way.
Henry Ruggs is swagging out.
I think the 49ers will move out from 31 to go into a second. I don't think a team is going to make a huge jump
That tells you something about that
to go for a wide receiver.
He's letting you know.
I don't think another team would want to give away a second-round pick at this point, and more than a second-round pick.
And the Raiders hope that he can make that statement late when he gets on the football field.
Now, listen, I knew you would appreciate the road, Michael. Just so you know, from 1985 to 2010, no Alabama wide receivers were taken in the first round. And now we've gotten 4 in the last 5 years. And quite frankly, I'm going to make a pretty safe bet that we're going to get a 5th one in Jerry Jeudy coming up the board at sometime in this first round. But for more on all of this, let's check in with our fine ESPN insider.
This will be interesting if this is Jerry Jeudy. You'll get 2 back-to-back Alabama wide receivers going here.
To see a single trade. Not one team has traded out of its draft slot. We had Detroit at number 3 taking calls, but no team ever made an offer for them. Miami didn't make an offer. The Chargers didn't make an offer. Same thing with the Giants.
Yeah, the Packers do have 2 back-to-back picks on day 3. It's 208 and 209 in the 6th round. That's going to be pretty fun.
We're now at a pick right now.
At 208 and 209, I had Bassey the corner, and at 209, I think I had Josiah DeGuerra, the fullback tight end.
No tackle on the board. To get Tom Brady more protection, that would be a logical pick.
Did the 49ers trade?
To make with Tampa Bay coming up.
I don't see that yet because I think I'm behind. So this will be interesting to see who's going to move up here. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, there it is. There's the trade. Wow.
They just signed Rob Gronkowski.
And Tampa Bay moved up 1 spot.
It is protection, right? They gave up 47 sacks last year, Louis Riddick.
Well, this is interesting.
Because Jameson hung on to the ball
that there's going to be Tampa Bay moving up 1 spot. I'm thinking they must be going for an offensive tackle here. You have Wirfs still available, and I think this is going to be pretty good because you can secure getting your right tackle to protect Tom Brady. So this is why this little trade makes a lot of sense for them.
Except for maybe they could use another running back as well. But they have the perimeter weapons. They have the guys who can attack the middle of the field. They're pretty set at guard and center. They just need to
Tampa Bay just move up here at 13, and are they going to pick at 14 also? Wow.
So who's the best one left, Mel? We've seen Beckton go off the board. We've seen Wills go off the board.
Get the feeling that they could probably.
Surprisingly, we've seen Andrew Thomas. Is
now,
it Tristan Wirfs here for you, Mel?
It would be Tristan Wirfs. Of course, the right tackle at Iowa, but
I think this has to be Wirfs here. And then at 14, if they're picking here, then they could go wide receiver also. There's been some talk about getting Brady another weapon, but man, I think that's something. Okay, never mind. It's San Francisco will be back on the clock after making this deal. So the 49ers are not going to get. The 49ers are not going to get a really huge draft pick here.
Is that the most perfect picture you see from
They
Bruce
probably,
Arians right there, the Buccaneers head
Tampa
coach?
Bay probably only gave up maybe a 4th round or a 5th round pick here at best here to get their guy here. Bruce Arians is talking on the phone,
right now. So, again,
talking to his new guy, whoever it is.
You see Jason Light there, the general manager of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, who, by the way, was part of the scouting department for New England when they picked Tom Brady 199th overall in the 6th round.
This would be interesting if they go quarterback, but I doubt that they do go quarterback.
Lewis, from your perspective, that would match up with what we're talking about.
If they go Jordan Love here, I will be surprised, but at the same time, not so much because, I mean, I wouldn't go for a quarterback. I wouldn't go for Love here at 14.
Really. I mean, he's the logical choice here because when you think about where you're
I
picking
believe
at right
all
here,
day that this is an offensive tackle and it's Tristan Wirfs to protect Brady and the future quarterback, whoever they're going to get to replace him.
And Tristan Wirfs is one of those interchangeable guys as far as being able to go from the left side to the right side. He did it in the course of games, and there's no question that down here at this pick.
Who do you think this pick is going to be, guys? That's what I would like to know from.
It's probably a slam dunk for him. Lewis, thanks. Before we announce this next selection,
I'm guessing the one that's going to comment here is Keegan, and that's fine.
Hey NFL fans, I'm Staff Sergeant Bethany LaVille, currently deployed to Al Udeid Air Base, Qatar. And we're
I'm probably going to guess you're going to say it's Wirfs.
Let's see who gets to wear the Buccaneers uniform.
I doubt it'll be any other offensive tackle here at this point. Probably not even Austin Jackson or Josh Jones.
From the 28th Expeditionary
It'd be a little high for both of them.
McDill Air Force Base, Tampa Bay, and currently deployed to Al Udeid Air Base, Qatar. We are proud to represent Tampa Bay and our home team, the Buccaneers. Now back to you, Commissioner Goodell. Go Bucs.
No, I need to put the 49ers back on the clock here.
Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Caldwell, and thank you to all of our service members for your courage and sacrifice on behalf of our country. The San Francisco 49ers have traded the 13th
Caleb on
pick to the
Chase
Tampa
on
Bay Buccaneers
edge rusher.
With the 13th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft. The Tampa Bay Buccaneers select Tristan Wirfs.
Yep,
tackle,
great
Iowa.
pick. I got that one.
Now we're seeing this run on offensive linemen. And
There we go.
You see Tristan Wirfs there getting the phone call right there. And
There goes. There's Wirfs.
Another freakish athlete. He's 6'3", 322 pounds. Ran a 4.85 40. He was raised by his single mother, Sarah, and he was going to walk with her down the red carpet in Las Vegas. That didn't happen, so he brought the red carpet to her. This was this afternoon. By the way, can we just take a moment to honor the mom's T-shirt that she's wearing? Respect. And then respect that Tristan Wirfs has.
Now with the 49ers back on the clock, they moved one spot down, and they could still get CD Lamb or Judy, whichever one they like. And I think they got some picks out of it, but we don't. But I'm not entirely sure what they are yet. I'd like to be able to look and see if I can try to find the terms of the trade. This is probably just a fourth, probably a 5th round pick. Come to think of it, Tampa Bay doesn't even have a 4th round pick, so. Or, I'm sorry, the 49ers do have a 4th and a 5th. They don't have a 4th round pick. They do have a 5th round pick, so that's probably what they did give up was a 5th round pick to go up.
And if you're a visual learner,
I'm sorry, Tampa Bay doesn't have a 4th round pick, so it has to be a 5th or lower.
That's 320 plus pounds jumping.
It's interesting that Tampa Bay is just giving away picks left and right like this.
And sticking the landing. Mel, he's an athlete. What do you see when this athlete is on the field? Well, I'll tell you what, he was
I'm not seeing any
right
terms of the trade. I'm going to try to.
Left tackle. Thing is, with his size, he can manhandle people at the line of scrimmage. You know about impressive when he plays with proper leverage. That's the key with work. Proper leverage. Sustaining at times is an issue. Pass protection, quick feet you look for, good technique. See the punch move. Balance at times is a little bit of an issue.
I'm looking around to see if I can find the terms of the trade here. So far, I'm not really seeing anything.
Awesome athletic and physical talent he brings to the table. Obviously, I think it's
looking at articles, I see nothing at all.
Tom Brady. It's all about making Tom Brady great and keeping him upright and not letting anybody.
I guess the terms will come out at some point where.
Without a doubt, Mel, when people talk about this guy being a great athlete for an offensive line, let me tell you, he's a great athlete for a football player. He ran faster than most tight ends did at the combine.
Oh, okay, so under 5 minutes to go. 49ers.
The zone scheme. You need athletes on
Who's the pick here?
Whether it's a guard or a tackle. And also, you talk about Tom Brady.
Question to you guys. Who's the pick?
Strong punch. We know Brady is an iron deer in the front.
Lamb, Judy, Kinlaw.
You want somebody that has strong hands that can solidify that punch. The Buccaneers got a steal here at this pick with Tristan Wirfs.
Well, again, he's the
Justin. Who will the Packers take? Right now, my guess would be Josh Jones, the offensive tackle. That's who I had going in my mock.
The draft nervousness is over
and
for him
CeeDee Lamb. I think it's Lamb too.
Their guy, Bruce, is fired up as we continue with the first round of the draft.
I think this pick here is CeeDee Lamb, hands down. You can get a pretty good weapon here for Jimmy Garoppolo, and yeah, the 49ers also collected another extra pick or something, and still got him. So good wheeling and dealing. Did I say Justin by mistake? I meant Josh. I meant Josh Jones. So yeah. I might have said Justin by mistake. So with under 3 minutes to go, I think the 49ers here are probably carefully considering who they're going to get here. Wouldn't surprise me if it's Kinlaw over a receiver. But due to the medical and rawness, it's possible that Kinlaw is going to suffer a little bit of a free fall, like I predicted in my mock draft. I had him going 22 to Minnesota. That's things happen. Prospects will drop. I mean, especially we've seen some interior defensive linemen drop due to positional value, but I think that position is actually being devalued. I really like interior defensive pass rushers and run stoppers. They do the dirty work in the trenches, and so it's all about the flashy quarterbacks with the live arms and the flashy wide receivers and catching passes, circus catches, like on some Odell Beckham stuff. Woo! Catch. Coming down with it, that's all great and everything, but I like the big guys in the trenches. They do the selfless work. Not everything in football is all about flash, and I like a dominant interior defensive lineman like an Aaron Donald. Those are the kinds of guys that are underrated. For years, I was a huge fan of the Gravedigger, Gilbert Brown, that type of guy. Santana Dotson. Santana Dotson was another guy that was great. And then Kenny Clark, the Kenny Clarks of the world. Those guys are underrated. They don't get enough love, especially from the media. I mean, J.J. Watt, he's a 3-4 defensive end, but he's an interior guy. I mean, how many of those types of guys come around? If you have someone drop to you, get them. And So far, the clock looks like it's kind of running out on the 49ers here, under 30 seconds, which is interesting. We've got Kyle Shanahan there. And John Lynch. They made their pick, apparently, so the clock didn't run out.
If you were the defending NFC champs with the job they did last season. One of the big moves the San Francisco 49ers did last year was trade late in the season for Emmanuel Sanders, and of course he has moved on to New Orleans. And there was Oklahoma wide receiver C.D. Lamb. Some consider him to be the best wide receiver.
So right now it looks as if that
class, but Henry Ruggs was the first to go.
This is going to be some time here.
Judy. Our own Todd McShay says Jerry Judy
got the
is
receivers
the best
all at home,
he's
sitting there.
In all his years of studying film. So could San Francisco be looking here at a wide receiver to replace what they lost in Emmanuel Sanders? Let's go to Michael Urban here. Michael, what do you think? If it's one of these two,
what would happen if it ran? If the clock ran out?
I talked about the diversity of wide receivers.
Then the next team picking would get to be on the clock, and they would get to make the pick. And then the 49ers would have, or they would get to be on the clock, but the 49ers can turn their pick in at any time. So they would have to get in there, to make their pick. So, you know, Denver could wind up picking at 14, and then the 49ers would get to be picking at 15 instead.
San Francisco plays in the toughest division, arguably, in the NFL right now.
Or 16, and then if Atlanta had gotten their pick in before, the 49ers would have, and they would have been picking at 16.
Is in. Let us see what San Francisco did. They moved one slot back.
I kind of hope that makes a little bit of sense there.
Where is San Francisco going?
With the 14th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Javon Kinlaw.
Oh, okay, it's Kinlaw. That's a good pick right there for them.
Another surprise, but Javon Kinlaw is.
I mean, they didn't really need a receiver, so this pick makes some sense for them. Is to go for a replacement for your Buckner. And I considered Kinlaw here in my mock draft, but I was thinking, I think they're going to go for they're going to go for a wide receiver here. Get your quarterback some help. But the receivers are good there. They have Deebo Samuel. They do have Dante Pettis and a host of others. Kendrick Bourne. So this pick makes a lot more sense to go for a replacement defensive tackle. Essentially, you just traded DeForest Buckner for Javon Kinlaw, a younger player that you don't have to pay as much money as you do for you had to pay for Buckner. So it's not a bad trade-off at all. Good pick for the Broncos.
As is what we saw in the field at South Carolina.
Without a doubt. You talk about the rich getting richer. He reminds me a lot of Richard Seymour.
I think the Broncos will go to receiver here. You got Judy, Lamb dropping. I mean, this has got to be easy for Denver. You take your wide receiver here. Could be Kenneth Murray though. I can see Kenneth here. Because they do need linebacker help. I don't think it's going to be anything else.
Can you be a three-down player? Can you rush the passer? Javon Kinlaw showed outstanding pass rush ability and power, especially at the Senior Bowl. Just like Richard Seymour, long arms, long levers. He can do it inside. And dare I say, John Lynch, they traded away DeForest Buckner. Now they get to Javon Kinlaw now, and this defensive line is going to be dominant once again.
So much for Kinlaw dropping to Minnesota then, but that's good because I did not want to see Kinlaw to Minnesota at all whatsoever.
This past year, first 5-6 games, he was dominant. Actually, 5 sacks in the first 6 games, only 1 the rest of the way. And that's where Derek Brown, week in and week out, was dominant. Kinlaw had that great start. Then teams adjusted, and he wasn't quite as much of a factor, but he's got incredibly long arms. Huge hands, DJ. Physically, if you could draw up a defensive tackle, Javon Kinlaw would be that guy.
Yeah, it reminded me of Marcus Stroud when I
Also, so much for the Atlanta Falcons going up for a corner. Now they're going to have to settle for a lesser corner. Too bad for them. You know, but hey, they can get Christian Fulton. They can probably be pretty good. That's what I see for the Atlanta Falcons.
And he replaced DeForest Buckner at the same position with the younger, cheaper
Dallas
player.
Could, if they miss out on Christian Fulton, the corner, they could probably go for Caleb on Chase on edge rusher. And Denver making their pick here, so this has to be a wide receiver.
When he went up against the best offensive lines in college football, that's when he really raised his level.
So now put Atlanta on the clock.
It was chasing people down the field. I remember in that Alabama game, just seeing him run downfield.
This has to be the area for Caleb on Chase on the edge rusher from LSU. So he'll come off pretty soon. This could also be an area where you have possibly inside linebacker, possibly a run right there, you know. Denver needs one, and Atlanta certainly could go inside linebacker, could go for a linebacker too, but I think they have a greater need at corner.
That's something I want to be
Dallas Cowboys as well, so we could see a run on corners.
Javon Kinlaw, now a San Francisco 49er. 30 seconds after a quick word from Verizon.
If we weren't able to stream anything, I think they'd be lost.
We're all home right now. That's why Verizon is giving you more of the entertainment you want.
The Packers need a receiver. Yes, we do. We do need a receiver, and I expect a receiver to be taken. If not today, it will be tomorrow, and I think it's a very large possibility we will be getting a receiver in the second round. I'm thinking who's going to be there roughly. I could see the guy that I took in my mock, Michael Pittman. I could see Laviska Shenault drop. Outside shot, we could see Denzel Mims drop. I mean, things have happened, and a lot of people have given Denzel Mims day 3 grades, so that kind of gives me a little bit of like where his ceiling is and where his floor is in terms of draft projection. So
waiting to go into his second season as the Broncos head coach. The pick
and don't get me wrong, I like Mims.
Let's see
if he's there at 30 and if we pick him, I'm going to be happy. So here's the pick.
In the 2020 NFL Draft, the Denver Broncos select Jerry Jeudy, wide receiver, Alabama.
There we go. It's Jeudy.
Congratulations, Jerry. Come on, Broncos.
There you go. Good pick.
And there you see Jerry Jeudy and family.
I had Jerry Jeudy going here to the Broncos a few mocks past. If you look at my second mock, I think I had Jeudy going here. And or did I have CD Lamb? I don't know. It was Ruggs. It was Ruggs in my mock from yesterday.
And he got his report card, and one of them was a B+. He said, no.
So, yeah, I mean, great pick for the Broncos. I think they got the best receiver in the draft.
It indeed was correct. Jerry Jeudy was a straight A student, but he felt
hang on a
with
sec.
some tragedy in his life. In November of 2016,
Joshua Gilbert, Justin Jefferson, maybe. Yeah, if he drops, then if he's there at 30, yes, I say go for it. Go for it. I really like Justin Jefferson a lot. He can play inside, he can play outside. He's got the size, he's got the athleticism. Just being able to get a bona fide number 2 wide receiver right away for Aaron Rodgers would be great. But I'm not going to count on it. I think Justin Jefferson will go to the Eagles. So I just don't see him dropping 30. But if he's there, pick him easily.
Michael Irvin, take us through what you like about
And I think the pick will be Josh Jones, offensive tackle.
How great he is at running routes. That's because he transitions.
That's who I think it'll be. It'll be an offensive tackle, whether if it's Austin Jackson or Josh Jones. If a receiver drops like Justin Jefferson, go for him. I hope we can move up for an inside linebacker, Murray or Queen. So, I mean, whew,
And he made 7 touchdowns.
a lot of options are available for Green Bay right now.
Sudden on the outside, and you put Jared Judy in the slot. That is a disaster for any defense when you're trying to stop Drew Lock in the Denver Broncos.
When I see Jerry Judy on film, I see kind of like a. He kind of looks a little bit like Pac-Man Jones, the corner out there. He kind of looks a little slim, but he can run.
We saw the Raiders go get Henry Ruggs, and then now you have the Denver Broncos go get Jerry Judy. The AFC West is loading up on offense.
Yeah, they certainly are. By the way, Alabama has 2 wide receivers in the first round now. It's just the 5th time in the
Okay, I'm going to answer this question for Keegan here. I'm sorry. Losing my voice here. Need a little bit of water. I have 1,015 subscribers, Keegan. And
If they weren't able to stream anything, I think they
here's another good question for the IRL bully. Thumbs up, hit the button. Yes, please hit that thumbs up. That would be much appreciated. I would like to get a whole bunch of likes here on this stream. I don't know how many I have right now. I will go and check. I'll go and check really quick to see how many likes we have on here. I hope you guys are able to hear me over this. The volume is, I'm trying to keep it at a pretty decent level here. So with Atlanta on the clock, who do you think is going to go here? I am very much uncertain as to what they could go for. If they could go, I think they could possibly go corner here. Christian Fulton would make some sense, but I mean, Kayvon Chase on an edge rusher could make some sense here. I don't think I don't think that they go anywhere else. I don't think that they go on offense. I think it'll be defense all the way, and I think it's Fulton. Yeah, I know. I'm going to put in the Dallas Cowboys on the clock. I think the Cowboys, if they miss out on their corner, I think it's Kayvon. Okay, so 13 likes. Yeah, hit that thumbs up. That'll be very much appreciated. Let's see if we can get over 100. I mean, I'm probably reaching, but maybe if there's enough people that come in and out, maybe there could be over 100. But going over 20 would be great. Maybe Jonathan Taylor for Atlanta. That's an outside the box pick right there. I mean, they brought in Todd Gurley, he has the hip issues. They could go for a running back, but I think if they do go running back here, I think it would be Swift. But Jonathan Taylor's going to be a great running back, whoever gets him. He's going to be a great running back, whoever gets him.
Looking receivers, there's CD YAC, yard after catch. He's phenomenal there. CD Lamb is, and you got the heck of a football player, Xavier McKinney. Justin Jefferson improved by leaps and bounds this past season. Chase on had some injuries, plays an outstanding pass rusher.
So the best available right now: Lamb, McKinney, Jefferson, Chase on, Kenneth Murray. Those guys are really good. I think they'll go pretty quick.
Patrick Queen.
Yeah, when
You have an iPad Pro with a keyboard.
Both of those teams need edge rush, and the
Cool.
second best edge rusher in this draft by a lot of people.
I don't have a tablet, so
You gotta think at some point he's going to be up to come off the board pretty
I
quick.
kind of would like to get one. And I'd probably go for more of an Android product as opposed to an Apple product, just because of price. And plus, I am a little bit more comfortable with Android products.
Like 3 weeks ago. So we'll see what the Falcons are doing. We know their head coach, Dan Quinn, is a guy who built his reputation off speed defenders. That's what got him the Atlanta head coaching job, the things he was able to do in Seattle as their defensive coordinator.
The Atlanta Falcons move up to go get Okudah because of the need a corner, and they like speed.
Point of the first round of the draft. The pick is in.
I think this has to be
what they're doing.
This has to be a corner here.
With the 16th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Atlanta Falcons select A.J. Terrell.
Oh, they got a corner. A.J. Terrell, though.
Well, there you
This is
see
a good pick.
A.J. Terrell and family, and it gets emotional pretty quickly, ladies and gentlemen.
That's not a surprise, but I was thinking the Raiders were going to get Terrell here, but
in the 2018 college football championship game, he scored the first points of that game
good pick, though.
with a pick six. Now, Terrell, by the way, changed his major from business to sociology because he said, I like to size
This is a good
people
pick
up.
here for the
I like
Falcons.
to understand why they think the way they do. Mel, he sized up people pretty well as a college player at Clemson.
Well, yeah, I guess the kid, he had some really strong days. Go back to the
Now the
Alabama
Las Vegas
game,
Raiders have
2018
missed out on their
final game of the
Clemson
year,
guy.
interception, 44 yards for a touchdown
But
in that game.
it
Talking
happens.
about 8 tackles as well in that football
Maybe they
game.
should have
Then
traded
goes to the
up.
final game. You think about what happened there against LSU, where he had trouble there in coverage. I think you look at A.J. Terrell, he has the length, he has the recovery speed, gets a little grabby. That's going to result in penalty flags.
Nice play right there by Terrell
Fans
breaking
for the
up that
clock.
pass on that
Recovery
one.
speed at times looks like it's an issue, even though I say he does have that outstanding speed. Has to become more of a wrap-up tackler. And I think when you look at him, Lewis, the talent's there. He needs a little bit more coaching.
He just needs to be more consistent, Mel. Look, this is a guy who really can get up on the line of scrimmage and challenge you in press man coverage. He has good route recognition. It's really the last third of the down is where I struggled with him as far as his ability to then go ahead and
So for Dallas,
that's where he got into trouble.
what say you guys on this pick?
Against
I feel like they could go for Christian Fulton, the LSU corner,
but if he can improve that, he'll help the Atlanta
possibly
Falcons
it's
secondary.
Chase on the edge rusher. They need some help there.
So A.J. Terrell goes to the Atlanta Falcons, which means, how about them Cowboys? The Dallas Cowboys are on the clock. And Jerry Jones, very impressive.
I'm wondering if I don't know if the Dallas Cowboy fan who was here. I'm forgetting his name. I'm pretty sure he's gone, but I think that this should be a really good one here. I think the Dallas Cowboys are going to get a really good player here. I think he's saying that he wanted Justin Jefferson, and well, here's your chance. I mean, Justin is available.
As you can see, Cowboys are the only
Oh,
one.
I'm sorry. He said he wanted Ruggs, but he's gone. But Justin Jefferson would be a good pick. For Dallas, they could go for a wide receiver to pair with Amari Cooper, but I have to think that they would want to go for a replacement for Byron Jones. You do have a Chidobe Awuzie. He's pretty good,
Are you okay with us putting you on the horse
but
like that?
I think you have to go for solidify your backfield and go corner here.
But I must admit, when I did get here to Dallas,
Is Goots looking to make a trade to move up, or letting the board come to him?
So this next pick, no matter where he comes
That's a good
from,
question.
when he gets here, he will be like the Cowboys. He'll get
I tend to
some
think
boosting on the
that
horse also.
I do think we need to
I could see a move up, but I think now I'm beginning to think that Green Bay will be picking at 30.
That was a fashion statement, my friend. I will never forget. We showed you Jerry
There's Mike
Jones.
McCarthy
There's Mike
with
McCarthy.
on the
Maybe a little
screen.
close to the camera. As you can see, Mike McCarthy has
It's kind of
a year
really
away,
interesting to see he's going to be the
obviously,
Dallas
after being
Cowboy
let
head
go of
coach.
Green Bay, but he was a
Seems
very
kind of strange
successful
because he's
coach.
beaten
They
the tar out of the
won Super Bowl
Cowboys all this
45.
time.
By the way, interestingly, in Dallas,
Now he's actually
31
joining
to 25 over the Pittsburgh
the Dallas
Steelers.
Cowboys.
9 playoff appearances in 13 seasons. Lewis, let's start with you. We look at the Dallas Cowboys.
I mean,
Obviously,
good
they
luck.
lost Byron Jones
Good luck, Mike.
in free
Good luck.
agency, making that mega
Good luck in
deal
Dallas.
to go to the Dolphins. They have
You're going to
needs
be
on the
needing
back
it,
end
buddy.
of that secondary.
With Jerry
They
Jones
may
as your
have some
owner.
needs on the edge rush.
But
so funny.
Where do we see them going here? Because I think a lot of the corners that the Cowboys might have been looking at are now off the boards.
Yeah, you really think about it, in the middle of the field, someone who can play a little bit of safety, play a little bit of nickel and dime linebacker is something that comes to mind for me. And I'm looking at Xavier McKinney from Alabama. I think he would fit nicely in the middle of the field. And
Xavier McKinney could make some sense for the Cowboys.
Packages are concerned. He's a guy who plays with tremendous energy.
I think they only signed Hawkland to a one-year deal, so it makes sense to kind of play him around a little bit.
That Dallas Cowboys star on his helmet.
All right, well, he's sitting
I
there
had McKinney going here at one point in a mock draft.
When you look at this team right here with the
But I was
Dallas
thinking,
Cowboys,
I think they need to go corner, they need to go edge rusher.
They'd be taking him right out of the lap of a team in their division, with the Philadelphia Eagles having a huge need at wide receiver a couple
And I think
picks away.
this pick all the way is a corner or a wide receiver.
They have those needs on defense, but CeeDee Lamb would be pretty tempting right here.
Well, this is CeeDee Lamb as he's waiting to hear his name called. Daniel, that's a
If this
really
pick is CeeDee Lamb, this would be a very good value pick for sure. And you add CeeDee Lamb, pair him with Cooper, then I don't have any fault with it.
Listen, from the value of the pick,
You want to get Dak Prescott a weapon here.
In the draft at 17, are you surprised Lamb is still there?
A little bit. I think you look at a guy like CeeDee Lamb, inside he was 50% of his production, outside 50%. DJ mentioned Dallas. I had Lamb going there in a mock earlier, one of the earlier mocks, because of that third receiver being an issue. You got Amari Cooper, Michael Gallup, that third guy, whether it's Lamb, Justin Jefferson would make sense. Obviously, I go with Lewis with Xavier McKinney. Love him as a football player. Antoine Winfield Jr. is obviously a kid, playmaker at Minnesota. And they need, maybe a center at some point where they look at Cesar Ruiz from Michigan, who played guard, then was an anchor of that Michigan line the last 2 years. But I think that third receiver, if you want to do that, it's tempting here with Lamb or Jefferson.
Well, it looks like they're having a good conversation. Smiles on the faces right now between Mike McCarthy, the head coach, and Jerry Jones.
Mike McCarthy, Jerry Jones are talking on the phone to a prospect. We are going to find out who this guy is pretty soon.
There's a lot of ways this team could go, and this is a team that has their franchise quarterback.
I wonder how much that couches that Jerry Jones has.
I'm
pretty sure it's
a few years ago is not the
in the
strength that it
thousands
was, but
at
the
least.
pick is in, and we don't have to guess anymore. Let's find out where they go.
With the 17th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Dallas Cowboys select CeeDee Lamb, wide receiver.
Okay, good pick. CeeDee Lamb is a good value pick, and this one makes a lot of sense here.
Well, Dak Prescott just got
I guess maybe
the
the corners are not there.
Is a weapon in every shape of the word. By the way, his first full name
there is
is
a lot of talk about
Sedarius.
Christian Fulton possibly going into the third round as opposed to the first round, which is what I've been thinking for them. But
By the way, he wears
I don't know. I guess it depends on how you value
Chester Ramirez, who passed
some
away on a
players.
business
Like,
trip,
do they fit
when
your
he
scheme
was
and
in
such?
China a few years ago. But CeeDee Lamb
But yeah,
is
this
a
is
big
kind of like the best
play
player
waiting to
available
happen,
kind of
and there you see the
situation.
reaction
So
as CeeDee Lamb is
I can't
coming
fault
off
them
the
for
board
making this
here.
pick here.
Michael Irvin, we're talking about a player at Oklahoma that was a big
This is
play
this is a good
almost
pick
all the
for
time he touched the ball.
Dallas here. Good.
Yes, he is. And this is a perfect pick. For
Now the
Dallas
Miami
Cowboys.
Dolphins are back on the
I know
clock, and they
wanted
need
to
an
shore
offensive
up the
tackle.
defense, but they know that
I think this one
and
could
talking
probably
to
be
them, that Lamb was the first
Jackson.
receiver they had on their board. And they talked about if he falls, they would have to snatch him up.
I did have Jackson going here at 18.
And they got the young guy outside, Williams outside. But what this kid does, he can play in
I have the wrong
position
team on the
that was
clock
made
here.
for
I
him
meant
by
Miami
Randall
Dolphins.
Cobb. He played 70% outside.
The Raiders
last
are
season,
next.
30% in the slot. But he had productions from both spots. 7 touchdowns outside, 7 TDs from that slot.
So I think this pick here, could be Xavier McKinney.
And make plays also.
For career fetches, Michael, of at least 40 yards. Third, they talk about top in school history.
Wouldn't surprise me if this one is McKinney. They need a safety. If they decide to go defense, then this one is either going to be McKinney. If they go offense, this one is going to be an offensive tackle. If they see the value is there for them, Austin Jackson, Josh Jones, one of those two guys makes sense for the Dolphins.
With the Dallas Cowboys, but as that third receiver with Cooper and Gallup, now you got Dak Prescott, 3 big-time options in the passing game.
Well,
Vikings might take Mims. They might. I mean, the first-round hype is there. I don't really buy the first-round hype as much as other people do, but I hope they don't. I really hope they don't. I'll be mad if Minnesota does pick them.
160 receiving yards. Jerry getting congratulations all around. Michael is happy too.
Don't want to have the enemy take one of our guys. So now we got a commercial break.
In nearly 100 years serving the military community, we've seen you.
Okay, so that's for the 7 of you that are in here. If you are brand new to this stream, you just came on, hit that thumbs up, and you can ask any question at any time you want. And if you are brand new to this channel, you want some Packer content or some NFL content, hit that thumbs up and subscribe if you're interested. I do more than just live streams. I do all kinds of videos, and you can go ahead and check out my channel anytime you want for, well, you know what I got up. So I know you're probably just going to stick with the draft. I understand that. So you can just come back and watch them at any time you're interested in, and you can go and check out you can go and check out my mock drafts. They're all there. See how wrong I was on this draft, but I think I did pretty well. There were some projected trades that I missed, 2 of them, and one that I didn't get, which was the 49ers moving down 1 spot for Tampa Bay to go trade up to go get the right tackle Tristan Wirfs out of Iowa. And I think the Dolphins take Jones with their last first-round pick. Yeah, that's certainly a possibility at 26. I think they might wait until then to go for an offensive tackle, but there could be an offensive tackle that could be a team that wants to go up for an offensive tackle. Offensive tackle has pretty good value in today's league. You got to protect your quarterback. So Green Bay could move up for Jones. Green Bay could move up for Austin Jackson. I mean, you never know. Okay, so now with the pick in, Raiders are now back on the clock. Let's go Miami. I think this pick here is probably going to be McKinney. If they go, I think they should go defense here. They got a good player here. McKinney makes sense. Caleb Chase on the edge rusher from LSU does not make sense. They signed a couple of pass rushers. It's doubtful that they go anything outside of McKinney or an offensive tackle. They could go offensive line elsewhere and maybe take a guard or a center. Cesar Ruiz, look out for that name. I can see Cesar Ruiz here. I mean, I don't think that they need a center per se, but they definitely need to shore up that offensive line, make it better, protect your quarterback. I mean, Tua definitely has those injury concerns, so you're going to want him protected.
Now, huddle up for COVID-19 relief efforts and join players, teams, fans, and communities around the world in the NFL draft-a-thon. If we unite behind this cause, we can provide relief for those significantly impacted by the pandemic. Every dollar counts. Visit NFL Relief. NFL.com, relief, donate now. Time to check in with the Bud Light Seltzer Virtual Huddle. Delighted to be working through this evening with Mel Kiper Jr., Louis Riddick, Booger McFarland, and our great friends and
Okay, I'll answer your question, Keegan. Yes, I plan to go live tomorrow for the day 3 rounds. So this stream has done pretty well. So I think I will do it.
Oh, we do. Okay.
And it's going to be just as fun.
We got
so
time to figure out here.
yeah, I will go live tomorrow
with the Miami Dolphins
at 5:30
in the first round. They took Tua Tagovailoa with the 5th overall.
The Dolphins are trading.
They got when they traded away Minka Fitzpatrick to the Pittsburgh Steelers, the pick they got back there. And look, the Steelers are very happy with that trade.
Oh, you're just saying the trade is right there. Yeah.
On defense.
This is how they got their first round pick here. It was from the Steelers.
Now, as you look
so
at what's available here to Miami, what makes sense?
I'm not sure what 26 came from. I think it was from another prior trade from a while ago. I don't really remember.
You got to believe. Even got to reach a little tray, offensive tackle.
All right, we'll see if that's the case. Brian Flores and son look very happy, as does Chris Greer. Now we can tell you officially the pick is in. Let's see if they do go up front.
We got good news for Tua here. We got good news for Tua.
Okay, this is an offensive tackle, I'm pretty sure.
With the 18th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Miami Dolphins select Austin Jackson, tackle.
Austin Jackson. No.
Roger Goodell took the pick. He said we got good news for
Oh, I wanted Austin Jackson so bad for the Packers, man.
Austin Jackson.
I knew it. I knew the Dolphins were going to go for Austin or Josh Jones. So I'm hoping that Josh will drop to 30, and fingers crossed, you guys, we get him. But Austin Jackson was one of my guys that I loved. He has really quick feet and everything like that. You know, his initial quickness off the snap is great. I mean, dancing bear, all that kind of stuff. He's got some potential at both left and right because of his feet that are so quick.
As a sibling, Austin Jackson
so I'm bummed.
But it was only about a 25%.
I'm bummed that Austin Jackson's gone.
Would match. There are 12 markers they use to designate whether or not someone's
Yeah. Josh Jones is going to Minnesota. I mean, I think that's possible. Minnesota could see that they could go for him there. If they don't like Riley Reif and Brian O'Neill, I can see that. We could also kick him in the guard. I mean, that would make a lot of sense. For sure.
Austin does well with the Miami Dolphins.
But
and as we said,
I'm hoping Josh Jones will drop. But
Austin Jackson, 6'4", 322 pounds.
I think the Packers have to trade up to go get Jones.
On the 74 championship team and went on to play all those games for the Green Bay Packers.
And Austin Jackson's grandfather played for the Packers, and
well, I'll tell you what, they're getting a true left tackle.
So it's a bummer.
Foot quickness and athleticism. And Trey, you did a great job telling the story about donating the bone marrow for his sister.
Good blocking right up there by Austin. I mean, I like him better. Liked him better than Jones.
Got more comfortable as the year progressed. He's only 20 years old. I don't know that he's able to step on the field right now and be an impact tackle. But Lewis, the upside with this kid is off the charts because of his ability.
Man, it looks pretty good downfield blocking there, Austin. I'm wondering where the Raiders are going to go.
You could say at least he's
I get the feeling that they could move out here so they could acquire a second-round pick.
Long arms, good punch.
Never mind, pick is in. They're picking.
He can play in a power scheme. He can play in a zone scheme.
This could be Christian Fulton.
He just needs to stay more consistent when he goes up against.
Could be Fulton in the corner here. They need one.
He had trouble with AJ Epinesa. Had a little bit of trouble with Bradley and I. But this is a guy who's his best football all ahead of him, without a doubt. So there you see it. Tua Tagovailoa under center. Austin Jackson protecting that man under center, the offensive tackle out of USC. We continue to work our way through the draft. We are up to pick number 19, and there you see Austin Jackson and family celebrating. And as we just told you, it is absolutely something that is very important to Austin Jackson.
Yes, Luke, they got CeeDee Lamb. Good pick for your Cowboys, dude. Congratulations, man. That was
guys.
That was a
Thumbs up all the way
steal,
around.
and I think that I'm probably going to
As we
declare that
agree,
the steal of
really
the
good picks
possibly the steal
for
of the
the
draft
Miami
right now.
Dolphins.
To be
Tua
honest,
Tagovailoa, an offensive
I did not
tackle,
think that
Austin
Lamb
Jackson.
was going to drop
Meanwhile,
this
we're
far,
up
but
pick
there must be
19,
some reasons.
in the
There
first
could be
round. It is
medical,
the
there could
second
be
of the two
just
first-round
scheme
picks
fit.
for the Oakland
But
Raiders. Remember, they dealt away
yeah,
Amari Cooper. They dealt away
congratulations
Khalil
there,
Mack.
man.
They had
Cheers.
3 first-round picks last year. One of them was a home run, Josh Jacobs.
I need
Jonathan
more.
Abrams
I need
was
more
hurt, never really
beverages.
saw him. Cleveland Furl didn't really translate what they thought they'd get with the 4th overall pick. Meanwhile, what will they do with their second pick here in the first round? The pick is in. Let's go to the commissioner and find out what the Las Vegas Raiders are doing.
We thought it would be fitting here at pick 19 as the Las Vegas Raiders welcome their second selection to make a special
All right.
announcement.
Las Vegas has got
As
the
you may
pick.
know, we are scheduled to host
And
the draft in Vegas this year. And we thank so many for the effort they put forth to prepare that possibility. And we think you deserve another shot. So we're happy here to announce that tonight, the Las Vegas Raiders will host the 2020
So for
NFL
the Raiders, who
Draft.
is your pick, guys?
The Raiders
I'm curious because I'm not entirely sure.
We look forward to being there in Las Vegas, and congratulations.
I think do they take Fulton the corner or do they go elsewhere? I don't see them going at receiver again.
The Las Vegas Raiders select Damon Arnett.
Oh, Damon Arnett. That is a good one. That is a good one. Damon Arnett has been underrated all throughout this process. I had him going in late first round for quite some time.
By Damon Arnett. This
Very
was a kid
good
that
pick.
had basically decided
I
his
like
college career was over a year ago at cornerback and didn't even show
This is
up
a good
for the
one.
post-season meetings with Ohio State. But then it was a conversation with his father, Chris Carter, the Ohio State
This is
Buckeye wide receiver and Hall
yeah.
of Famer,
I mean,
and said, "You need to come
Arnett
back
got
for
really.
another year at school
He
to
didn't
be
get
the
it. He
best
didn't really
player
get
you
enough
could
credit
be."
for what he
And
did
no,
because
we
of
thought we'd
Okudah,
see a
but
second or third round grade on Damon Arnett. How surprised are you that he's in the first round?
Early second round grade. I think you look at that third corner, Trey. We have been saying, who's the third corner? You could never build a consensus on who that third corner was. After Jeff Okudah, Ohio State, and C.J. Henderson, Florida, DJ, you just couldn't find that guy. Who that third corner
all right.
was.
I like to be able to answer John's question here. Do the 49ers, does San Francisco pick again in the first round? Yes, they do. They get to pick 31st overall, right after the Packers.
They're reaching a little bit, DJ, because they're forcing these needs. Because, like I say, that third corner was very much up in the air.
Yeah, and for me, Mel, he was my 8th corner. So I think people had that third corner in all different orders. You know, one thing I'll say about
come on,
I was surprised
DJ.
that he went this high.
He's very competitive,
and that
Damon's
fits with
underrated,
what they've tried to do in building this team over the last couple of years. A very
I personally
physical,
think he's
very
better than
competitive
Christian
kid who
Fulton
can really find and play the football.
and
which
AJ Terrell.
You got to have at that position, Lewis. Look, his kid is tough. He's physical, and he can find the ball. I just thought it was a little bit earlier than I expected.
Good pick by Mike Mayock and John Gruden there. I mean, they got a steal.
You watch Jeffrey Okudah and then you watch Damon Arnett. Look, I can tell you this. He actually plays from a technique standpoint just as well as Okudah in many respects, especially when you're talking about playing press coverage. He's very good at staying patient at the line, very physical with his hands.
And I think Jacksonville here will go with McKinney, the safety. I think this pick makes a lot of sense. They go corner, and then you get a safety here. There could be a chance it's Justin Jefferson, the wide receiver, if they go offense. Otherwise, I am not entirely sure who they go for.
Well, listen, he was
there are no defensive tackles. Oh, Caleb Chase on the edge rusher. Caleb would make a lot of sense here. They need to replace Young, who they're going to lose Yannick Ngakoue. They haven't traded him yet, but they will. So Caleb could make some sense here at 20 if it's not McKinney.
First-round defensive backs and had 3 back in 2017. Put your feet up, John. You're done for the night.
You're watching the 2020 NFL Draft.
Okay, Luke. The Eagles don't get a star wide out. Justin Jefferson's on the board. I think they are going to get him if Jacksonville doesn't. So, unless you already know something that I don't know, like they picked Jefferson, then yeah, the Eagles probably will have to wait till day 2 to get a wide receiver. I certainly think that here, this pick for Jacksonville is McKinney, and then the Eagles, they go for Jefferson, like how I had it in my mock. Hard to say. With a commercial break, I need to step away for some more refreshments. So, hang tight. Alrighty, I am back. Exactly moments later. That's funny.
The Jacksonville Jaguars select Clavon Chason, linebacker.
Okay, it's Chason. That's actually a really good pick right there. They need an edge rusher, so.
Chason and company getting set to know that they are moving down to Jacksonville. Caleb Chason is a tour de force. He played his best at the end of the season over the last 4 games, including the SEC Championship and the playoffs.
I was thinking it was going to be McKinney, but
he returned on the
I guess that's fine. So,
but the thing about Caleb Chason you need to know is he's prepared to do anything. He said, when you hire somebody, do you want to hire someone who speaks one language?
I'm trying to see what that is. Is that an eagle? Oh, I see it. It's an eagle with a thumb down.
I can drop into coverage and cover anybody you want me to cover, and I can play the run.
So now the Eagles are on the clock, so I think this one is Justin Jefferson here. So
an exceptional athlete this
after that, you got the New England Patriots on the clock. That one is a mystery, but I think it'll be Kenneth Murray for them. As much as I hope that I hope not, but I think New England will go with a linebacker, a big linebacker in this draft, whether they go for it in the first round or later and maybe in the third round.
Get off, coming off the edge, running twists, running stunts. 3-4, he could be an outside linebacker. In a 4-3, he can be a defensive end.
By the way, if anybody who is new here and has not already done so, hit that thumbs up. That would be much appreciated.
Caleb Chason was the second best pass rusher in this class, Lewis, and I think they got a steal right here at this point, getting such a dynamic player that has scheme versatility.
You know something about Chason is that he's an ideal fit in a 3-4 as opposed to a 4-3, which is what Jacksonville has. But they have a smaller defensive end, Yannick Ngakoue. They're really getting Yannick Ngakoue here, a younger Yannick Ngakoue. So it's a good pick.
Once again, have a young upfront group that can really get after the pass.
Maybe they draft T. Higgins. I can see that. I once had Higgins going to the Eagles. I once had the Eagles going for Higgins, but then I got some people that came at me and said, "The Eagles are not going to draft T. Higgins because he's just like Alshon Jeffrey." I've seen some comparisons to AJ Green for Higgins, and so what if you get another Alshon Jeffrey-like player? Higgins is good, and so I'm like, I mean,
go off the board as you look at Doug Peterson, the head coach, and how he wrote.
Alshon Jeffrey was actually a really good receiver. I don't see Higgins as much as Alshon Jeffrey. I mean, he's in the mold of an Alshon Jeffrey, bigger receiver. But T. Higgins is, I think he'd be a good pick for the Eagles if they do go that route.
So Lewis, as you look at the Eagles,
yeah, but this is a wide receiver, and I believe that this is Justin Jefferson, unfortunately, and we are going to miss out on him at 30. That's okay. I think we are going to be fine when we pick.
Plays down the field. Someone really, quite honestly, is a 3-position player. Can play the X, the Z, and the.
So now New England is on the clock.
There's 2 linebackers on the board still right now, and Kenneth Murray.
I'm sorry, not New England. Minnesota is.
You don't see the value of wide receiver here, although keep an eye on a guy like Brandon Aiyuk from Arizona State. But the linebackers, the inside backers with speed and coverage ability are sitting right there. Maybe they pulled the trigger on one of those. Well, there you see Justin Jefferson, who had an unbelievable season at LSU. Michael Irvin, we talked a little bit about some of these receivers, and the big 3 are off the board, but we're talking about a wide receiver draft class.
So I think here it's possible this pick could be Kenneth Murray for the Eagles, and I'm not going to be happy if they pick him, but it wouldn't surprise me if they do go for him instead.
About 90% of his plays came out of the slot position, man, but he could make plays all over the field. I love watching him. He reminds me.
He's getting a phone call right now, Justin Jefferson. Yeah, this is probably him.
All right, we'll see what happens. Again, sometimes you have to let the board talk to you, and if you were the Philadelphia Eagles,
so with Minnesota Vikings on the clock, Adam, if you're in here, chime on in who you think this is going to be. Do you think that they go for Josh Jones or possibly somebody different like a corner or edge rusher? I think they could go that way, or they can go interior offensive line like Cesar Ruiz.
It's going to be a point-scoring league. We're talking about Dak Prescott last season.
Or do they go for a wide receiver? I mean,
Do the Eagles feel like
the Eagles
they need to
botched
ramp
this one
up
and not take
the
Jefferson,
offensive side of the
take
ball?
him there.
We've seen Howie Roseman make all kinds of trades when he feels like he needs to make a trade and go out and get players. And Doug Peterson obviously has a system that works for him. It's been with him.
Adam, your Vikings are on the clock.
Under Andy Reid translated that very nicely to what the Eagles have done here.
It's going to be Jones
Again,
for
we've only got
Minnesota.
those
I'm guessing
three
that's what you're saying,
wide receivers
Joshua.
come off the board. There are the
I
T.
think it
Higgins
could
of
be
the world.
Josh
You heard
Jones.
Lewis
I think they
mentioned
want
Brandon
to get
Aiyuk as well.
an
And
offensive
then we got
line,
Justin
some
Jefferson.
help on
There are
offensive
other players
line.
like Denzel Mims out of Baylor,
I just don't think it should be an
Jalen
offensive
Rager out of
tackle. I think they
TCU.
need to go
All of
into
these
the interior
are
part.
players that have
Like
first round
Ruiz
grades
would
at
make
wide
some sense. He
receiver.
can play guard.
We're
He can
hearing
play
the
center.
pick is in. Let's see if they do indeed go wide out.
Before we announce the Eagles selection, I want to personally thank our fans for your contribution to the NFL Draft-a-thon. If you're able to give, we encourage you to go to
So the Eagles are
NFL.com/relief
about to make their
to
pick here.
contribute to those most in need. And we thank you again for your support. With the 21st pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Philadelphia Eagles select Jalen Rager.
Oh, it's
Wide
Rager.
receiver, TCU.
Wow. Hey, it's a receiver. He's fast.
Well, this is a player and a name.
That's a downfield threat for Carson Wentz right there. So Jalen Rager, this is actually a pretty decent pick here. I had him going in the second round, but I mean, there's a lot to like about Rager. He certainly got the speed. He certainly got the dynamic playability, and I definitely would have liked him for the Packers. But that's okay. He's a Philadelphia Eagle and good pick here. I'm wondering why it's not Jefferson. But hey, he's dropping to us, so hopefully we can get him.
And there you see Monte Rager, and he was a guy whose job it was to get to the quarterback. And he put together a little pro day workout that he sent around to videos.
NFC South
Michael
heated.
Irvin, a lot of people were very impressed with Jalen Rager.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I was impressed with him also. He's another one of those guys. Small guy, but can go when he gets that football in his hand. He only ran a full.
Yeah, Luke. Good luck, man. Jalen Rager is going to burn your corners deep now because what do you have there? You have Chidobe Awuzie and Jordan Lewis. I mean, but yeah, now. But now the NFC East has some beast receivers. You got Rager, you got Lamb. Scoring points, man.
Exceptionally well. When those underneath throws, he can take it the distance with his speed. He's a heck of a competitor, very explosive. And I think that attitude, that approach that he brings, you got to like. And I think the versatility as well, a 6-time punt returner, added to his value.
Well, he left a lasting impression on someone. He had an incredible 65-yard touchdown on the jailbreak screen against Baylor. Matt Rule says, I still
Packers
have
get Jefferson.
nightmares
That would be a
about
dream
Jalen
scenario
Rager.
right now if we can get
Howie
Justin.
Roseman is hoping that Jalen Rager will
But I'm not
provide
counting
for
on
all
it.
the teams that have to play
I'm not going to count on it.
in the NFC East.
Notice that the linebackers are dropping. Murray, Queen. I'd much rather get an inside linebacker than a wide receiver right now, to be honest, because yeah, you can get a good receiver in the second round.
Our spirit is what unites us. It is what bonds us and reminds us we are all.
So, yeah, with Minnesota on the clock, who do you think this one's going to be? It wouldn't surprise me if they went Jefferson. If they snag Jefferson, I am... it's kind of like, well, it happens. My audio is not matching. Oh, okay. I'm sorry about that. I guess sometimes StreamYard is a little bit off sometimes. I've kind of caught that with this platform. I wish I could kind of do something about that, but maybe if you could try refreshing a couple of things, maybe that might do it. I don't think Minnesota will go receiver here, but it wouldn't surprise me if they did go receiver. I I hope that they go for offensive line help or corner. That's what I'm thinking. At 22, I had Javon Kinlaw dropping here to 22. That didn't happen. He was taken with the 14th pick by the 49ers. I have to believe that this could be a corner here. Christian Fulton has dropped. Jalen Johnson, the Utah corner, is available, which I had him going 25 to Minnesota.
This is NFL Network.
I find it interesting why Jefferson was passed on for Jalen Reagor.
In the MC, tell me about the offensive side of the ball with the fashion.
Justin is, I think he's easily the better receiver. I don't know if maybe Minnesota was interested in him and they wanted to get him just to spite them. That's a classic comment right there. Yeah, that Hail Mary right there, Drew Pearson going over the top on the Vikings corner. Man, there's a lot of controversy with that play. A lot of people were saying that Drew Pearson pushed off on in order to create separation to make that catch. So, could Dallas have cheated? Maybe. I don't know. Did Drew Pearson push off? It looked like it, but you know, it happens. Minnesota has had a whole lot of bad luck going against them, and man, it's funny sometimes, but at the same time, I feel bad. You know, Gary Anderson, he missed it. The 98 NFC Championship game was funny. And then, you know, Brett, when he was playing in the NFC Championship game against the New Orleans Saints, throws it across his body and picked off by Tracy Porter, and that was great. It was so Minnesota Vikings of the Vikings.
We continue and watch more and sign up for complimentary access on NFL Game Pass. Time now for our Pizza Hut draft moment.
Don't diss Drew. Hey, Drew Pearson was really good back then, but it looked like he pushed off. I mean, I don't think the film deceives. Don't think the film deceives me. You know.
They got off early to a good start. Drew Brees and company rallied back.
Yeah, Dallas did pass on Moss. I understand that. You guys got an edge rusher though, Greg Ellis. Greg Ellis had a good career with the Cowboys, so nothing wrong with that. Randy Moss just went on to have a great Hall of Fame career with Minnesota. I think a lot of that had to do with him. Why he dropped it had a lot to do with character, as opposed to just doubting his play. You know, I can see why Dallas decided to just say, you know what, I don't know if we should pick him. And also, do we have the need for a receiver? I don't know if they needed one at the time.
More weapons Kirk Cousins, and this was a team that was top 10 in rushing the football.
But yeah, Greg Ellis made a lot of sense for the Cowboys at the time, so you can't really blame them for passing on a guy with character.
Weapons in Stephon Diggs. You wonder if they take a page out of San Francisco's playbook.
So I'm wondering who Mike Zimmer and Rick Spielman have their eye on. I get the feeling that they are going to go with
I gotta say, I really enjoyed looking
a corner.
inside the head coach's houses. Mike Zimmer with the big fireplace and the fire roaring.
They need a corner pretty bad.
The pick is in, and Roger Goodell is going full skull with the Vikings fans. Let's go. Come on, let's go, Viking fans.
Roger Goodell trying to lead a skull chant.
With the 22nd pick in the 2020 draft, the Minnesota Vikings select Justin Jefferson.
No.
Wide receiver, LSU.
No.
Well, here's where you're about
Dang
to
it, they
find
did
out
it.
that sometimes drafting is kind of like high school
Oh, I
recruiting.
can't believe they just
Not
did
an
that.
exact science.
Yeah, stupid Minnesota Vikings, why you gotta do this?
And you were listed as the number 308 receiver. in the nation.
There goes the one receiver that I really wanted the
You
most.
didn't even crack the top 50 in the state of Louisiana. Safe to say, you made
And now we
up
gotta go
for it.
against him
Your
twice
season
a
was
year.
incredible. The
Why,
Florida
Minnesota?
111
Why?
catches if it hadn't been for teammate Jamar Chase's 20 touchdown grabs, you would have had the most last season in college football at 18. Of course, he's not the first Jefferson.
And now Minnesota, and now the Chargers are on the clock, and they traded with New England.
And Ricky, another older brother, was an LSU defensive back 2013 to 2016.
I actually had New England moving out of the first round to backfill and go get a second-round pick.
A little later than some, and he has certainly made the
I think the Chargers are going to get an offensive tackle here, and this is going to be.
Yeah, so hey, listen, I love this pick as a football player.
I think this one is going to be
really
Josh Jones here.
We'll work this out.
Dang it.
Because, you know, Adam Thielen works the slot a lot in Minnesota. Justin Jefferson was 99% out of the slot at LSU. So seeing how
there goes our slot receiver, man,
is going to be very interesting. But this kid can flat out play football. He made great plays deep, made plays over top of people, and when he does get the ball in his hands, he can take short passes and make long plays out of them. Justin Jefferson going to Minnesota. I tell you, DJ, hell, that's going to be a great hit.
Yeah, look, you look at this player on tape.
So with the LA Chargers now on the clock, I think that they go offensive tackle. I can see it be offensive tackle. I'm not sure what else they could be going for. Thoughts and opinions on that? Because I'm unsure. I'm not sure what else that they need. They could probably look into maybe. I doubt that they go linebackers, so Kenneth Murray is not going to be the pick, I don't think. I don't see it being Patrick Queen either. But yeah, it's kind of interesting that Bill Belichick passed on. He's going to pass on Kenneth.
In those 3 football games, they ran 4-4-3.
I really hope that one of these linebackers drops. That'll be great if we can get one.
He eliminated those drops, and Justin Jefferson became, like Joe Burrow, a completely different player in 2019 as he was in 2018. And that allowed him to move up from the second round into the first round.
Well, there you see GM Rick Spielman, and there is Justin Jefferson.
Man.
Again, a replacement.
This is a bummer
they lost when they got
that Justin Jefferson actually slid to Minnesota, and now they got him.
Before the draft, but now let's go back to Adam Schefter. Adam, we're at pick 23, which would be the Patriots, but wait a minute, we've got a trade, don't we?
We better pick defense to stop Minnesota. I totally agree with on that one, John. I really hope that we go for
second and third round picks.
Wow, New England got a 2 and a 3 from the Chargers.
New England had traded its
I knew that they were going to get a 2 from that.
So now the Patriots are left with 13 picks.
But this makes some sense to go get make it simple, a 2 and 3.
23. The Chargers, meanwhile, I think are looking for defensive help. They got Justin Herbert on the other side of the football. There's a couple of linebackers sitting there right now that would make a lot of sense for the Los Angeles Chargers at this point in time. They're looking for a
I don't get it. The Chargers are already really good on defense.
Let's find out what the Chargers are doing with their second first-round pick. No? Okay.
If this is Kenneth Murray, I'm going to be mad. Please don't let this be Kenneth. Please pass on LA. You can do it for
not surprising that the Patriots
do it for the sake of awesomeness.
Has done, as we're trying to
pass
see
on
Lynn,
Murray
the head coach, and Tom
or Queen.
Telesco, the general manager of
Heck,
the LA Chargers, are going to do. Listen, the Patriots are going to take a quarterback at some point in this draft process.
Get Herbert an offensive tackle.
In the first round, and what they're doing is gearing up for picks.
I mean, I'm not going to be thrilled if they take Jones, but
in the third or fourth round.
It makes a lot of sense to go up and go and get your offensive tackle. But
for sure, in the first round, when they took Justin Herbert, 6th overall out of Oregon, still waiting on Jordan Love's situation where that's going to shake down and maybe potentially have 4 quarterbacks go in the first round. But we're also waiting to figure out what the Chargers are going to do.
Yeah, this looks like just a lot of whole bunch of highs and stuff like that.
Moving on from everything that happened with the Phillip Rivers era, there is Jordan Love still waiting to hear his name.
I got that
now
person
let's
blocked.
find out what the Chargers are going to do.
The New England Patriots have traded the 23rd pick to the Los Angeles Chargers. With the 23rd pick in the 2020 NFL draft,
here.
The Los Angeles Chargers select Kenneth Murray.
No. Why Chargers? Why? You don't need a linebacker. Oh.
Well, the Chargers.
No.
Murray As in Kenneth Murray, the linebacker from
No.
Oklahoma. This kid
Oh,
is
man.
fascinating. First of all, one of his first sports that he played.
Well, I had Kenneth going here to 23, but to the wrong football
in the
team.
Los Angeles area. Lots of great golf
How
courses.
funny.
But
I don't
he
get
is
why
a
New England passed on him.
fascinating guy, and he was a kid that people saw right away. His uncle
If
said,
this is Queen
"I called
for
you
New Orleans,
because at the age of 2, I knew that was
we better
a
get
man
Josh Jones
right there." And he has been a man on the field
or something
and
of
a
that
man
sort. I
off
don't
the
know.
field in so many
Oh,
ways.
man.
Lewis, take us through what the Chargers are getting in Kenneth Murray.
They're getting a 3-down linebacker, Trey, who
Oh, my
can
gosh.
just wreak havoc from sideline to sideline. I thought his key and diagnosis eyes were
Man,
where they needed
there
to
goes
be
my draft
at all
crush.
times. He's a guy who inserted downhill with tremendous physicality on
Kenneth
a consistent
the Beast
basis.
Murray.
He's a guy who plays with a ton of energy. He's one of those guys who really
There goes our
utilize
off-the-ball
the second
linebacker that
level
has
of the
speed
field
and
for
coverage
defense,
ability,
even
man.
with running backs or tight ends. I love this pick for the Chargers.
But we
They
do have
needed an
Queen
upgrade
that's still on the
speed
board, and
and
if he drops, let's go get him. Goat. Let's trade up. Let's trade up. Let's trade up with the Saints to go get him.
When you understand what defensive coordinator does,
But don't trade a second-round pick.
And that 4-3,
No. We need that second-round pick for wide receiver, man. Let's go and get
more than anything, when you drop
Queen.
back in zone coverage, can he find
If he
zone?
drops,
Can he
I'll
look
be
up the
so
underneath
thrilled if
receiver?
he
Can
does.
he look up
So
the
New
tight end?
Orleans here,
Gus
I don't
Bradley
know.
is coaching
I feel like they
great
should
linebackers
trade out
today.
here and get
Coaching
and
Derek
backfill
Cook.
a second-round
He
pick
understands how to put that linebacker, whether it's
so
a
we
middle
can move up.
linebacker or a will linebacker, put him in the right position to make plays. This
Wouldn't
is a
surprise me if they
great
go
pick for
corner
Kenneth
here.
Murray.
New
I know
Orleans,
Gus
they
Bradley
could
at
go
the
for some
end
corner
got
help.
to be happy
Have a guy
right in
play
Los
with
Angeles.
Marshawn Lattimore because Eli Apple
Well,
sucks.
listen, Kenneth Murray,
And
learned
New
CPR when he was
Orleans
12, and
could
he
go
used it
for
to
and
help
address the
save a life
secondary.
from someone
This
on
could
the
be Xavier
Oklahoma
McKinney,
campus a
but
year
that's
ago.
very doubtful.
Tom
I don't think they
Telesco,
need a
Telesco
safety back
Company
there.
are very, very happy. Lincoln Riley sees another one of his former Sooners
But if it's
go
Patrick
off the
Queen,
board as Kenneth
dang it, our
Murray is
linebackers
now
are gone,
heading to the Chargers.
just like I predicted in my mock. So, yeah. Man. Kenneth Murray's couches look really silly. They look like they look really old.
Right now, get Pizza Hut's best delivery deal. Large pizzas with up to 3 toppings.
Did you notice those really ugly couches in Kenneth Murray's living room?
If we were able to do anything, I think they'd be lost. We're all home right now. That's why Verizon is.
Maybe it's his parents' living room and he's just there. So for New Orleans, who do you think that this pick is? Do you think it's Queen? Do you think it's a corner? Do you think they go elsewhere? I hear the Saints likes Jalen Reagor, and I thought about mocking Reagor to them, but he's gone. There's a possibility they could go for maybe Brandon Aiyuk, the wide receiver. If this one is Mims, that wouldn't surprise me. I hope not. I would certainly love to get a steal in Denzel Mims in the second round because he looks like he could be the prototype Packer receiver. Big, long, tall guy, can go and catch passes out in the some verts and back shoulder fades, all that good stuff. He's got a nose for the end zone and all that. Yeah, I'm hoping New Orleans will actually trade with the Packers here. So, like this video if you like the Saints uniforms. Yeah, I actually like the Saints uniforms. They're pretty cool. So yeah, if you like the Saints uniforms, hit that thumbs up. Oh man, if this is Queen, we're gonna miss out on our linebacker because I don't see any other linebacker that is first round worthy after Queen, after Killer Queen. We need Mims since the Vikings got Justin or Brandon Aiyuk. Aiyuk would be interesting. I like Brandon. He's got some run after the catch ability, but he's a little raw and needs a little bit of development. And I think we can get him possibly in the second round if we trade up. And same thing for Mims. But I wouldn't be against getting them at 30. I mean, Brandon Aiyuk was mocked to us from 30 by Daniel Jeremiah, and I'm like, I'm not against that. I like it. this could be where the trend breaks, where we just don't take a receiver in the first round. That has been the Packers' MO, is not picking a receiver in the first round, but that could change with Brian Gutekunst. So he could be saying, yes, let's go wide receiver, and if we do that, then I'm like, cool. I hope we get a good one. If it's Mims, great. If it's Aiyuk, great. I'm going to like the pick. If no inside linebacker is available and no offensive tackle. But if Josh Jones gets passed on, I'm not going to be too mad about it because we can possibly get him in the second round and the Saints pick is in. So that is going to put Minnesota back on the clock again. So that's going to be interesting, to say the least, on what that's going to be if Minnesota with their second pick. I think they'll have to go corner.
As you know, Peyton was the first person within the NFL family who diagnosed with COVID-19.
Oh.
And there's a sign outside our campus here on Bristol.
The Miami Dolphins will be back on the clock too. So I think they might be the team that will take Jones if the Minnesota Vikings don't. I get the feeling that they will not be taking Jones, and Minnesota's going to go for a corner.
They've had so much heartbreak over the last 3 seasons.
Sean Payton sitting on his couch.
The last 3 postseasons, they've lost games on which the winning
giving his guy a call. Hopefully it's not Queenie.
Of the game. They've had some losses in the secondary. They did pick up Emmanuel Sanders.
We have to move up to get a top player to fill in need. A lot of picks went early. I was hoping before I thought they would get a lot of teams. Yeah, I totally agree.
Here for them.
I totally agree. I think we're going to have to move up for Queen or Jones.
Their defense at linebacker. So we see Kenneth Murray go off the board. Patrick Queen is there now. Their linebackers weren't very productive in terms of tackles across the league, in terms of pass breakups, forced fumbles. They really struggled in this area. So could they use a playmaking linebacker who can roam sideline to sideline on that
Those
defense?
don't tip any picks here, dude.
Defensive front and an improving secondary? Absolutely. This is a team that's ready to challenge.
They go with Queen.
They can really just take best player available.
I'm not going to be happy about it.
They're staring right at them.
All right, the pick is in. Let's find out where New Orleans goes with the 24th pick in the first round of the 2020
Let's go New Orleans.
draft.
Don't screw this up.
With the 24th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the New Orleans Saints select Cesar Ruiz, center.
Oh,
Michigan.
it's Cesar Ruiz, a guard.
So there you see the very
They passed on Queen. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Saints. Thank you for passing on
And
Queen.
while that is his preference, he would do whatever is needed.
Awesome. Let's go. Let's go.
Very, very
Queen 30. Make it happen. Make it
You
happen.
don't see in the picture there.
Unless Minnesota doesn't pick him, I'll be royally mad if Minnesota picks Queen.
31 career starts at Michigan. He's dedicated his career to his father.
Well, congratulations to Ruiz. You're going to get to pass protect for Drew Brees, and that's great.
South Jersey to help another car whose driver was trying to change a flat tire. He was then struck and killed
Okay,
by a
so
driver who reportedly fled the scene of the accident. His father was 26.
who do you think is going to be the pick for Minnesota, you guys? Do you think that they go corner? Do you think that they go elsewhere? I thought that maybe Cesar Ruiz would have made some sense for Minnesota.
Cesar Ruiz going to the New Orleans Saints.
I tend to think that this one's going to be corner, and I think Jalen Johnson could be the pick here. If not, it's Christian Fulton.
Fulfilled and thinking so often about those who are not there
Man.
to be with them in this time. Mel Kiper simply
The
as a
emotional
player,
Cesar
one of the
Ruiz up in there, man.
Versatility.
Congratulations to that guy.
Guard, 5 starts at right guard early on, then the last 2 years anchoring that Michigan Wolverine line. Appeared in 36 games, 31 career starts, 26 at center, 5 at right guard. See about a guy who run blocker. He went head up, whirl in the move, he can pull, he gets to the second level. Pass protection, good technique, feet, face, he can mirror, he can re-anchor. Tell us about versatility. I think that's the key here, is the ability to fill a hole at center or guard, DJ. Cesar Ruiz, clearly the best center in the draft. As a guard, you could argue he was one of the top guys at that spot. I think it's a nice pick for a team at the interior of the offensive line with a veteran quarterback. Nearing the end of a great career for Drew Brees, get a guy like Cesar Ruiz to help the interior.
Yeah, Mel, I thought he was a top interior offensive lineman in this draft, regardless. You're talking about center or guard. He's just very firm.
So,
you mentioned Drew Brees.
I just need to ask that question for you guys, so that way,
I just find it fascinating.
I mean, is my audio too behind, or is it too loud or too quiet?
And now you bring another player with the versatility to play a couple different spots there. Lewis, the Saints will just continue.
Just want to make sure that everybody can hear me, and it's good. Okay, good.
Yeah, remember back in their heyday, as far as
Good.
offensive line
I'm
was
glad.
concerned, when they had Jari Evans and Carl Nix at the offensive guard positions. Why? Just as you alluded to, DJ, to make sure that the pocket stays
Luke,
secure.
who do you think the Cowboys are going to target in the second round? Who do you think that they should go for? Do you think they should go corner or something along the lines of any other positions that I might be overlooking? I kind of would like to know a little bit more about where Dallas could go, so I can talk about this tomorrow in my live stream for tomorrow.
Yeah, Lewis, just so you know, I love what Ruiz had to say about his confidence. If you look at the film and look how I dominate people, I am very confident that I am a first-round pick. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the pick. And by the way, we have another trade in the first round here. Again, we had 6 trades in the first round last year. This is only the third that we've had in this year.
I beg of you, if there's a decent soul
Minnesota, who had 2 first-round picks
in the Viking guy,
they made when they sent Stephon
they
Diggs to the
traded.
Buffalo Bills. They're down to 1. San Francisco
And the
has
49ers
traded
moved
back
up.
into the first round. Remember, they were 13 and 31. They still have 31, right? Do they still have 31? They still have 31. They just
okay.
moved up into San Francisco.
I got you on that one, John.
Let's go to Adam
Yeah, I'm
Schefter.
watching
Adam,
it.
what can you tell us here?
I'm turning the volume down a little bit. So,
Adam, can you hear me?
Yeah, trade. Here's the trade, basically. Moments ago, the San Francisco 49ers traded picks 31, 117, and 176 to Minnesota for the 25th overall pick. And with the
49ers had very little picks. I thought they were going to move down.
They need to strengthen that position.
Wow.
They lost Emmanuel Sanders in free agency. Their only 2 healthy wide receivers right now are Deebo Samuel and Kendrick Bourne. Jalen Hurts is coming back off injury, last year's rookie. He could wind up playing tight end. They need wide receiver help. There's a lot of wide receivers out there.
So with the 49ers possibly looking at wide receiver here, I'm kind of wondering if they're going to target.
To take a wide receiver here, I believe.
If they're going to target Aiyuk or Mims here, possibly, that would be interesting to see if they go that direction.
In a very cozy confine working through the virtual draft. But again, they give up that 31st pick, so they move up, 5 slots here to 25, or 6 slots rather, to take the 25th overall pick here, as John Lynch also trying to figure out. It does seem like wide receiver would be the play here, right, Daniel Jeremiah?
Yeah,
I don't see the 49ers going for Queen here. I doubt that they don't need any linebacker help. They could go corner. I think the 49ers will go. I think the 49ers will go with a corner here. Cushion Fulton has dropped.
All right, Daniel, thanks. So the pick is in. San Francisco.
I had the 49ers taking a corner in the second round, I think. But I forgot who it was. I think it was, never mind, I had them trading for an offensive tackle. This will all be mad if this is Josh Jones. Don't take Josh Jones.
In the 2020 NFL Draft, the San Francisco 49ers select Brandon Aiyuk.
It's Aiyuk, okay.
Arizona State.
All right,
I mean, that's a pretty good pick there. The 49ers needed a receiver, and they didn't really need one very badly or anything like that. They just could have used a little bit of help there, so Aiyuk is off the board.
N'Keal Harry went there a year ago when he went into I believe, the last pick to the New England Patriots. He's from Reno, Nevada. He transferred from Sierra College. But what's really interesting about Brandon Aiyuk is the fact that he's basically just about 6 feet
So with the Dolphins back on the clock, I think this one is probably going to be it's probably likely going to be Josh Jones. They Oh, I'm sorry, not Josh Jones there. Took Austin Jackson. This is probably going to be McKinney here for them.
And his wingspan is only 1 inch less. How is that possible?
I get the sense that they were going. I get the sense that they're going to go defense here.
Area code wide receiver. You put the phone anywhere. You put the ball anywhere in the area code, and he will make that play. And you match him up. You get Kyle Shanahan, that genius of an offensive mind, a guy like Brandon Aiyuk, who can make plays with the ball. As you're
okay,
watching
Luke. Yeah, Cowboys need DB. Yes, I totally agree.
With that young group they have in San Francisco.
Totally agree. I'm thinking corner easily for the round 2.
When you think about Brandon Aiyuk, just think
They kind of have a guy that is very similar to Chidobe Awuzie that's going to be available for them. I forgot who is a similar comp to Awuzie. So I get the feeling that Christian Fulton could drop into the second round, and they think they might go for him instead.
A guy who also can return punts and really break the game open that way. This is a great pick for the San Francisco 49ers and give them that home run hitter that they need. All right, so
the 49ers go with Kinlaw and Aiyuk.
Seems to be very happy about the fact
interesting.
That Brandon Aiyuk is now a member of the San Francisco 49ers. John Lynch pleased as well. We'll see if the Niner fan base will be pleased when they see Aiyuk on the field.
You're watching the 2020 NFL.
That's kind of interesting. I had Aiyuk going in the second round. I forgot to which team. I thought that probably the rawness was going to push him down a little bit in terms of draft boards, but there was definitely a lot of buzz surrounding Aiyuk in the first round. I wasn't really entirely buying it, but he has a lot of potential after the catch, which is why it made sense for the 49ers to do this, to go up to get that type of guy that they like to get, yards after the catch. That's what Aiyuk is, and that's what would ideally fit the type of offense the 49ers run and the type of offense that we run, which is that type of wide receiver. But the 49ers don't have much of an issue with size wide receivers like we do. We go for the 6'3", 6'4" type of guys, as opposed to the 49ers going for generally shorter receivers. So that's kind of why I was uncertain about Aiyuk to the Packers, because of size. But the things could change. The Packers could wind up taking a guy that is under 6'3" for once, and I think the guys that are under 6'3" right now that are not first-round grades, KJ Hamler, he's probably a second-round guy, so I don't see it being KJ Hamler to the Packers. Oh, man. You're fine with Minnesota trading down? Yeah. I mean, I had a sense that Minnesota was either going to stay put or move down with the 25th pick. I think it's actually a smart move for Minnesota. So they can move down into the second round, but they can move right back up. They might be targeting some offensive linemen up in the second round. Maybe like a Cushenberry or something along those lines. They could be targeting a corner like Jalen Johnson, Christian Fulton, along those types of lines. I mean, I think maybe the first-round corners might be gone, and that's probably why they decided to pass and just said, you know what, we'll make a deal, and San Francisco, let's do a deal here. I don't remember what the details of the trade are, but I'll probably give I'll give you a recap of what the trades were. I want Patrick Queen. Amen. Amen. I want Patrick Queen too. Come to Green Bay. Come to Green Bay, Patrick Killer Queen. We need a linebacker bad. We need a linebacker bad. We need a linebacker so bad right now. We do have Kirksey, but we need another guy to pair with him. With the Dolphins on the clock, who do you think this pick is? I believe that this pick is McKinney, and I can't believe he's dropped this far. I had him going 22 Jacksonville.
You are our heroes.
With under 2 minutes to go, the Dolphins should be picking any moment unless there's a trade, which that would make some sense. You want to get some extra picks here and build the team that way, so you can also make some moves. You can trade up in the second round, third round, or however you would like to do it. If you're the Miami Dolphins, options are aplenty here. I think this is either going to be McKinney or Josh Jones, and oh my gosh, I don't want it to be Josh Jones. And then the Packers can trade up with Seattle to go get him, because I got a feeling that our boy Goot is going to call up John Schneider and say, "Hey, let's make a deal. We trade a lot." Oh, the Packers are on the clock. Yes, let's go, Josh Jones. Yes. There's our trade. Let's get Queen or Josh Jones. Oh, it better not be Jordan Love. As much as I like Jordan, but man.
Was Jordan Love from Utah State? All right, we're still waiting to see where Jordan.
Let's go. What did we give up?
There,
hopefully it's not too much.
California. Meanwhile, we have another trade, our fourth of the first round, guys. Green Bay is now on the clock. Remember, they traded with Miami.
Let's go.
This would have been
Madden Goop. Yes.
That Miami had from the Larry Tunsil trade.
Awesome. Let's go.
And Brian Gutekunst, the general manager of the Green Bay Packers. So the Packers, guys, they were in the NFC Championship game, but they got shoved around in that game by San Francisco. As you look at this team, Mel, what do you think Green Bay is needing right now in the
If this
draft?
is Mims, I'll probably be okay. I'll be fine with it.
The tight end like Colt Komet. You think about T. Higgins.
Tight end, yeah, that's an overrated need. Don't give me that.
Like Colt Komet as well. Mentioned Jordan Love. That was more of a luxury pick with Aaron Rodgers looking for weapons. It's all Devontae Adams. That's the only.
Yeah, we could definitely need weapons for sure.
Like I say, guys with size, that catch radius of a power forward like T. Higgins could be, and a tight
Higgins
end
would be
with the
interesting.
capability of Colt Komet from Notre Dame.
Not Cole Komet. I mean, I wouldn't be against it completely. We wouldn't have to trade up to go get. We wouldn't have to trade up to go get a tight end. Come on.
What the Packers are going to do again? They moved up in a trade here with Miami. Miami will only have 2 first-round picks. Here is Green Bay.
I'm nervous.
Where they go? Let's go.
Please let it be Queen.
The Miami Dolphins have traded the 26th pick to the Green Bay
Or
Packers.
receiver. The receiver's fine. Josh Jones is fine too.
With the 26th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Green Bay Packers select Jordan Love, quarterback.
Jordan Love. Wow.
This is fascinating because I believe Aaron Rodgers is the same age as.
I mean, I like Jordan and everything like that. He's got the
Aaron Rodgers in the first round, stunning Brett Favre.
He's got the prototype Packer deal. You know, he's mobile in the.
That a quarterback is going 26th
I don't know.
overall when Aaron Rodgers went
24th
overall.
I don't hate
in the
this.
2005 draft. But there you have
But
the fourth
not
quarterback
really in
the
love
first
with
round,
it, you know.
And this was a guy
Pardon the
who
pun.
was a late bloomer. You see there, 5'6", 130.
At least we got a backup quarterback now and developmental guy, and a lot of people were thinking, you know, Jordan Love was going to be a Green Bay Packer, and
Let's go back to NFL Networks.
I can't believe we passed up on Patrick Queen, though.
Kurt, hey, are you surprised by this move, first of all?
I guess I'd put Seattle on the clock.
I'm surprised a little bit, Trey, is that obviously you have Aaron Rodgers, going to play a few more years, but wants to win now and wants to have some weapons around him to give him the firepower to be successful.
I guess welcome aboard to Packer Nation, Jordan.
So now they're just building for the future.
I guess this makes a little bit of sense here. I mean, we had some interested in him, and
Green Bay has seen for a number of years with Aaron Rodgers. So it's about preparing for the future, getting that next quarterback.
John, I think I'll try to see if I can answer your question here. Best available? I wouldn't say that Jordan was the best available player. I kind of had him in the second round going to the Colts, and
you find those guys into the 4th, 5th round. But for Jordan Love, he's a developmental quarterback.
I mean, I wouldn't say that he was the best available. I think the best available player, in my opinion, was Xavier McKinney or Patrick Queen, the LSU linebacker.
Go back 2 years ago, he looked like a top
well, okay, then it's Utah State Jordan Love here as our first round pick here. Okay.
Yeah, no doubt, Mel. When you talk about the decision-making being
this didn't surprise me,
absolutely true. But when you go look at the video and study this,
I don't know about this being the correct pick, though.
Than any other passer in this entire draft. Let me show you what I'm talking about when you see him. Watch him on the move, the roll. Right, show you the touch, the accuracy to be able to get this ball up and down, very smooth, very easy on the road against Michigan State. How about the ability?
I'm not really sure about it either, John. We didn't fill a need at all, and we looked for the long-term solution, which was after Aaron Rodgers, and I understand that completely, but no weapon for Aaron, no inside linebacker. There's no. I'm hoping we didn't give up too much to go get this guy, because we certainly need to go get and address. We need to go and address needs now.
Yeah, again, he was
and after David Bakhtiari, because who knows if he's going to be around. So who's going to protect Aaron? Who's going to protect Jordan, for that matter?
Is fascinating on a lot of levels, and for more on that, let's check in with our Susie Call.
I mean,
the Jordan Love story has been a wild card in this draft, and we're all surprised that Green Bay traded up to take you. Jordan, what about
welcome aboard, Jordan.
Oh, just super excited.
I'm going to try to figure that out, John. I'm going to do some looking around to see what was traded in this. It couldn't have been too much. Moving it from 30 to 26 isn't that bad. I'd have to think it might have been a third or a fourth round pick.
So what do you think
Maybe.
you can learn from Aaron Rodgers?
Wow.
Oh, I'm already knowing I can learn a lot from Aaron Rodgers. I mean, that's one of the goats right there in the game, and I'm excited to be able to come back behind him and just learn as much as I can.
You know, especially now, we are all so appreciative of the people on the front lines and the people who protect us. Both your parents were in law enforcement.
Man.
Tonight, you fulfill your father's vision. How do you feel you've done that?
I mean, just by the work, I put in to get here, the work that he got me here. I mean, really. So I definitely fulfill my father's vision.
Jordan, congratulations. You're going to the Green Bay Packers.
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Well, rest in peace, Orban Love, Jordan's dad. I mean,
there you see,
that sucks.
Love, Jordan's father, with him and some of his
so I guess with the Packers making their pick and everything, I guess everybody's going to be kind of going off, and I understand that. We made our pick, and it's Jordan Love, the quarterback out of Utah State, looking for the future. And in the short term, he's going to be a good backup for Aaron. So,
and he began acting very strangely after that. Jordan and everybody in the family wanted to go out of the way to say he was not a depressed human being. He didn't have those problems. They had tried to change his blood pressure medication once before, and there were some other strange behavioral issues. So they went back.
I wonder who the Dolphins are going to look for it at 30.
After it rose again, they tried another one, and not long after that, Orban Love took his life. And in the obituary, by the way, they wanted to make sure that they said.
I'm looking around for what we gave up in order to go what we traded.
So it was the blood pressure medicine the family believes.
It was a fourth round pick.
all of that, the background of Jordan Love.
And
now,
that's what I kind of had for the Packers going, was trading a 4th round pick and a 4th and a 6th and a 7th to go up to go get Josh Jones from Seattle, but that's not going to be happening now. And Seattle is actually picking, so so that will put Baltimore on the clock.
Okay, before we get to our next pick, we have a special message now from some people working very hard. No special message. Okay, we'll get to that a little bit later. It's going to happen at some point tonight. I apologize. Seattle is up on the board at 27.
Seattle's going to get Josh Jones, and they're also going to get
difficult division. We've seen it top to bottom, and obviously the Arizona Cardinals.
They're going to be able to get Josh Jones here.
They've made in the last couple of drafts, including overall. So where do we think Seattle is going? Lewis, let's start with you as we
have mercy
at the Seattle Seahawks at 27.
I probably should have seen this coming, you guys. The interest in Jordan was there, and we pulled the trigger.
Offensively and defensively, could they use another offensive tackle, particularly on the right side? Of course. Could they use another pass rusher? Look, they struggled generating pass rush on.
If Seattle takes Jones, it'll make a lot of sense. They need a right tackle. Seattle could also look at Yetur Gross-Matos, the pass rusher. They need some help there.
Like they used to back in the days when they were winning the Super Bowl.
All right, Lewis, thanks very much.
Oh,
so we'll see what happens with Seattle again.
Yeah, I know.
Russell Wilson, they've had issues on the offensive line. As long as Russell Wilson has been there, they've tried to fix that.
I know. I hope Keegan's okay now. I mean, this was something.
There. So we're going to go with what's going on in Seattle right now with the 27th overall pick.
Yeah, I kind of hear on that one. This was something here. I have mixed feelings on this draft pick. I totally thought that we were going to go for Queen.
Hello, Chef Potato here at Central League Field.
I mean, you make this trade up to go get a developmental quarterback for the future, as opposed to you could have sat and wait.
We are gearing up to do more by the day. Just like our
I mean, man. That's good to know. Good. I'm glad you're okay, Keegan. We're all in this together as Packer fans. We're going to be good. I'm confident that tomorrow we're going to address some needs. We're going to go get a wide receiver. We're going to go get an inside linebacker. Maybe an offensive tackle.
All over the country to take care of our most.
I think we can possibly get Mims.
It's great to see our teams and stadiums helping those who need it the most in our communities. So with the 27th pick in the 2020 NFL
Seattle is making their pick here.
Jordan Brooks, linebacker.
Oh no!
Well, this is
you got to be kidding me.
Because I had one coach tell me this week, I wish
Seattle took Jordan Brooks, a linebacker that we needed.
We love
what in the heck?
We don't want everybody to know him, but you look at the numbers there. 367
I
tackles.
hate you, Seattle.
He led the Red Raiders in tackles 2016, 2018, and 2019.
Dang it.
You look at what he's doing on the field.
Jordan Brooks was one of those guys that I wanted to get at the bottom of the second round. Now that's out of the question.
Basically lines up as linebacker in both base and sub.
Have
now
mercy.
he's the guy who really can get after it from a point of attack standpoint and coming downhill. Now he's a guy who in coverage,
come on, Seattle. Do you want to make me hate you even more? And Baltimore is on the clock and they're at 28. So they need they need an inside linebacker. If they take Patrick Queen, that's it. That's it. That's it. We're done. Oh my gosh.
And I think you look at a 6', 240-pounder coming off the shoulder, he runs at the combine 4.54.
Yeah, I know the Packers didn't really feel a need with trading up to go get Jordan, but it's a future need, and I get it.
So he was a difference maker. He's a good football player.
T. Higgins in the second round. Yeah, there's a possibility we can get him in the second. he could drop. Who knows what could happen?
Shows up on tape, and just think about this pick for the division. When you have San Francisco, the Rams, and the Arizona Cardinals, they're going to force your linebackers to play out in space.
Jordan Brooks is going to Seattle.
Lubbock and play in the Big 12. This guy's
I thought Seattle was going to address linebacker probably later, maybe in roughly the third round. I don't know.
Very happy. A lot of room in Pete Carroll's virtual setup there in Kirkland, Washington. Pete seems very happy. Sure, John Schneider.
I really feel like the Seattle Seahawks reached on this one.
Yeah, there he is. The draft continues now as we're getting close to the end of the first
Holy
round.
cannoli! John Schneider looks like a hobbit. He really packed on some weight here, a little bit big in the midsection, looking like a little bit like
Since 1926,
like Sean Astin.
Nationwide has been on your side. We've been there in person.
Today, being on your side means staying home.
So that's. Don't you think that John Schneider looks like a little bit like a hobbit right now? Kind of little pudgy, little bloated. I wonder if he's got big hobbit feet. Anyway, so Baltimore's on the clock. I hope they don't take Queen. If he drops to the Packers in the second round, that will be a blessing in disguise. That'll be a blessing. I thought that we were going to take Queen with this pick moving up. Receiver or offensive line tomorrow? Yeah, I agree. I mean, that would be good if we can get a receiver and offensive tackle tomorrow, because we know that we need an eventual replacement for David Bakhtiari. So I hope that somebody's going to be around. Maybe there's a chance that there's Josh Jones, there's Matt Pert, the Connecticut guy, Isaiah Wilson. Not an ideal fit in the Packers' zone blocking scheme, but might make some sense, you know. Ugh. I'm disgusted. Maybe trade up into the second round for Denzel Mims. Sure. I mean, I'm on board for that. May not have to move up for Mims, but who knows? With how much draft capital we have left, it might be hard to go and get Mims. So I'm actually dumbfounded that we took a Jordan Love, a quarterback that we didn't really need, and yeah, I'm more dumbfounded than mad at the pick. Keegan, I understand why you're mad too. I really do. This was kind of a little bit of a surprise, somewhat. But I get it. I think that Matt LaFleur wants his guy, and I mean, Aaron is sort of his guy, but Aaron came from the Ted Thompson era, so he's kind of a carryover. Where Jordan is the guy that is going to be Matt's developmental guy, you know. Mike McCarthy was Aaron's developmental guy, and there must be something that gives me the impression that Green Bay could be thinking that Aaron might have less time. My eyes are shocked. What does that mean? Oh, yeah. I'm just kind of speaking with some conviction, you know. Sometimes I widen my eyes a little bit when I'm saying something and putting a little bit of something behind it, you know. Could have gotten quarterback in the later rounds. I totally agree. Definitely liked a backup quarterback like James Morgan.
His father, Antoine Winfield, was, I believe, the 23rd pick overall in the 1992 draft. There's Grant Delpit out of LSU.
Well, I'm surprised by the pick, and I'm more dumbfounded by the pick than more can't believe, you know.
Queen, the linebacker.
I'm okay with it, but
LSU.
I don't love
so
the pick.
we're waiting to see when their names will indeed be called.
I think this pick here for the Ravens is Queen, and
so the 32 young men drafted tonight will obviously go on to do great things on the field, but they'll also make tremendous impacts in their communities. Nobody exemplified that more than Walter Payton. Tonight, we're proud to have a special mention from Calais Campbell.
This past season, I was truly honored and humbled to be named the Walter Payton NFL Man of the Year. It's very special to me. I want to send a special thank you to the NFL, the Payton family, and nationwide for shining a big spotlight on all the players across the league who are making a difference in their communities. Now, I'm excited to be joining the Baltimore Ravens for the next chapter of my NFL career. In Baltimore, I'm excited to be a part of the family. Let's welcome our newest member.
So with Tennessee on the clock, I think that this is going to be.
Ready to go. Let's get it.
With Tennessee on the clock, this is probably going to be Jones, and for Baltimore, it's probably Queen.
On and off the field. The Walter Payton Man of the Year Award is our highest honor, and you, Calais, are truly a role model for all of us. And congratulations on being a Raven. With the 28th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Baltimore Ravens select Patrick Queen, linebacker, LSU.
There goes Queen.
Well, I guess
oh well, I think we're going to be okay. There are linebackers that are available in the second round that we could probably go for.
It was his interception.
I didn't have us getting a linebacker in this round anyway.
33-13. Had a sack.
So look for maybe Logan Wilson.
A&M in the SEC championship game, and he was all over Clemson in the national title game. 2.5 sacks for loss, and a half a sack to go along with 8 tackles. But he was the defensive MVP, and he was a guy on a mission this year.
They said the same when we drafted Rodgers. I mean, yeah, there was a lot of mixed reactions when the Packers took Aaron Rodgers in 2005. I mean, I get that totally. It didn't fill a need or anything like that. But the situation was a little bit different in 2005. Brett was at the time when Brett was the quarterback. There was a case of where quarterbacks' shelf life was shorter, and quarterbacks retired when they were in their late 30s. For Green Bay, I just think that Aaron's going to be able to play until he's 40, until his contract is up. So I totally get it. I remember some people being psyched that we took Aaron, and like I said, there was a lot of mixed reactions. So, but yeah, this.
So you're getting tremendous value. His ability to make plays sideline to sideline.
Denzel Mims tomorrow. Sure, go for it. Denzel Mims tomorrow. Here's to getting Denzel Mims tomorrow. Day 2, second round. Drink L'Chaim.
Well, as it used to be an Alabama guy, I think he might have stepped out of the room for a minute.
How much more pain can we take? I don't know. I really don't know.
The guy plays smart. He can diagnoses instantly, and he's a guy who then can get off the spot.
So with Tennessee on the clock, I think that they're going to go Jones, and that's going to take our offensive tackle away.
There's no wonder he makes plays in the run game.
Good night.
Even more importantly, in the passing game. A 3-down player that'll hide behind that big defensive line. And Mel, I think this is a great pickup for what they need on the second level of that defense down there in Baltimore.
Hey, I can say they may not even win a national title without this guy because the offense was so great.
I'm kind of convinced that the Packers don't look inside linebackers that much, because I don't get why we passed up on Queen.
Defensive player came out of nowhere. Dave Aranda had said defensive coordinator, most improved player by.
It would have made a lot more sense for the Packers to just pick Queen here, or go up to go get Queen.
Right there. Number 1
and then
area
I don't know.
Team to see Patrick Queen fall there. New Orleans really did him a favor by taking Cesar Ruiz because I thought that was a spot maybe Queen would go after Murray had gone. So now all of a sudden the Ravens sit there. Don't have to trade up and get a guy that fills a major hole and as a guy can be an immediate starter behind, as you say, that veteran defensive line.
So with Tennessee on the clock, who do you think this is, you guys? I would like to kind of hear more thoughts and opinions on who is going where, or are you just kind of guys kind of like, whatever, just waiting around for the Packers pick?
Swinging back and forth.
I understand that it's almost 11 o'clock. I'm pretty sure everybody's tired and everything, and I understand. But let's have some fun, ride this out, and wait for tomorrow.
For the Ravens, going with
I'm kind of intrigued with where Tennessee, the Dolphins, and Minnesota is going to go.
Are on the clock, and of course they're drafting late because they made it all the way to the AFC
Josh Jones, yeah, I definitely think so.
And they did it by taking down the King. There's Mike Vrabel, Titans head coach, and John Robinson, the executive vice president GM. They both, of course, came through the Patriots organization, and it was this team with that guy, Derrick Henry, that took down the defending Super Bowl champions, holding the Patriots at just 13 points.
Okay, I'll answer Keegan's question. Why did we not take Denzel Mims? My guess is that because we can get him in the second round. I think we can get him there.
Derrick Henry, of course.
That's why. And I guess Brian Gutekunst and Matt LaFleur said that's our future quarterback, and we want him.
But a lot of them came late when the game was out of reach. And they were up big on Kansas City.
All right, that's going to put the Miami Dolphins on the clock after trading with us to us getting Jordan Love, and the Dolphins are probably going to get maybe McKinney, the safety, if the Titans go Jones here.
Ryan Tannehill is there. What do we think we need to see around them going forward with this pick? Well, I think, Trey, they want to continue to build and be the
would have rather had Patrick Queen. Amen.
When they ran the football, they ran play action.
Amen. I would have rather had Pat Queen as well. But I guess there might be something that the Packers don't like about him, and that's why they passed on him.
They've got some defensive needs as well, but you know they want to play the
maybe it's size. I don't know. But man, he had the sideline-to-sideline speed and everything. He's pretty decent in coverage and everything like that.
Wouldn't be surprised if they went to this line as well.
I'm just dumbfounded that we passed up on him.
Because it was going to go as far as Derrick Henry would take him. And during the regular season, Tannehill was actually a stud. When they made the move from Mariota to Ryan Tannehill, that offense clicked, especially down in the red zone. They became one of the best red zone offense in football. Didn't quite translate that way in the postseason, but Tannehill is their guy going forward. At quarterback, where are they going with pick 29? Let's go to the commissioner.
With the 29th pick in the 2020 NFL Draft, the Tennessee Titans select Isaiah Wilson, tackle, Georgia.
Well, it's not Josh Jones, and I had Isaiah Wilson here at 29 for Tennessee, so I got that one right. Hey, congratulations, Tennessee, and thank you for passing on Josh Jones. We could possibly get him in the second, if you trade up, of course. Excellent.
In the country, at one point, their offensive line this season just absolutely.
But now that I think about it, Josh Jones is very much more of a raw developmental guy, so I understand why Tennessee went with Wilson instead. So this pick makes a lot of sense. This is a good pick.
When he has the proper leverage. Again, people getting to second level, results are a little mixed at times. And pass protection, he has decent feet, better footwork at times, is needed hand placement, pad level. All those things are coming. I thought he needed another year at Georgia. Go back, work on.
So with Miami in the clock, they lost out on, with Miami here, I think they could go for McKinney here, the safety. He is probably the best player that's available and has dropped. I don't see them going anywhere else. Maybe they could go a wide receiver, but I don't see that.
Yeah, he's going to be the first
this
one.
Has to be a pick where they probably see like.
As a wrestler, I mean, he is enormous.
I don't know. It's hard to tell.
Well, the combine. I'm with you in terms of what you see in the run game. He can displace people at the line of scrimmage. Georgia loves to run the football, but in pass protection,
I thought he really
I
struggled.
think
to
that
set
that guy looks kind of silly with the blonde with like the
there's some work
blonde
to go with him. Needs some
with like the
development.
blonde
But you were
mullet
gonna be able
thing
to
right
pound the ball
there.
Henry
The
running
number
behind him.
50 with the guy wearing the number 50 jersey
He
looks
also
kind of
played
goofy.
lacrosse at Brooklyn Poly Prep in New York. And now Isaiah Wilson is headed to Tennessee to try and protect Ryan Tannehill.
I totally
and
cannot believe that McKinney
Derek
fell this far too. Keegan, I had him going number 20 overall, and he's dropped to 30. I wonder what's wrong with him.
For 30 years, I've been a pizza guy, delivering door to door.
I don't really understand. Don't understand why teams are passing on him. There's some teams that have needed safety. So, I mean, there's not very many teams that have needed a safety. So I understand why they passed, but I think safety is actually a pretty important position. Maybe it could be the Alabama Crimson Tide thing. A lot of Alabama guys haven't really worked out that well. I mean, I still think a good player is a good player, and take them. I remember when Landon Collins was a rookie player, and a lot of us had projected as a first-round talent, but dropped to the high second round and wound up going to the Giants. So I think we could see that this time where McKinney drops into the second round entirely. I had Grant Delpit dropping into the second round entirely because of tackling, but I'm wondering what McKinney's problems are. So I have to think that this pick here is McKinney, and I don't really get why the Dolphins traded down to go get McKinney. But if they did, good job. You collected a fourth-round pick and got him when you could have got him with the 26th pick instead. It's interesting to see how things play out. You know, prospects drop for certain reasons, and I guess we find out what they are, and then the NFL draft can be unpredictable at times.
Only from the Home Depot. How doers get more done. Apartments.com puts more renters in new homes than any other website. How? By sniffing out more listings than anybody else. Really?
I'm just looking over a few things here.
I think he wants to move in with her. What?
I've got a potential lead on a vacancy.
Okay.
Oh, is that your dog?
Good boy.
What's up with the cone?
So right now we got.
Apartments.com, the most popular place to find.
We don't have much going on. 16 likes. If anybody here is new that has not given this video a thumbs up, please sure to be doing so. That would be great.
I promised his mom that we would treat him like one of our own. He's our
I would greatly appreciate it if that were the case, to give this video a thumbs up and subscribe if you have not done already.
Now, that's about to pay off.
I know that there's only just 4 people in here, so it's probably the same 4 that have been here for quite a bit of time. So
The 2020 NFL Draft is presented by Lowe's, the official home improvement sponsor of the NFL.
So the Dolphins pick is in, and
Burger King. Get 8 original chicken nuggets.
that will put
for
Minnesota
just
back on the
$1
clock again.
Only at Burger King.
Well, we continue in the draft. Tua Tagovailoa's night came to an early conclusion as Miami decided the hit was good. They took him at 5th, but of course that's just one of 3 picks that they had. If you have a quarterback, you want to make sure you protect him, and they went with the all Pac-12 selection, Austin Jackson, with the 18th overall pick out of USC. There was some trading back and forth, but now we're back on the Miami Dolphins. As you look at Tua and Austin Jackson, both going in the first round already, but they have another pick. Let's take a look at Mel's best available, brought to you by Lowe's. Mel, we see a lot of defensive backs and running backs on the board here.
Yeah, the safeties trade.
So you also, DeAndre Swift is also still available, by the way.
McKinney and Winfield are outstanding.
The running back, I had him dropping into the second round because of positional value, but I think that this pick here could be Swift here for the Dolphins.
Very close to Swift and Dobbins. impact. I think it could go maybe to Kansas City.
Thanks, John. I greatly appreciate you coming here and watching my live stream. Things have gone pretty well, a lot better than I expected. So, and thanks for hanging around for all this time. It's been over 4 hours of a live stream, so I appreciate it, man.
Second round. So if Michael Pittman goes second round, he's following in some very good footsteps of guys who dropped into the second because they didn't run the 4.4 or faster.
So I believe that this is either Swift or McKinney, and I think that if they move down for DeAndre Swift and got a 4th round pick, the Dolphins just won this draft easily. You got Tua, you got Austin Jackson, the left tackle, and then you trade down, get a 4th round pick, and then you get DeAndre Swift. You could have got him at 26 for crying out loud. I mean, wow. What a draft for the Dolphins.
We'll see whether one of these teams
maybe Jonathan Taylor. I could see Jonathan being picked here, and that'd be a good selection for the Dolphins. I actually once considered Taylor for them for Miami in the 2nd round, and I also considered them here 26th overall for an earlier mock.
Rushing yards in a season. How successful was Dobbins at Ohio State? The only player that ran for more yards.
This will be interesting if this one is J.K. Dobbins, the Ohio State running back. He's pretty good too.
So what do we think Miami?
I had him in the 2nd round.
Chris Greer are working the board one more time. Let's go to Daniel Jeremiah here at the NFL Network.
One thing is for certain, these trades I didn't think we would see.
Where do you think Miami needs to go here?
Well, they have some needs on the defensive side of the ball. I thought maybe
that is a very good question, Keegan. Why in the world did we trade up? I don't get it.
Penn State has a ton of
unless some other teams were interested in getting Jordan, and then maybe that's forced us to be able to make a move and to secure getting him, you know. That's why some teams trade up.
I'm curious to see, do we see a running back come off the board? Because DeAndre Swift, he sticks out like a sore thumb as my best available player.
Yeah, listen, especially with the way the running back position is sort of evolving outside of Derrick
Get
Henry,
some water
who was a
here.
lead rusher last year as a power downhill runner. Most teams are looking for running backs the likes of the Christian McCaffreys of the world.
Yeah, we
that
don't have a 4th round pick anymore, but hopefully we can get it back again. Maybe we can get it back if we trade down.
For the 3rd time, we believe the pick is in here for Brian Flores. Listen, Brian, I get it. Coffee, caffeine, it's important right now. We understand. Chris Greer, the general manager, also trying to figure out what is happening.
You know
but
something?
We believe that the pick has finally been handed into the commissioner. So we're going to find out.
I'm kind of a little bit surprised we only just gave up a 4th round pick to go up.
Then taking Austin Jackson.
But I guess things are just kind of. I guess things don't always fall for the draft value chart. So maybe that's just how it goes. Maybe that's all there was. It was a 4th round. There could have been more.
NFL draft. The Miami Dolphins select Noah Igbenogany.
Oh, a corner. Noah Igbenogany, the Auburn corner. Huh.
Jones and Xavier Howard all that money to be the
wow. The Dolphins could have gone in the 2nd round.
And now they take another corner, Noah Igbenogany, out of Auburn.
I guess you want to have a slot corner in there.
If you want to talk about
so you got Byron Jones, Xavier Howard, and now slot guys. Huh.
His father Festus ran track at Mississippi.
This kind of surprised me. I was expecting him to be taken maybe in the late 2nd.
And then there's his mother, Faith, a sprinter at Alabama.
I mean,
completed in 1992 and 1996.
I don't think that's a terrible pick. It's a little bit surprising. I thought they would go for either Swift or McKinney.
Meter relay. His sister Hope is a freshman runner at Auburn, and Noah was named to the Alabama.
Minnesota's not going to go Swift or McKinney, I don't think, unless they think that they don't want Anthony Harris back, and they're going to try to deal him or something like that. Then I could see McKinney here from Minnesota, but they need a corner, and Minnesota just lost out on a chance to get Igbenogany, but he's more of like a slot corner.
He could be a huge weapon, but he's got.
In fact, I think he's the comp to Chidobe Awuzie, so.
He did a good job in terms of showing physicality, made some nice balls, played on the ball underneath.
So for Minnesota, I have to think that this is either a corner or
deeper routes.
If this is Josh Jones, if this is Josh Jones, I'm going to be mad.
For a kid who was a former wide receiver with limited experience. I'll say another thing, DJ. Justin Alzante, one of the most competitive players, if not the most competitive player on that team, and a very
just don't take Jones.
Yeah, that shows up, Mel, the toughness, the physicality, the wanting to
Okay, so that's going to put the Chiefs on the clock, and that's going to be it for the first round. And this is going to be this has been a very fun first round, day one. A little bit of surprises here and there,
but he's always in position. He can find and knock the ball away.
but it's been a pretty good draft.
So I can tell you the reason that Brian Flores loves this guy because of the amount of man-to-man they play in Miami, one of the top 5 teams in the National Football League as far as the amount of man coverage they play. And this guy loves to get up in your face and be physical. And DJ, I agree with you. He's going to play inside. But you had him, the Byron Jones, and Howard. Now they have 3 guys that can play man-to-man.
One thing I thought for sure was that here at 31, the 49ers were going to try to move down and go get a second and a third round pick. Apparently, they just didn't do that. So,
taken in the first round. 13 was the record.
And they moved up, actually.
And now we've added another one. His high school
well, they moved down and then they moved back up.
For 41 years, I've never had an athlete whose parents
I think
were
for Minnesota, this is going to be interesting.
With Noah, and he said, "Brother, listen, I just tell Noah when the bus is leaving. The rest of it
Props
is
to the Vikings for moving down
so we'll
here.
See what happens there. Meanwhile, the Minnesota Vikings are now up with the penultimate pick in the first round. Let's go to Commissioner Goodell.
Collected some more picks, and man,
with the 31st pick in the 2020.
if he takes Jones here, this is good. Rick Spielman's a genius.
Jeff Gladney.
Oh, corner, Jeff Gladney.
All right, Lewis, tell a little bit
That's a good
about
pick.
Jeff Gladney, the quarterback out of TCU. He's been dealing with
That's a good pick right there for them.
Obviously, people feel pretty strong about what his ability.
I had Gladney going in the early second, but he was
this is another guy who has a lot of upside, a lot of potential.
but he was he could have been in the low first.
Develop his ability to finish on the
I'm kind of surprised that I'm kind of a little bit surprised it's Gladney because I kind of thought that Minnesota would go for one of the longer, taller corners. Gladney's got decent height, but you know Jeff is good, so great pick for Minnesota. And if you're in here, good pick by Minnesota. So, and the last pick is coming up pretty soon, so I'm kind of wondering where Kansas City could go. I think they could go on the defensive side of the ball, and they make some upgrades, upgrades at corner. They could go for defensive tackle. Ross Blacklock I had going in the mock.
I like that draft. I mean, Justin Jefferson fell then at 22.
It's questionable what we did today. We didn't address a need at all whatsoever, but I think we're looking into the future, and I understand the pick. I wouldn't say the Packers did the worst, I don't think. There were some other questionable picks in there.
I think the Vikings did a really good job with those first 2 picks.
Okay, so those are their first 2 picks, but that leads us to the champs, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, Andy Reid's wearing a Hawaiian shirt. What else would he be wearing? And there's Brett Veach, the general manager.
I really feel like that this pick is made by Brian Gutekunst. This has to be something of the case of where just go with your gut and yeah, this is really like the Ted Thompson thing when he picked Aaron. It could turn out to be a genius pick, just like Aaron was when he was taken with the 24th overall pick. If Jordan is going to be a good player, then great.
And brought him across the finish line. And listen, the Chiefs with Brett
I'm kind of intrigued to see if Jordan is going to be that guy. And I think the Packers believe that Jordan is that guy. I watched his film, and I saw a lot of beautiful throws down the field by Jordan, and he has touch. The problem is that he just needs to be able to figure things out, go through reading his progressions a little bit better. I made a video on Jordan. So I pointed out some things that he can do in the Packer offense in terms of his mobility and throwing on the run.
Got them to the Super Bowl, and now they're sitting with a luxury almost. They are.
It's certainly interesting.
Whether it be DeAndre Swift from Georgia, who's a complete running back. I think you look at a guy like J.K. Dobbins, the way he fiercely attacks the line of scrimmage, outstanding.
So Kansas City could probably go for a running back. I really don't think that they should. They have some pretty good running backs.
You look at Jonathan Taylor, the best runner.
Will McKinney go round 2? Probably. I think he will.
He could have been a top 20 pick. He's a phenomenal.
McKinney will go in the second round, just like Landon Collins did.
He's got tread on the tires, but he hasn't been hurt.
I don't think he gets picked here unless Kansas City trades down.
In his career, 15 loss. But Jonathan Taylor, J.K. Dobbins, DeAndre Swift, 3 really good backs, and going to take one.
Indianapolis Colts, I kind of thought were going to be the team to go for Jordan Love.
I think 5 to 6 running backs go off the board.
But I guess they're going to be going for maybe another different quarterback like Fromm or Eason. At 34, look for one of those 2 quarterbacks to come off.
I know we're talking about DeAndre Swift, but Clyde Edwards-Helaire is a fascinating look here as well.
Well, definitely, and I think what we're talking about right now, Trey, is we're talking about 3 down running backs to go in this offense with Patrick Mahomes and the Legion of Zoom on the outside. But also, if you're Kansas City, think about this. Chris Jones has a new contract. Defensive tackle, pushing the pocket inside. There's some quality defensive tackles. Ross Blacklock, Neville Gallimore, Elliott on the inside, guys that can push the pocket, and maybe there's some leverage there. If you don't want to pay Chris Jones $22 million, whatever he's asking, maybe you take one of these young guys here, last pick of the first round, you get that 5th-year option. Maybe Brett Beach and Andy Reid are thinking that way also. But you're right, this is a luxury pick. Running back, defensive line, I don't think they can go wrong.
Players, DeAndre Swift is my 16th overall player, Ross Blacklock at 19. So that could be the decision. Do you take the running
I think this pick here is Blacklock. That's my guess.
A big choice here for Andy Reid and Brett Veach and company. But, man, I tell you what, it's nice when you're making these selections when you've got number 15 ready to play with whoever you pick.
Lewis, you know these guys and you know this front office as well as anyone.
Kevion, absolutely. Patrick Queen was right there in our hands. Right there in our hands.
Where do you think
and we didn't grab him. We just let him go. And
yeah, I can see running back being in a position.
We missed on an inside linebacker.
There's some quality running backs there that they will like. I think they need to have more.
I'm disappointed that we didn't move up to go get Queen.
A corner could sneak up here, but they really are in a luxury situation where Brett Beach.
I hope that Jordan becomes a good franchise quarterback someday, because if he doesn't, this could be a huge letdown in the 2020 draft.
This is a position like linebacker or corner, which is something I know they would like to continue to build that.
All right, so we'll see what happens.
This is the final pick. We had Pat Killer Queen right there.
We are waiting to see what Brett Veach are going to come up with. But again, we've seen some of the safeties out there, and we knew that they're looking at potentially trying to get the back end of that defense short up. I know you mentioned Chris Jones. They're going to put the franchise tag on him. That could get awkward, but I'm not sure if there's someone at this point in the draft.
Troy Dye? Yeah, I've looked at Troy Dye. He's got the sideline-to-sideline speed and everything like that. There are certainly things to like about him. Good locker room guy. He's kind of like an emotional leader type of guy. And then the problem is mental processing, so that could be something that could be a problem. But yeah, Troy, I wouldn't mind getting Troy in the 3rd round.
The Super Bowl champion, Kansas City Chiefs.
So this one's Kansas City here. Ooh, they go for a running back. Clyde Edwards-Helaire. I actually considered him in the 3rd round for them.
Fascinating running back for them.
Clyde Edwards-Helaire is actually pretty good.
Despite only 14 grabs his first 2 years for the Tigers, He had a school record 55.
And that's going to conclude the first round of the 2020 draft, man.
He said, if you're a car guy, I'm like a
This has definitely been something for sure, and it probably didn't go as well as I expected for the Packers, or for some teams. It didn't go so well for the Packers, but let's just hope that Jordan is going to be our future. He better perform, and I'm certainly confident in Jordan's abilities to pick up this offense and learn under Aaron and become that new face of the franchise of the great Green Bay Packers, the best organization in all of football. And that's how it is. Day one, we get a quarterback over a need, in an immediate need, in inside linebacker, wide receiver, and whatnot. I'm kind of interested to see other people's reactions to picking Jordan. So I think I will end this stream here. It's coming up on over 5 hours, so, and it's been pretty long, so I will catch you guys later for tomorrow's live stream of day 2 of the 2020 NFL Draft. Thanks for watching, everybody. Hit that thumbs up if you have not, and much appreciated for all the support and sticking with me throughout this whole entire long 4 hours of drafting, and I'll catch you guys later. Go, Pack, go!